Welcome to another quiet night. Before we begin, please set your volume to a comfortable level. Not too loud, not too soft, just enough for the words to drift gently into your mind. Now, lie down, close your eyes, and let your body relax completely. Let the stillness settle in as we begin to drift towards sleep. Tonight's story is the very first in our new series, Boring History for Sleep. A gentle journey through the forgotten corners of the past, told slowly, softly, with no rush, no tension. And we begin with a quiet exploration of the ancient cultures of the Caucasus Mountains. If these stories help you fall asleep, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing for more peaceful nights to come. Now, let us begin. The Caucasus Mountains, nestled between the Black Sea to the west and the Caspian Sea to the east, have long stood as a natural boundary between continents, cultures, and empires. Stretching from the plains of southern Russia down through Georgia, Armenia, and into northern Iran, this rugged mountain range forms one of the most ethnically and linguistically diverse regions in the world. But long before modern borders and modern names, the highlands and valleys of the Caucasus were home to ancient peoples whose cultures, customs, and everyday lives have largely faded from memory. Tonight, we will begin our quiet exploration by stepping back several millennia, to a time when bronze tools were rare and precious, when communities huddled near river valleys, and when myths and rituals were passed down by the flickering firelight. These ancient inhabitants of the Caucasus left behind no great written histories, but the earth itself has kept their stories, buried in burial mounds, etched into petroglyphs, and scattered across archaeological sites that whisper of forgotten lives. Our journey begins in the northern Caucasus, where some of the earliest known settlements date back to the Neolithic period. Here, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of simple stone dwellings, pottery fragments, and tools carved from flint and bone. These early farmers lived in small, tightly knit communities, growing wheat and barley in the fertile river valleys and herding sheep and goats along the hillsides. Life was slow, predictable, and deeply connected to the cycles of nature. Rituals marked the seasons, and every harvest brought gratitude and stories of old gods. Moving westward, we encounter the mysterious Maykop culture, which flourished around 3500 BCE in what is now southern Russia. Named after the site where a lavish burial mound was discovered in the late 19th century, the Maykop people were surprisingly advanced for their time. Inside the burial mound, called a kurgan, archaeologists found bronze weapons, gold ornaments, and intricately decorated vessels, all suggesting a society with distinct social classes, skilled artisans, and complex spiritual beliefs. The presence of imported items hinted at trade networks stretching far beyond the mountains, linking the Caucasus to Mesopotamia, the steppe, and the early cities of Anatolia. The Maykop were not a large empire, nor did they leave behind palaces or fortresses. Instead, their legacy lies in the delicate craftsmanship of a single golden cup, or the careful burial of a tribal leader surrounded by objects of both beauty and utility. These silent details invite us to imagine a world where leadership may have been earned through wisdom or ritual status, rather than conquest. Further south, the Kura-Araxes culture emerged along the river valleys of Georgia and Armenia, spreading eventually into eastern Anatolia and northwestern Iran. Active from around 3400 BCE to 2000 BCE, the Kura-Araxes people were recognizable by their distinct black and red pottery, which has been found in settlements across a vast area. Their homes were typically circular or oval-shaped structures with central hearths, suggesting a communal life centered around warmth, cooking, and storytelling. The culture's long-lasting presence across such a wide region suggests not an empire, but a network of communities who shared values, technologies, and perhaps a common worldview. What's particularly fascinating is the resilience of their cultural identity. Even as they moved into new territories and mingled with other groups, the essential features of Kura-Araxes life remained consistent, almost as if their traditions were not just useful, but sacred. In the mountainous plateaus of what is now Armenia, these early communities built stone enclosures and ritual spaces, some of which align with celestial events. Though much remains uncertain, some researchers suggest that these sites were used to track the seasons, mark solstices, or perhaps honor ancestral spirits. In the absence of written texts, we are left with stones that stand silently beneath the sky, holding meanings that may never be fully understood. but perhaps that is part of the beauty. In the quiet, there is room for wonder. There is a calmness in imagining people who lived without clocks or calendars, but who still marked time with the movement of stars and the blooming of wildflowers. In the Eastern Caucasus, where the land becomes more arid and the mountains shift into rolling hills, we find traces of cultures that adapted to harsher climates. Nomadic groups roamed these regions, living in tents and tending to flocks, following grazing patterns that had remained unchanged for generations. Their way of life required deep patience and knowledge of the land, when to move, where to find water, and how to survive the winter snows. These people left few permanent structures behind, but their tools, ornaments, and occasional burial sites tell us that theirs was not a simple life, but one shaped by resilience, tradition, and close ties to both kin and nature. Even today, the echoes of these ancient cultures survive in the languages, music, and customs of the Caucasus region. In a modern world of noise and speed, their legacy reminds us of a slower, more grounded way of life. As we drift further into sleep, we remember that history is not just about kings and battles. It is about families huddled around firelight, hands shaping clay into vessels, feet walking the same paths for generations. These quiet histories may not shout, but they still speak if we're willing to listen. As we continue our quiet journey through the ancient Caucasus, our attention shifts to the lesser-known cultures that once flourished in the southern reaches of these mountains. Here, where the rugged terrain softens into plateaus and river valleys, we find a blend of sedentary farming communities and highland herders, each contributing in their own way to the deep historical tapestry of the region. Among the most intriguing finds are the early metallurgical sites scattered throughout what is now Armenia and eastern Georgia. These areas appear to have been among the first in the world to experiment with copper smelting and later, the creation of bronze through the careful mixing of copper with tin. In the stillness of these mountain workshops, long before the age of empires, artisans heated stone furnaces and poured molten metal into stone molds, producing tools, weapons, and ornaments that marked a clear transition from the Stone Age into something new. These discoveries remind us that innovation does not always come from great cities. Sometimes it sparks quietly in valleys surrounded by silence. Close to these metallurgical centers, researchers have also found evidence of organized settlements, clusters of circular or rectangular dwellings, some partially dug into the earth for insulation. These homes were often grouped around shared courtyards or open spaces, which may have served as meeting places or ritual grounds. The layout suggests a communal lifestyle, where decisions were likely made together and resources such as water, food, and shelter were shared. In this way, the architecture becomes a silent map of social values, cooperation, connection, and the rhythms of a simple but enduring life. Moving further east, toward the Caspian lowlands, we encounter the ancient people of what is sometimes referred to as the Leyla Tepe culture, which emerged around 4000 BCE. Their settlements, though modest in scale, were strategically placed near trade routes and fertile lands. Archaeological evidence reveals a society familiar with agriculture, animal husbandry, and long-distance exchange. Pottery fragments found at Leyla Tepe sites bear striking similarities to those from the Ubaid period of Mesopotamia, suggesting cultural contact between the Caucasus and the ancient cities of the south. These early exchanges likely involved not just goods but ideas about farming, community life, and perhaps even the sacred. The Leyla Tepe people buried their dead in earthen mounds, often with personal belongings such as jewelry, tools, or small vessels, indicating a belief in some form of afterlife or continued existence beyond death. These burials were not grand or monumental, but they carry a quiet dignity, a respect for life and loss that transcends time. In some mounds, the positioning of the body, the orientation to the sun, or the inclusion of animal bones suggest ritual elements we may never fully understand, yet still feel the echoes of. West of this region, in the highlands of modern-day Georgia, we find remnants of the Trialeti culture, which flourished during the early 2nd millennium BCE. The Trialeti are best known for their elaborate burial mounds, some of which contain chariots, gold ornaments, and finely crafted ceramics. These discoveries suggest a stratified society, where wealth and leadership may have been inherited, and where burial was not merely an end, but a carefully staged passage into another realm. The presence of imported goods within these tombs, such as amber from the Baltic or shells from the Mediterranean, points to far-reaching trade routes and reminds us that even remote mountain cultures were not isolated, but rather participated in a wider world of movement, exchange, and influence. What stands out about the Trileti burials, however, is not their extravagance, but the care with which they were arranged. Grave goods were placed deliberately, sometimes in symbolic patterns. The deceased were often laid on wooden platforms, surrounded by tokens of their lives, from weapons to drinking vessels. In this, we glimpse a worldview that saw death not as a final silence, but as a continuation, a journey requiring provisions, protection, and memory. In the far western part of the Caucasus, closer to the shores of the Black Sea, cultures emerged that would later influence the early kingdoms of Colchis and Iberia. These early societies built their lives along riverbanks and forested hills, engaging in small-scale farming and fishing, and developing pottery styles unique to the region. One of the more mysterious sites in this area is the ruined complex at Nokalakevi, thought to have been a sacred or administrative center in ancient times. Though later inhabited by classical civilizations, the roots of Nokalakevi stretch far back into the Bronze Age, where layers of stone and soil conceal forgotten rituals, community gatherings, and daily lives that unfolded at the slow pace of nature. These early people likely worshipped nature spirits or deities tied to the land, rivers, and sky. Though no written records remain, the persistence of certain symbols, spirals, suns, and animals, across pottery and carvings hints at shared beliefs and cosmologies. Perhaps they saw the mountains not as obstacles, but as sacred giants. Perhaps the stars overhead were seen as ancestors watching over them. We cannot know for sure, but in the quiet of these archaeological ruins, we can imagine a life both grounded and transcendent, rooted in the earth yet reaching towards something greater. Throughout the Caucasus, one recurring theme among these ancient cultures is the balance between permanence and impermanence. The mountains themselves are ancient, unyielding, and unmoved by time. But the people who lived among them built homes of wood and clay, buried their loved ones in mounds that eroded slowly over centuries, and passed down stories that now survive only as echoes. They left behind few monuments, but many traces, fragments of pottery, tools dulled by age, and burial sites nestled into hillsides that still catch the morning light. In these remnants, there is a quiet continuity. History in the Caucasus was never about empires rising and falling in dramatic fashion. It was about enduring, about living in harmony with a land that demanded respect, about building small lives that mattered deeply to those who lived them. As you drift deeper into sleep, let the rhythm of their lives replace the rush of your thoughts. Picture the soft light of dawn rising over a distant valley. Imagine the sound of a wooden door opening to the morning air. Feel the stillness of a world where nothing moved quickly and everything had its season. The ancient cultures of the Caucasus have long since faded into the soil, but in the hush of night, they are still here, waiting quietly in the mountains. As our journey continues, we move into the heart of the highlands, where the Caucasus Mountains rise steeply and the valleys become narrow and winding. It is in this rugged landscape that communities learn to adapt with quiet ingenuity, carving terraces into hillsides for agriculture, building homes with thick stone walls to hold in warmth, and using whatever materials the land offered. These were people of the mountains, resilient, resourceful, and deeply connected to their environment. One of the most enduring cultural traits of these ancient societies was their reliance on oral traditions. Without writing systems of their own, knowledge was passed down through stories, songs, and ceremonies. Elders, often the living libraries of their communities, would share tales of creation, of heroic ancestors, of seasons and spirits. Each generation learned not from books, but from voices, softly spoken beside fires, or sung during rituals held under the stars. This oral history created a sense of continuity, of being rooted in time even as the world changed. While few of these stories survive in their original form, some echoes remain in the myths of later Caucasian peoples, particularly among the Nart sagas, epic tales of semi-divine heroes, mountain battles, and moral lessons woven into legend. These stories, preserved in the languages of Ossetians, Abkhazians, and Circassians, may carry fragments of far older beliefs, customs, and values. relics of a time when culture traveled not on paper, but in memory. Among the highland communities, seasonal movement was a way of life. In summer, families and their herds ascended into alpine pastures, where grasses grew thick and wildflowers bloomed beneath the snow-capped peaks. Simple shelters were built from branches and stone, and life followed the rhythm of the sun, the weather, and the grazing needs of livestock. In winter, they would return to lower valleys, to more permanent homes where food was stored, and fires burned through the long, cold nights. This transhumance, the seasonal migration between pastures, shaped not only the economy but the culture. Songs were sung about the mountains, rituals marked the first day of ascent, and certain peaks were considered sacred. These movements were not random wanderings, but deeply traditional paths walked by generations. In archaeological sites high in the Caucasus, remains of temporary dwellings, hearths, and tools have been found, offering clues to these seasonal rhythms. These findings paint a picture of a mobile society, but not a chaotic one. There was structure, pattern, and memory in their movements, an ancient calendar marked not by dates, but by the budding of certain flowers or the migration of birds. Further south, near the borderlands of what is now northeastern Turkey and Armenia, the ancient cultures began to develop more complex religious practices. Evidence of sacred spaces, often marked by standing stones, altars, or circles of carved rocks, suggests that spirituality was woven into daily life. These places may have been used to honor ancestors, celebrate harvests, or appeal to natural forces. Though the specific rituals remain unknown, the presence of animal bones, carefully placed stones, and fire pits all point to communal gatherings filled with symbolism. At some sites, large stones were arranged to align with the rising sun or significant constellations, indicating an early awareness of astronomy, not in the sense of calculation, but in reverence. The stars were not objects to be measured, but guides and guardians. Some researchers believe these early people may have seen the sky as a reflection of the earth below, with each village mirrored by a constellation, and each mountaintop watched over by a celestial being. These spiritual landscapes, now weathered and overgrown, speak softly of a worldview that blurred the line between the physical and the sacred. Another aspect of these ancient cultures that speaks to their complexity is the development of distinct craft traditions. In different parts of the Caucasus, pottery styles evolved with unique shapes, textures, and decorations. Some featured geometric patterns, others were smooth and unpainted, and a few bore animal motifs that may have held symbolic meaning. Pottery was not only functional, it was expressive. The way a pot was shaped or decorated could signify its use, the status of its owner, or even the season in which it was made. Clay was gathered from riverbeds, cleaned and worked by hand, often by women, who passed the techniques down through generations. Each vessel, carefully molded and fired, carried within it the rhythm of daily life, cooking, storing, sharing. In mountain settlements, textile production also developed over time. Traces of spindle whorls, loom weights, and dyed fibers suggest that weaving was a valued skill. Wool from sheep was spun into thread, colored with natural dyes, and woven into fabrics that provided warmth, protection, and beauty. These fabrics may have been used not only for clothing, but for ceremonial cloths, trade items, or offerings in rituals. Even the patterns woven into them, zigzags, veins, and stylized flora, may have carried meanings now lost. But in every thread, there was intention. In every pattern, a story. The social organization of these ancient communities likely varied with geography. In the lowlands and river valleys, larger settlements suggest the presence of leadership structures, perhaps elders or councils, who made decisions for the group. In highland areas, smaller kin-based groups would have been the norm, with shared responsibilities and deeply ingrained customs. Gender roles, though speculative, appear to have included both shared labor and distinct tasks. Men may have handled herding and hunting, while women managed food preparation, weaving, and pottery. But in the face of winter, illness, or harvest, everyone worked together. Community was not optional, it was essential. As we reflect on these early cultures of the Caucasus, it becomes clear that their lives were shaped not by conquest, but by endurance. Not by monuments, but by memory. They lived in the shadow of towering peaks, in landscapes both beautiful and unforgiving, And though time has worn away their names, their echoes remain, in the stone walls half buried in moss, in the silent curves of clay vessels, in the wind that moves through ancient passes. Tonight, as you lie still and the world around you fades, imagine a time when firelight danced on stone walls, when stories were the only maps people had, and when history was not written but lived, softly, patiently, with reverence for every season that came and went. As we drift deeper into the mountains and into time itself, we begin to see how the ancient cultures of the Caucasus were not just shaped by their surroundings. They were part of those surroundings, as inseparable from the landscape as the rivers that carved through stone, or the winds that whispered across the peaks. The people of these highlands did not build sprawling cities or towering monuments, yet their legacy is etched into the earth itself. In every layer of soil and in every weathered fragment of stone, there is a quiet trace of their lives, preserved not in noise, but in stillness. One of the most fascinating aspects of these early cultures is their relationship with death. Far from being a taboo subject, death was treated as a natural transition, a return to the land from which life had come. Burials were deeply symbolic acts, carried out with care and intention. Some were simple, with the body laid in a fetal position and covered in stones, while others were elaborate, involving wooden chambers within burial mounds, accompanied by tools, jewelry, and sometimes even the remains of sacrificed animals. The presence of grave goods suggests that the people believed in some kind of continuation beyond death, a journey perhaps, or a transformation. In some sites, archaeologists have discovered graves that appear to have been revisited over time, with new offerings added or older remains carefully rearranged. This practice may indicate a form of ancestor veneration, a belief that the spirits of the dead remained close, watching over the living, guiding them, and receiving their respect. Such beliefs would have been woven into daily life, shaping how people built their homes, organized their communities, and viewed the natural world. In the high valleys of Dagestan and Chechnya, stone towers and cliffside dwellings hint at later developments built upon these ancient foundations. Though many of these structures date to the medieval period, they may preserve the memory of older practices, defensive architecture, community cohesion, and sacred spaces built high above the ground, closer to the sky. It is here that the idea of vertical living, of homes stacked upon steep slopes and linked by narrow paths, became not just a necessity, but a way of life. Even today, in some remote villages, this architectural tradition survives, a living echo of the ancient past. Another window into these early cultures comes through their tools and weapons. Flint and obsidian blades, stone hammers, and bone needles have all been recovered from archaeological digs across the region. Each item tells a story not just of survival, but of adaptation and skill. Obsidian, a volcanic glass prized for its sharpness, was especially valued and often traded over long distances. In the absence of metal, these tools were essential for hunting, building, and crafting. As metallurgy spread, copper and bronze objects began to replace stone, but the knowledge and care behind each tool remained. These were not disposable items. They were shaped with patience, repaired when broken, and sometimes buried with their owners. The act of making a tool, shaping it, sharpening it, using it, was both practical and symbolic, a small ritual repeated thousands of times across the generations. In the quiet routines of daily life, there was also beauty. The designs on pottery, the patterns woven into fabric, and the carvings on bone or stone were not random. They carried meaning, some of it practical, some spiritual, and some perhaps simply expressive. A spiral might symbolize the sun or the cycle of life. A pair of birds might represent love, family, or seasonal change. Even without written language, these symbols formed a kind of visual vocabulary, one that allowed people to communicate ideas, values, and beliefs across time. Among the more mysterious artifacts are the stone idols and figurines found in various sites throughout the Caucasus. Some are stylized human figures, with wide eyes and folded hands, while others are abstract, their meanings lost to time. Were they gods, ancestors, protective spirits? We do not know. But their presence in homes, graves, and ritual sites suggests that they played an important role in the spiritual lives of these communities. Perhaps they were touched in prayer, offered food or flowers, or simply kept close as silent companions in a world where so much was unknown. In regions where water was scarce, wells and springs were considered sacred. People would gather at these sites not just to collect water, but to offer thanks, to perform rituals, or to tell stories. A spring that never dried, a well that tasted sweeter than others, these places became woven into the spiritual map of the land. In some areas, stones were arranged around these water sources, creating small shrines where the sacred and the ordinary met. Such practices remind us that for ancient people, the boundary between daily life and the spiritual world was porous. Every rock, tree, and stream could hold meaning. Every act, planting a seed, lighting a fire, drawing water, could be an offering. Even the weather was not just weather. It was a message, a mood, a reminder of powers beyond human control. In this way, the mountains were more than geography. They were alive. They had moods and memories. Certain peaks might be avoided or revered. Certain passes might be considered dangerous, not just because of the terrain, but because of the spirit said to dwell there. Travelers told stories of voices in the wind, of animals that appeared and vanished, of dreams that came only in high places. These were not superstitions in the modern sense, but ways of understanding the world, of living in relationship with the unseen. And so the ancient cultures of the Caucasus endured, not because they dominated others, but because they adapted, remembered, and honored what could not be explained. Their legacy is not loud, but deep. It hums beneath the earth. It lingers in traditions, in songs, in the quiet way a herder still looks to the sky before beginning his day. As you breathe slowly now, settling deeper into rest, imagine a fire crackling in a stone hearth. Outside, snow falls quietly on a mountain slope. Inside, someone is telling a story, not written, not recorded, but passed from one voice to another, kept alive only in the speaking. That story is still going, somewhere in the hush of the mountains. And tonight, in the stillness of your own room, it reaches you too. As the night deepens and your breath slows, we continue our quiet passage through the ancient world of the Caucasus Mountains. With each part of this journey, we uncover not grand empires or dramatic wars, but something gentler, something quieter, the slow unfolding of human life, shaped by seasons, stone, and stories. In this part, we turn our attention to the role of nature itself as a living presence in the lives of the ancient people. These early communities did not see themselves as separate from the world around them. The wind, the river, the animals, the stars, all were part of the same fabric. There were no sharp lines between the natural and the supernatural, between the sacred and the everyday. A tree could be home to a spirit. A rock formation could mark the site of an old story. A sudden storm might not just be weather. It might be a sign, a message, or a test. This worldview shaped everything, from how people built their homes to how they raised their children. Children grew up surrounded by stories. Stories of the eagle that guarded the valley, the fox that could lead travelers to safety or trick them into losing their way, the mountain that once walked before it fell asleep. These were not just bedtime tales, they were lessons. They taught respect, caution, gratitude. They made the world feel alive, full of personality and mystery. Among the most respected figures in these early societies were those who served as intermediaries between the human world and the unseen, healers, shamans, or elders who knew the old songs and the old ways. These individuals might not have had formal titles, but their presence was known. They understood which herbs could bring down a fever, which plants could soothe pain, and which dreams should not be ignored. Some may have used rhythmic chants or carved talismans to guide rituals. Others may have interpreted the movements of animals, the shapes of clouds, or the patterns left by wind on the grass. Though their names are lost, their role was vital. They were the keepers of balance, the listeners, the ones who noticed what others overlooked. Their wisdom was often gathered through generations of observation and storytelling. It wasn't written down, it was lived, remembered, and retold. These guides reminded people that the world had layers, and not all of them were visible. The seasons, too, carried great importance. Spring was a time of renewal, when animals returned, plants awoke, and the world felt full of possibility. Summer brought abundance and long days of work, gathering, and preparation. Autumn signaled change, a time to store, to reflect, to prepare for what lay ahead. Winter was not simply cold. It was sacred, a season of rest, stillness, and memory. Fires burned longer. stories were told deeper. In the hush of snow-covered valleys, people turned inward, both literally and spiritually. They remembered, they honored, they waited. During these seasonal cycles, certain events were marked with communal rituals. These might involve dancing around fire, sharing food prepared from the year's harvest, or offerings placed at the edge of the forest. These rituals were not grand ceremonies, but quiet affirmations of life and continuity. In one village, a circle of stones might be walked at dawn. In another, a song might be sung only once a year, on the night the first frost appeared. Each act, however small, carried weight. It said, "We are still here. We still belong to this land. We still remember." The landscape itself also dictated the rhythms of life. In narrow mountain passes, people built watch stations, not to wage war, but to help shepherds move their flocks safely or to signal when snow made the trail too dangerous. In wider valleys, water from melting snow was channeled into canals, guiding it gently to fields where barley and lentils grew. Farming here was not done on a grand scale. It was humble, methodical, and deeply tied to the body's own rhythm, waking with the sun, bending with the seed, resting with the moon. Tools were simple but sufficient. Stones shaped by hand, baskets woven from reeds, wooden plows pulled by animals guided slowly across rocky soil. These tools did not change the land quickly. They worked with it. They persuaded rather than forced. And in return, the land gave enough. Not excess, not wealth, but enough. Within families, knowledge passed through quiet example. A child watched their parent shape a piece of flint, listened as their grandparent recited the name of every herb in the meadow, mimicked the rhythm of weaving without needing instruction. Life was apprenticeship, patience, repetition. In such a world, time did not press down, it unfolded. And though hardship was real, illness, hunger, harsh winters, there was also strength in closeness, in shared meals, in songs sung with others, in knowing that someone would help patch your roof, or watch your animals, or walk with you when a loved one died. Community was not a word, it was a way of being. Language itself, in this diverse region, reflected this connection. Even thousands of years ago, the Caucasus was home to a great variety of languages. Though we cannot know what the ancient tongues sounded like, their descendants today still carry echoes, strange sounds shaped by mountain air, words that feel carved from stone, or as fluid as a rushing stream. Some languages from this region are among the most complex in the world, with rich systems for describing relationships, movement, and direction. Perhaps this complexity reflects the terrain, a landscape where location, path, and kinship all matter deeply. A wrong turn could mean danger. A forgotten relative could mean shame. Words, like paths, had to be chosen carefully. And so, as we look back, we do not see a civilization with palaces or conquests. We see something more fragile and perhaps more profound. A civilization built on memory, relationship, and respect for the seen and the unseen. Their monuments were not towers, they were stories. Their wealth was not gold, it was wisdom. As your breath slows and sleep begins to reach you, imagine the flicker of a flame on an ancient stone wall. Imagine the hush of snow falling in a hidden valley. Imagine a circle of figures gathered in silence, watching the stars, not trying to name them, just listening. That silence has never left. It waits for us, even now. As our story drifts deeper into the folds of time, we now turn to the early threads of trade and contact between the peoples of the Caucasus and the wider ancient world. While the high peaks and deep valleys of the Caucasus Mountains may seem isolated, they were never truly cut off. Long before the invention of maps, caravans, or roads, people found ways to move, to share, and to connect. Simple paths carved by the hooves of animals or the quiet steps of travelers wound through the mountains, forming the earliest arteries of exchange. Along these winding trails, not only goods but ideas passed from one valley to another, from one culture to the next. Archaeologists have uncovered items that speak of far-reaching connections. Shells from distant shores, beads made of materials not found in the Caucasus, and metal tools that show influences from Mesopotamian or Anatolian craftsmanship. These objects are more than artifacts. They are quiet evidence that even in ancient times, the people of the Caucasus were part of something larger, a web of shared knowledge and mutual curiosity. In the Eastern Caucasus, especially near what is now Azerbaijan, early copper and bronze objects have been discovered in burial mounds and settlements. These tools and ornaments suggest that metallurgy was not just a local innovation, but one refined through interaction with distant cultures. The technology may have been traded as knowledge, one community sharing how to shape fire, stone, and ore into something durable, something powerful. But this exchange did not require cities or scribes. It happened slowly, across seasons, in the hands of artisans and shepherds, through gestures and demonstration, not words. Farther west, the coastal regions of the Black Sea became natural points of contact with the early peoples of Anatolia and beyond. Here, fishing communities harvested the sea while simultaneously engaging in trade, sending out simple boats or meeting others along the shore to exchange fish, salt, herbs, or amber. These coastal cultures developed pottery styles with unique decorations, perhaps influenced by seafaring neighbors. The rhythm of the tides, the changes in the wind, the sight of another sail on the horizon, all became part of a world both familiar and open. Inland, across the highlands of Armenia and Georgia, obsidian, a dark, glassy volcanic rock, was mined and shaped into cutting tools. Obsidian from the Caucasus has been found as far as the Levant, suggesting an ancient trade route that spanned vast distances. Traders may have carried bundles of obsidian, wrapped in cloth or packed in woven baskets, traveling by foot through valleys, staying with strangers who offered food and fire in exchange for stories or small items. In this way, a single shard of stone connects one mountain pass to a desert plain hundreds of miles away. The rhythm of trade was slow, measured in seasons, not days. A journey might begin in the spring and not return until after the harvest. Goods changed hands many times before reaching their final home, and with them came stories of other lands, strange animals, distant gods. These tales, though exaggerated or changed in the telling, added to the richness of local lore, expanding the horizon of what was known. It wasn't just objects that traveled. Techniques, too, made their way across the mountains. The methods for spinning thread, for tanning hides, for brewing fermented drinks or preserving food, these were shared, adapted, improved. A woman might learn a new dyeing technique from a traveling weaver. A blacksmith might copy the curve of a foreign blade. And in time, these borrowings became local traditions, absorbed into the fabric of each community's identity. Religion, too, was shaped by contact. While each valley may have honored its own spirits or sacred places, over time similarities emerged: sun symbols carved in stone, water deities honored near springs, fertility rites performed during planting season. Though we cannot know the full extent of shared beliefs, the repetition of certain symbols across regions suggests that cultural borders were porous. People watched the sky in similar ways. They marked the solstices. They mourned their dead with familiar gestures. Even in difference, there was harmony. There is something quietly moving in the idea that these ancient people, separated by peaks and distance, still found common ground in their reverence for life's cycles. In their homes, they likely kept talismans, small objects believed to offer protection or luck: a carved stone, a feather from a rare bird, a necklace made of river pearls. These were not luxury items, but personal ones. Their power came from meaning, not from price. Passed down through generations, they carried memory, belonging, and hope. As we trace these ancient connections, we must also remember that trade was not only economic, it was human. It required trust, patience, and hospitality. Travelers depended on the kindness of strangers. Hosts opened their homes to people they had never met. In doing so, they built networks that were not written but remembered. A good guest, a fair trade, a shared meal, these left impressions deeper than any road. The Caucasus, then, was not a barrier, but a bridge. Its very ruggedness required cooperation. Its harsh winters taught resilience. Its many languages and customs created a landscape of rich diversity, not division. And in every pass and valley, people lived not as isolated tribes, but as parts of a larger, living tapestry. Tonight, as you lie still and your thoughts grow quieter, imagine one of these ancient travelers, a figure wrapped in wool, walking slowly along a mountain trail. In his pack, a handful of obsidian, some dried herbs, and a clay figurine to bring luck. Around him, silence. Except for the wind, the crunch of snow, and the distant call of an eagle. He does not hurry. He walks with the patience of someone who knows that everything important takes time. Somewhere ahead, a village waits, a fire, a place to sleep, and perhaps a story to hear or to share. In the hush of that imagined journey, you may find something familiar, a reminder that even now, across the centuries, we are still walking paths shaped long ago, still searching, still listening, still connected. As we follow the long shadow of time through the Caucasus Mountains, we come to a quieter chapter in the story, one not of kings or warriors, but of daily life. In the folds of these steep valleys and along the gentle riverbanks, the ordinary moments of ancient existence unfolded slowly and with purpose. There were no clocks, no schedules, only the rising sun, the call of birds, the blooming of certain flowers, and the soft change in the air that marked the coming of a new season. Each day was shaped by the land, and each life by the rhythms of soil, stone, and sky. In the mornings, the smell of firewood and warm grain would fill the air. Bread was made from barley or emmer, pounded by hand, and baked on hot stones. Water was fetched in clay jars from springs nearby, and animals, sheep, goats, or cattle, were led to pasture by soft whistles and worn paths. Children played with simple toys, carved from wood or shaped from leftover clay, while elders sat in shaded corners, mending tools or spinning stories remembered from their own childhoods. Nothing moved fast. Time was something you lived inside, not something you chased. The homes of these ancient people were often simple, practical structures made of mud brick, timber, and stone. Their walls held in warmth during the cold months and offered coolness in the heat of summer. Some had flat roofs where food could be dried, or where children could sleep under the stars on warm nights. The hearth at the center of the home was not only for cooking. It was a sacred space, a place of light and protection, where stories were told and silence was shared. When storms rolled in, the family gathered close around the fire, listening to the wind as if it carried secrets from the mountain peaks. The division of labor was guided by necessity and season. Women often oversaw food preparation, textile making, and child rearing, while men tended to herding, hunting, and heavier building work. But these roles were fluid when needed. In smaller communities, everyone did what was required, and cooperation was more important than rigid roles. Skills were passed not in schools, but through observation. A girl learned to weave by watching her mother's hands. A boy learned to set a trap by following quietly in his uncle's footsteps. Teaching was gentle, wordless, and constant. There was no pressure to master a skill quickly, only to keep trying. Even leisure carried a slow, grounding quality. Music was played on flutes made from reeds or on string instruments stretched with animal gut. Songs were passed down with care, each note holding memory. They were sung during work, during meals, during times of rest. There were no audiences, only participants. A shared hum while grinding grain, a soft tune as animals were gathered at dusk. And sometimes, during festivals or long winter nights, dancing would begin. Not the kind performed, but the kind remembered. Steps done slowly, circles formed tightly, feet moving in rhythm with drums or clapping hands. Clothing, too, reflected both simplicity and care. People wore wool, dyed with plants, and sewn by hand. Embroidery was added not for fashion, but as quiet protection, symbols believed to guard against harm or bring good fortune. A certain stitch near the heart, a pattern at the sleeve. Clothes were repaired again and again, lasting not seasons, but years. They held the warmth of the body and the love of the hands that made them. Illness, when it came, was met with a mix of herbal knowledge and spiritual belief. Healers used infusions of mountain herbs, compresses of clay or ash, or chants spoken over the sick. Some treatments worked, some did not. But the effort, the care, the attention, those were always present. Sickness was not hidden, it was shared. Neighbors brought food, children sat beside the bed, holding a hand. Death, when it came, was not rushed or feared. It was a part of the cycle. The body was prepared by those who knew how, wrapped in cloth, and laid to rest with a few cherished items. A carved comb, a pendant, a small bowl. Graves were dug with reverence, facing east or west depending on local custom. And though mourning was quiet, it was deep. Songs were sung not just for the dead, but for the living, to remind them that memory was a kind of presence. that love did not end, but changed its shape. Seasonal gatherings brought communities together. These were not elaborate festivals, but small, meaningful celebrations. A spring feast to welcome new life, a harvest meal shared with those who helped reap the fields. These moments were simple: bread, cheese, perhaps a bit of honey, but they were made rich by company. Stories were told again, laughter came more freely, and for a time, even the elders danced. And through all of this, the work, the rest, the loss, the joy, there was an awareness of something greater. Not always spoken, but always felt. The mountains were not just backdrops, they were beings. The sky was not empty, it was alive. The ancestors were not gone, they listened. This quiet spirituality did not demand temples or scriptures. It lived in gestures, in the way one poured water before drinking, in the moment of silence before planting a seed, in the rock placed on a grave when no words were left to say. These small acts, repeated over generations, built a culture as steady as stone. As you rest now, in the comfort of your own space, let these images settle around you like a blanket. The hum of a lullaby sung by a grandmother, the flicker of firelight on a stone wall, the smell of bread rising in the morning air. These ancient lives may be far in time, but they are near in spirit. In their slowness, in their care, in their closeness to the earth, they offer a quiet wisdom. That life does not have to be loud to be meaningful. It can be soft, and it can still endure. As our path through the ancient Caucasus continues, we now begin to understand something deeper than dates and tools, deeper than pottery shards and burial mounds. We begin to feel the soul of a place, not through its wars or rulers, but through its silence, its patience, its people who lived not to be remembered by history, but to remember each other. These were lives measured not by fame, but by firelight. In this part of our journey, we explore the sense of belonging that was formed not by maps or borders, but by shared meals, shared songs, and shared memories, passed gently from one generation to the next. In every small community, nestled in the mountains or perched along a river's edge, there was a rhythm to life that endured even as centuries passed. The rhythm of waking to the sound of animals stirring, of watching the shadows shift on the walls, of preparing the first meal of the day from what had been gathered, grown, or traded. There were no markets as we know them today, but there were exchanges, simple, wordless understandings between neighboring families. A bundle of herbs for a basket of apples, a woven scarf for a clay jug. Fairness mattered. A reputation for honesty could travel farther than a man ever could. In times of abundance, there was generosity, and in times of need, there was remembering who had helped before, and who might need help now. The mountain terrain, though harsh and imposing, became a kind of teacher. It taught humility, because no one could conquer the weather. It taught caution, because a misstep could mean a fall. It taught observation, because the patterns of animals and clouds could signal what was to come. Children grew up learning these lessons not from books, but from watching, from listening, from walking behind someone older and wiser who had walked that same path for decades. A fallen tree, a bent branch, a sound in the distance, all held meaning. The forest was not silent. It spoke, but only to those who knew how to listen. Spiritual life, too, followed this pattern of listening. There were no grand temples in most of these ancient communities, but there were sacred places. Groves of trees where no one hunted, stones that no one moved, springs where offerings were left, not because of rule or ritual, but because it felt right. The sacred was not separated from the daily. It was the way one entered a home, the way one shared food, the way one whispered a name before sleep. Some homes kept a small carved object near the hearth, perhaps in the shape of an animal or a figure from memory. These were not idols in the sense of worship. They were reminders of protection, of presence, of the unseen world that lived beside the seen one. The changing seasons brought not just different work, but different moods. In spring, hope returned. Fields were tilled, seeds pressed into earth, and old tools sharpened with care. In summer, work was long and hard, but joyful. The sun warmed the backs of those who gathered grain or carried baskets full of ripe fruit. In autumn, the work became slower, heavier, more thoughtful. Food was dried, salted, stored. Clothes were mended. Roofs were checked. And then winter came. not as an interruption, but as a kind of welcome hush. Snow fell, fires were fed, and stories returned. In the heart of winter, storytelling became a vital act. Not just entertainment, but memory. A child would listen to the same story for the 20th time, not because they had forgotten it, but because hearing it again meant that nothing had been lost. The stories were not about heroes or battles, but about ancestors, about seasons, about animals and stars and dreams. One story might explain why the bear sleeps through winter. Another might tell of a child who followed a fox into the mist and returned with a song. These stories had layers, some simple, some strange. They did not need to be believed to be true. They were true because they were remembered. Music was another thread that wove people together. Simple instruments made from wood or bone, and voices raised in unison. Songs were passed from mother to daughter, from grandfather to grandson. Some were only sung during certain times of year. Others were reserved for moments of sadness or celebration. The melodies shifted slightly with each generation, but something essential remained. A phrase, a rhythm, a note held just a little longer than needed. These small details carried weight. They said, "I remember," and in remembering, the song lived on. Alongside these cultural threads were the animals that lived among and beside the people. Livestock, yes, sheep, goats, cows, but also birds, wild deer, and the occasional wolf. Animals were not just property. They were companions, teachers, and sometimes symbols. A certain bird flying overhead at a certain time might mean the weather would change. A deer sighted on a mountain pass might be seen as a guide or a sign. Even the howl of a wolf, distant and mournful, was part of the world's voice, a sound to respect, not fear. The relationship between people and animals was not always peaceful, but it was always present. Every creature had its place. Every life had its value. And when an animal was hunted, it was done with reverence, with thanks, and with the understanding that life given must be life honored. In every corner of this quiet world, there was patience, a patience born from long winters and slow growth, from handmade tools and hand-measured time. From a world where rushing had no reward, the patience to listen to a story unfold, to watch a storm pass, to wait for bread to rise or snow to melt. That patience became part of the people themselves. As you rest now, let that patience settle into your breath. Let the quiet persistence of these forgotten lives remind you that not everything important needs to be loud. Sometimes, the most enduring things are the ones spoken in whispers, handed down in silence, lived in stillness. Somewhere high in those mountains, a fire once burned through the night, warming a room filled with stories, songs, and quiet eyes watching the snowfall. And that fire, in some way, still burns. As our story nears its final turns, we pause in the quiet spaces between memory and imagination, where the details of the ancient Caucasus fade into gentle mystery. The people we have followed did not seek to be remembered by name. They built no great monuments to their egos, no towering temples carved with proclamations. And yet, they left behind something far more enduring, traces of lives lived with intention, connection, and a reverence for the everyday. In these final moments of our journey, we return to the ordinary objects that have survived the centuries, fragments of pottery, smoothed by time, stone tools still holding the curve of a human hand, beads carved from bone or shell, perhaps once worn by a child, now long forgotten. These are not treasure in the way gold or silver might be, but to the archaeologists who uncover them, they are priceless, because they whisper the truth of a life lived. One such object, a spindle whorl made of polished clay, reveals an entire story in its simplicity. Once it helped turn raw wool into thread, guided by the fingers of someone who knew the rhythm of spinning by heart. The thread it helped create may have warmed a child or formed part of a cloth passed from mother to daughter. Now it rests in a museum drawer, silent but still holding the memory of motion. Another fragment, the rim of a blackened bowl, carries the imprint of a thumb, a small press left in the clay before it was fired. That thumbprint, unintentional and never meant to last, now survives thousands of years beyond its maker. It is a signature, unrecognized, and yet deeply personal, a reminder that every vessel once had a maker, every tool had a user, every story had a voice. And though we may never know those names, we feel their presence in the quiet weight of these objects. Burial sites also tell stories, not just of death, but of love. A grave lined with stones, carefully placed, sometimes with flowers or herbs scattered among the remains. In some graves, two people rest side by side, perhaps family, perhaps friends. In others, a child is buried with toys or beads, signs of a grief that speaks across millennia. One grave holds the remains of a young woman, her fingers still curled around a small carved animal. We don't know her name, we never will, but we know that someone placed that carving there, someone cared, and that is enough to connect us. These moments, these silent gestures, are the heartbeat of ancient life. They remind us that these people were not so different from us. They laughed, they worried, they dreamed, they loved. They cared for their sick, they mourned their dead, they told stories to their children, not to be recorded, but to be remembered. Their time passed slowly, but it passed meaningfully. It was shaped not by ambition, but by attention. Attention to the weather, to the soil, to the needs of others. They may not have had kings, but they had elders. People whose wisdom came not from books, but from years of observation and quiet thought. The village healer, the storyteller, the midwife, the weaver, these were the centers of community. Their power came not from wealth or strength, but from service. And their legacy, though unrecorded, lived on in the habits and words of those who followed. Language itself was one of their greatest tools, not written but spoken, carried like flame from one voice to another. In the Caucasus, languages changed from valley to valley, yet certain sounds, certain phrases, endured. Words for snow, for bread, for fire, for love, they lingered like mountain echoes. And though the ancient forms are lost, their descendants still speak today in the many dialects of the region, bearing witness to the tenacity of culture. Even the place names that dot the modern map of the Caucasus may hold ancient roots, syllables shaped by tongues long vanished, but whose sound remains. In the stillness of the mountains, time does not erase so much as it softens. Sharp edges wear down, harsh memories fade. What is left are the contours of something quiet and enduring, a way of life built not on change, but on continuity, a culture that did not seek to conquer, but to remain, and so it has. Though the villages are newer, though the tools are modern, there are still families who gather in the same valleys, still paths that follow ancient trails, still songs sung by firelight, still bread baked with the same care. The ancient world is not gone. It lives beside the present, not in ruins, but in rhythm, in the way someone greets the morning, in the way an elder pauses before speaking, in the hush that follows a shared story. As you breathe slowly now, drifting toward sleep, allow yourself to feel that rhythm. Let your thoughts settle like dust on stone. Imagine sitting in a small mountain home, the fire crackling low, a pot of stew simmering gently. Outside, snow begins to fall. Inside, someone begins a story, not for the first time, and not for the last. A story that loops gently, a melody passed hand to hand, voice to voice, until it reaches you, but steady and filled with warmth. In that quiet moment, you are no longer far from them. You are part of the same story, still unfolding, still alive. And now, as our long and gentle journey through the ancient Caucasus nears its close, we find ourselves not at an end, but in a quiet resting place, a place where the stories we have traced through stone and soil begin to settle into silence once more. The wind through the mountain passes, the hush of snowfall on stone walls, the soft tread of footsteps along forgotten paths, all of it begins to fade into memory. Not because it is lost, but because it belongs to the stillness. That is where these stories live best. In stillness. The ancient cultures of the Caucasus did not shape the world through conquest. They did not build empires or carve their names in marble. And yet they endured, through hardship, through isolation, through the passing of countless generations. They endured because their lives were built on the strongest of foundations, on connection, on ritual, on belonging. They measured time not in victories, but in seasons, not in gold, but in grain. Their legacy is not loud, but it is deep. A child's lullaby that still echoes in a remote village, a trail worn smooth by thousands of careful feet, a pot unearthed from the earth, still holding the scent of the last meal it carried. These are not grand things, they are small, but they are everything. And perhaps as we leave their world behind, we realize something quietly important, that in the modern world, where speed and noise often define value, there is wisdom in slowness, in attention, in care. The people of the ancient Caucasus teach us that peace is not the absence of difficulty, but the presence of meaning in the face of it. They lived with the land, not against it. They made space for silence. They honored memory, and they trusted the long rhythm of life more than the short bursts of ambition. As night settles around you now, think of the mountains. Think of their shape, unchanged for thousands of years. Think of how those mountains watched over generations who lived and died without ever writing a single word, yet still managed to pass on everything that mattered. And think, too, of the firelight, always there, in every village, every home, small, steady, and warm. Around that fire, people sat and shared what they had. Not just food, but thoughts. Not just work, but rest. They listened. They laughed. They mourned. They hoped. All of it flickering and glowing in that simple light. It is easy to forget in our modern age how powerful that light can be, how much we carry forward, not because it was recorded, but because it was repeated, a gesture, a tune, a phrase spoken in the same way, across generations. These things outlast even stone, and so the Caucasus remains, not just as a region, but as a memory, quiet and eternal, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. In closing, let us carry one last image. A village in early morning, mist drifting low between the hills, the soft bleating of goats, a woman grinding grain, a boy collecting kindling, an old man humming a song his grandmother once sang. No one rushes, no one needs to. The sun will rise when it is ready. The day will unfold as it always has. And when night returns, as it always does, the fire will be lit again. A story will be told again, and sleep will come as it always has, carried gently on the back of memory. Thank you for joining this journey through time. May these quiet lives and their slow wisdom stay with you in your own still moments. May they remind you that meaning is not found in noise, but in presence, in patience, in peace. And as you drift now toward rest, may your dreams carry you gently over the hills, through the valleys, and into the soft, forgotten places where ancient fires still glow. And that was the end of our story. Before we begin the next one, if you've enjoyed this quiet journey through the past, please consider giving this video a like and subscribing to the channel for more peaceful nights to come. Now let us gently move forward as we continue our series Boring History for Sleep and enter a very different world, the daily life of Roman gladiators. In the quiet spaces between myth and history, there is a world often remembered for its spectacle, its noise, its blood. Yet beneath the roar of the crowd and the clash of steel lies something quieter, slower, and more human. Tonight, we will step gently into that world, not to follow the drama or the violence, but to explore the steady rhythm of daily life as lived by the Roman gladiator. Not the legend, not the hero, not the show, but the man behind the armor, the routine behind the stage. When people think of gladiators, they often picture the arena, the sand, the cheers, the final moments of a duel. But those moments were only a fraction of the gladiator's life. Most of his days were not spent fighting. Most of his days were filled with routine, physical training, careful diet, early mornings, and the repetition of movement. These men, whether born into slavery or later volunteers, lived under strict conditions in training schools called ludi. The ludus was not just a place to learn combat. It was a home, a prison, a monastery of motion and discipline. One of the most famous of these was the Ludus Magnus, located in Rome itself, connected to the Colosseum by an underground tunnel. There, the daily rhythm began before sunrise. The cells in which the gladiators slept were small and sparse. A straw mattress, perhaps a blanket, little else. In the dim light of dawn, they would rise, some with stiffness, others with practiced ease, and prepare their bodies for another long day of repetition. Breakfast was simple, bread made of barley or wheat, sometimes served with dried fruit or beans. Despite the violence of their profession, the gladiators' diet was surprisingly vegetarian. Rich in carbohydrates, their meals were designed to build mass and endurance. They were sometimes called horderii, or barley men. They also drank a tonic made of vinegar and ash, believed to aid in recovery and bone strength. After eating, training began. Under the supervision of a lanista, the trainer and manager of the ludus, gladiators practiced for hours. They trained in pairs or alone, using wooden swords called rudis, which were weighted to build strength. Movements were repeated hundreds of times. Blocks, thrusts, steps, rotations, not with anger, not with passion, but with precision. It was a kind of dance. Slow, methodical, unforgiving, sweat poured, muscles burned. Corrections were made in silence or with a short bark from the lanista. Each man learned according to his type. Murmillo, with his heavy shield and fish-shaped helmet. Retiarius, with his net and trident. Secutor, designed to chase and mirror the movements of others. There were many types, each with different weapons, armor, and strategies. Each trained not just in strength, but in performance. For a gladiator's job was not simply to survive, it was to entertain. There were mock battles held within the ludus courtyard, watched by trainers and occasionally invited guests. These served as practice, but also as evaluation. Gladiators were investments, trained, fed, housed, and managed like racehorses. Their value depended on their skill, their appearance, and their composure under pressure. Afternoon brought rest, but not leisure. Some repaired their equipment, others cleaned the training yard, and many simply lay still, conserving energy. In the shade of stone walls, they whispered stories of past matches, of lost comrades, of victories, or of dreams long buried. Though some gladiators were slaves, others had chosen this life. Octorati, men who volunteered to become gladiators, did so for various reasons: debt, desperation, or the search for fame. For them, the ludus offered regular meals, housing, and a chance, however dangerous, to rise. Yet even volunteers signed contracts that made them the property of the lanista for a set period, during which they had few freedoms. Injuries were common, but treated with care. The ludus often employed physicians who understood the specific strains and wounds of combat training. Cuts were cleaned with wine, dislocations reset, bruises left to fade. Recovery was part of the cycle, not a reason to stop. By evening, the day began to slow. Dinner was served, another modest meal, often involving legumes, grains, and the occasional bit of cheese or fish. After eating, the men gathered quietly, some sharpening their weapons, some speaking of home, some saying nothing at all. The ludus grew silent under the stars. The torches flickered in their brackets. The stone corridors cooled, and behind the barred doors of their small cells, the men drifted toward sleep, not knowing if the next day would bring another match, another wound, or simply more training, not knowing if the next time they stepped into the arena, they would walk out again. But for now, sleep came, slow, heavy, without resistance. The day was done, tomorrow would repeat, and again after that. Not every gladiator's life ended in spectacle. Some served their time and were released. Some died in training, some were granted their freedom through exceptional skill or public favor, and some simply faded from the records. But all of them lived each day with the same rhythm: wake, train, eat, rest, endure. As you lie still now, letting the quiet settle around you, think not of the arena, but of the empty courtyard before dawn. The clack of wooden swords in the morning mist, the slow breathing of men asleep in stone cells, the creak of leather straps, the silent motion of training repeated endlessly, not for glory, but because it was what the day required. In that repetition, there is peace. In that discipline, there is purpose. And in that quiet, there is rest. As our quiet journey continues, we return once more to the stone corridors and sand-covered courtyards of the Roman gladiator schools. Behind the myth, behind the spectacle, there was always the ordinary, the repetition, the slow endurance of one day into the next. And within those days, there were small details, moments often forgotten in the telling, yet essential to understanding how these men lived, not just as fighters, but as human beings bound to a strict rhythm and a tightly controlled world. Inside the ludus, discipline was constant. Gladiators lived under a watchful eye. The lanista, their master and trainer, held near total authority. He was responsible not only for their instruction, but for their conduct, their health, and ultimately their performance in the arena. His approval could bring small privileges, a better sleeping mat, an extra portion of food. His disfavor could result in punishment, the removal of training rights, or public humiliation. And so the men learned not just how to fight, but how to obey. Daily routines were enforced with precision. Wake early, clean the body with water drawn from a communal basin, present for head count. Begin morning exercises with stretches, breathing drills, and footwork. Then came the weapon practice. Always supervised, always repeated. Each strike, each movement, corrected and refined. Every mistake was a lesson, every lesson reinforced by motion. Outside the ludus, most citizens of Rome rarely thought about what this life required. They saw only the final show, the clean armor, the dramatic entrance, the clash and the outcome. But within the training grounds, the men who became gladiators lived within a system that treated them as both tools and performers, valued not for who they were, but for how well they could entertain. And yet, over time, bonds formed. Within the walls, camaraderie grew among those who trained together. A nod shared during drills, a helping hand after a fall. Quiet conversations before lights were extinguished. In these small gestures, humanity returned. Gladiators became brothers not by blood, but by experience. They learned to read each other's movements, anticipate the way a partner would swing a sword or shift his stance. These connections sometimes lasted until the end, when two men who had once trained side by side were forced to face each other in the arena. But before the arena came, the slow wait of each passing day. Midday in the ludus was often spent in recovery, muscles soaked in sweat, joints aching. The men would retreat into shade. There were no beds, only mats on stone or packed earth. Those who could rested. Others remained in motion, pacing, stretching, silently running their routines through their minds. The heat pressed down, flies buzzed in lazy spirals. Somewhere, a metal blade was being sharpened. The sounds were familiar, predictable, almost comforting. The afternoon resumed with strength training, weighted bags, balance exercises, sparring drills. Occasionally, a physician would check on injuries, bruised ribs, swollen wrists, cuts reopening from the morning's work. There was little softness in treatment. Pain was part of the contract. Bandages were applied, salves rubbed into skin, and then the practice resumed. Over time, the body hardened. Muscles adapted. Movements became instinctive. The man became a fighter, not by desire, but by necessity. There were no shortcuts, no rest days, only repetition. And through that repetition, resilience formed. In the evenings, there was writing, not by the gladiators, but by scribes. Each man was documented. His name, his origin, his record. How many fights he had survived. How many injuries he had suffered. Whether he had pleased the crowd, whether he had disappointed. These records were important. They determined which matches he would face, how he would be introduced, and whether he was favored or expendable. To the crowd, these details became part of the story. To the man, they became his identity, and yet identity could shift. A particularly skilled fighter might gain fame. His name whispered in the city, a mural painted in his likeness, a merchant naming a product after him. These rare men became celebrities, gladiatores celeberrimi, and for a short time, they lived above their station. Some even earned enough to buy their freedom. Others were granted the wooden sword, rudis, a symbol of release and honor, but most never reached that point. Most lived quietly and ended quickly, their names forgotten, their battles blurred into a long chain of matches that thrilled the crowd and faded with the day. Even so, they mattered. Each one mattered. Their presence gave the games their life. Their effort gave Rome its spectacle. And their silence between matches held more than the crowd ever saw. At night, the ludus grew dim. Lamps flickered in narrow halls. Guards walked the perimeter slowly. The gladiators, finished with their training and their meals, returned to their cells. Some prayed, some wept. Some lay quietly, staring into the dark. Sleep did not always come easily. The body ached, the mind turned, but eventually fatigue softened everything. The stone, the fear, the memory. And slowly, like the fading of a torch, the day ended, and a new one waited, just beyond the edge of night. As you lie still now, letting this ancient world drift gently into the corners of your thoughts, imagine not the roar of the arena, but the silence before it. Imagine a man standing in shadow, holding his breath, listening to his heartbeat, adjusting the strap on his helmet one last time. He is not thinking of glory. He is thinking of the last meal he ate, the face of someone he once knew, the weight of the sand beneath his feet. He is human, and in the quiet moments, so are we all. As we continue through the long, slow rhythm of a gladiator's life, we begin to understand that their world was not defined solely by swords and sand, but by structure, silence, and the quiet repetition of discipline. Far removed from the thunderous arena, their days passed in muted rituals of movement and muscle, of breath and balance, of obedience and survival. While training and routine shaped most of their time, another aspect of the gladiator's life was equally important: their environment. The ludus was more than a school. It was a self-contained world. Within its stone walls, every space served a purpose. The sleeping cells were arranged in rows along narrow corridors, each one simple and austere, housing 1 or 2 men, depending on rank or favor. Straw bedding, a thin blanket, a hook for hanging gear. No decoration, no privacy. Just a place to rest the body before the next day's demands. The training yard, or palaestra, was the heart of the ludus. A large open space, surrounded by columns, often paved with packed earth or sand to soften falls. It echoed with the thud of feet, the snap of practice swords, the commands of instructors. Some yards had wooden dummies, padded targets, or raised platforms for demonstrations. Everything was designed to sharpen reflexes, strengthen muscles, and build endurance. The air smelled of dust, sweat, and iron. The men moved like machines, steady, deliberate, and focused. Beyond the training yard, there were other areas: a kitchen where barley and beans were boiled in large pots, storerooms filled with training weapons, a bathing area where water was drawn from wells or aqueducts, and sometimes even a small shrine where gladiators could offer prayers or tokens before matches. Despite the hardship of their lives, they were not without belief. Many prayed to deities like Nemesis, goddess of fate and retribution, or Hercules, the strong man who had once fought monsters and now watched over those who faced battle. Offerings were modest: a coin, a ribbon, a whispered promise. Faith was not a matter of ritual, but of quiet need. Within the ludus, hierarchy existed. Senior gladiators, those who had survived many fights, were often treated with respect, even by the lanista. They might receive better food, cleaner garments, or the privilege of mentoring younger recruits. These veterans, though scarred and weary, carried themselves with a calm authority. They had learned not just how to fight, but how to endure. Their eyes were steady, their movements economical, their words few. They were not there to inspire, they were there to survive. For some, the bonds within the ludus grew deeper. Friendships formed slowly, built on trust, forged through countless hours of shared exhaustion. A nod before a match, a gesture of help during training, a whispered warning about an injury or a dangerous opponent. These moments did not erase the reality that one day they might be ordered to face each other in the arena, but they made the waiting softer. In the margins of brutality, kindness still found a place. Occasionally, visitors came to the ludus: wealthy patrons, Roman officials, even emperors. They watched practice matches, made wagers, requested appearances. Some gladiators were chosen to demonstrate techniques or speak with dignitaries. For a moment, they were no longer anonymous. They were admired, applauded, even envied. But once the visitors left, the silence returned. The cells remained locked, the schedule unchanged. Fame was fleeting, discipline was constant. Clothing for gladiators was practical and minimal. During training, they wore simple loincloths or tunics. Before matches, they were outfitted in armor appropriate to their type: greaves for the legs, helmets fitted tightly to the head, and leather straps wrapped around arms and torsos. The armor was heavy, often uncomfortable, designed more for spectacle than safety. It gleamed under sunlight, reflecting the crowd's anticipation. But within it, the man sweated, struggled to breathe, focused not on glory, but on the next movement. Block, sidestep, counter, survive. The weapons used in training were dull, often made of wood or blunted metal, but they were no less dangerous. A misstep could result in broken fingers, cracked ribs, or worse. There were no guards watching to stop the match. The lanista observed quietly. His job was not to protect, but to prepare. Only in preparation could the gladiator learn to stand his ground under pressure. Only through repetition could he reach the level of control that the arena demanded. Meals were consistent but simple. Morning porridge, midday lentils with bread, evening stew with barley and vegetables, occasionally meat or fish, usually dried or salted. Gladiators ate not for pleasure, but for fuel. Their bodies were machines of muscle and stamina, and every bite was calculated to maintain mass and energy. Over time, their physiques changed. Not sculpted like statues, but thick, powerful, durable. They were trained to absorb blows, not to pose for admiration. Rest came in short intervals. A stolen nap in the corner of the yard, a longer sleep after sundown. Dreams, when they came, were not of freedom or fame, but of water, of quiet, of fields without walls. For even in sleep, the ludus remained. Its walls pressed in, its rhythm repeated, its silence lingered. And yet, in all this repetition, there was a strange kind of peace. Predictability, order. In a world filled with chaos and violence, the gladiator's routine offered something fixed. You knew what would come next. You knew what was expected. And you knew that if you followed the rhythm, if you endured, you might live another day. As your own thoughts begin to soften now, drifting gently toward stillness, imagine the long shadows cast across the training yard at dusk. The dust beginning to settle, the voices growing quiet. Somewhere a torch is being lit. Somewhere a man is tying the same knot he ties every night, wrapping his wrist in preparation for tomorrow. He is not rushing, he is not hoping. He is simply continuing. And in that quiet continuation, there is rest. As we move deeper into the quiet routines of a Roman gladiator's life, we begin to see how deeply their world was shaped not only by physical discipline, but by control, routine, and the constant presence of unseen systems. While the arena was the public face of their existence, the real structure of their lives was shaped by everything that happened before and after each match. By the rules, the training, the expectations, and the distant mechanisms of Roman society that treated these men not quite as property and not quite as people, but somewhere uncomfortably in between. Gladiators, whether enslaved or voluntary, existed within a legal framework that defined them as both entertainers and commodities. The lanista who owned or managed them had not only the power to command their training and their schedule, but also to lease them out for public games, private duels, or special performances. Their value could rise or fall depending on their popularity, their win-loss record, or even the particular mood of the crowd at a previous match. Detailed records were kept for each man, with notations about his origin, fighting style, skill level, injuries, and number of victories. These documents were practical but also symbolic, reminders that the life of a gladiator was constantly measured, observed, and evaluated. A single poor showing could mark a man as expendable. A single moment of hesitation might shift public opinion. And yet, in spite of this system, many gladiators developed quiet rituals of their own to maintain a sense of identity. Some carved small marks into the wooden beams of their cells, tallies for the days past, or perhaps symbols that held personal meaning. Others carried lucky charms, small tokens made of bone or metal, tied to the wrist or hidden beneath a strap. These objects offered no real protection, but gave comfort, a sense of control in a life where so much was decided by others. In the rare moments when a gladiator was not training, eating, or sleeping, he might find time to write, if he was literate, or to dictate letters to a scribe. Some wrote to family, if they had any left. Others wrote to patrons, seeking favor, sponsorship, or even freedom. Letters from gladiators have survived, etched onto tablets or scratched into thin sheets of lead. They speak not of violence, but of longing for recognition, for mercy, for home. Even within the harsh world of the ludus, there were hierarchies. The doctores, instructors who had once been gladiators themselves, held positions of influence. They taught not just techniques, but also strategy, discipline, and how to read an opponent's body language. Their words carried weight. A good doctor could turn a terrified novice into a seasoned fighter over time, and those who earned the respect of their doctor often found that their path through the ludus became a little less brutal. Time passed slowly within the school's walls, but outside, preparations for games moved quickly. When a major festival approached, such as Saturnalia or the birthday of an emperor, the pace inside the ludus shifted, names were read, pairings were discussed, Equipment was fitted. Those selected for the next event would spend their final days reviewing tactics, testing gear, and preparing mentally. Some would grow silent, others restless. Everyone understood the stakes. And yet, once chosen, there was no protest. Gladiators did not refuse the arena. To do so would invite punishment, or worse, dishonor. Even among men who might not return, pride mattered. The final hours before a match were often the most still. The selected gladiators would eat a simple meal, clean their bodies, and sometimes sit together, heads bowed in silence. There was no cheering, no farewell speeches, just the sound of sandals on stone, the adjustment of armor, the whisper of breathing in a dark corridor. On the day of the match, the atmosphere inside the ludus became oddly calm. Those not selected continued with their routine, training, cleaning, repairing, but their movements were softer, their voices lower, out of respect, out of memory, out of fear. And when the match was over and the fighters returned, those who did return, they came back changed. Some limped, some bled, some smiled, others did not speak. The medicus, the healer, examined wounds, applied ointments, stitched skin. There was no celebration, no rest, only recovery and the quiet knowledge that the cycle would repeat. And always the crowd. That invisible presence that existed far beyond the walls of the ludus, but whose approval shaped everything. Gladiators were trained not only to fight, but to fight beautifully, to fall with style, to provoke applause. Their gestures were rehearsed, their movements calculated not only to defeat, but to entertain. The audience, with its cheers or silence, held real power. A popular gladiator might be spared. An unpopular one might be sacrificed, even in victory. This connection to the crowd was both terrifying and addictive. For many, the cheers became a kind of drug, brief, intoxicating, gone too quickly. In the quiet of night, as torches flickered low and shadows deepened in the narrow corridors of the training school, some gladiators dreamt not of freedom, but of applause. The sound of thousands calling their name, the echo of admiration in a life otherwise filled with repetition and pain. Others dreamt only of a quieter place, a garden, a room with a window, a morning without drills. As you let your own thoughts drift now, imagine the end of one such day. The courtyard dark, the sand cool beneath bare feet, a helmet resting on a wooden bench, a man staring up at the stars, not counting them, not naming them, but simply watching. There is no match tomorrow, not yet. There is only the rhythm of breath, the weight of memory, and the soft promise of sleep. As our journey through the quiet world of Roman gladiators continues, we begin to notice how the space they occupied, both physical and emotional, was shaped by layers of control and unspoken rituals. Day after day, within the heavy walls of the ludus, time did not pass in great events or sudden change, but in small adjustments. The tightening of a strap, the sharpening of a blade, the silent glance between two fighters waiting for their turn to spar. These men, often seen by the outside world as little more than brutal instruments of entertainment, lived with a discipline that extended far beyond battle. It touched every aspect of their lives, even how they breathed, how they ate, how they stood when watched. In the ludus, posture mattered, not for fashion, but for readiness. A slumped back suggested fatigue. A wandering eye suggested distraction. The lanista noticed everything, and his observations often shaped what came next. He decided who would train harder, who might sit out, who was ready for a match, and who might be sent into the arena to fall. The gladiator was always aware of being seen. There was no privacy, not even in thought. This awareness gave rise to habits, ritual movements that calmed the nerves or gave the illusion of control. Some men whispered phrases before they stepped into the training yard. Others kissed a lucky coin before eating. These gestures were not superstition. They were survival, not of the body, but of the spirit. Without them, the daily pressure could drown a man. Among the more overlooked aspects of their lives were the rules of the ludus itself. These rules were strict, clear, and enforced without negotiation. Fights during training were supervised. Disobedience meant punishment, rations withheld, time in isolation, extra drills under the sun. Escape attempts were rare, but not unheard of. Those who tried rarely succeeded. Those who did were hunted, and if caught, were punished harshly. But even so, the idea of freedom never left entirely. For enslaved gladiators, there was always the distant hope of manumission, release granted by the lanista, or by public demand after a successful career. For the octorati, the volunteers, there was the end date written into their contract, usually 3 to 5 years, if they survived. The irony was that even those who earned their freedom often remained within the world of the games. Some became trainers, some joined the ranks of the doctores, a few opened schools of their own. Their bodies bore the scars, but their knowledge became currency. And in teaching others, they found a way to remain close to what they understood. Because in truth, for many, the ludus had become the only structure they knew. Outside its walls, the world was unpredictable. Inside, at least, everything had its place. Days had shape, nights had rhythm, purpose was given, even if it was harsh. Over time, the ludus itself developed its own social order. Certain men became informal leaders, not by appointment, but through quiet strength. These men were often older, slower, but respected. They offered advice to the younger fighters, helped them adjust their gear, gave warnings about favored opponents or unpredictable trainers. Their words were few, but when spoken, they were remembered. Some nights, these senior fighters would sit near the fire pit, not saying much, just sharing the silence. The others knew not to interrupt. These were the elders of a tribe no one chose to join, but everyone learned to respect. Occasionally, the men of the ludus were allowed to leave, escorted by guards, for medical treatment, special appearances, or rare outings approved by their owner. On these trips, they saw the city from a different angle. Children pointing, merchants staring, nobles whispering. The gladiator was both admired and feared. Not fully a man, not fully a slave. Something in between, something Roman society both craved and controlled. And when they returned to the ludus, it was with a kind of quiet relief. The world outside was louder, messier, less predictable. Inside, they knew what to expect, and within that expectation, they could rest. Not freely, not fully, but enough. One might imagine that friendship would be difficult in such an environment, but it formed anyway, slowly, through shared meals, through helping bind a wound, through the quiet acknowledgement of another's suffering. These friendships were not spoken about, they were not declared, but they showed in the way two men trained together, watched over each other, stood closer when tension rose. In a world where nothing was certain, the presence of one trusted person could mean everything. And sometimes, when one did not return from a match, the loss was not mentioned, only felt. A bowl left untouched, a name never said again, a silence deeper than usual, and so the rhythm continued. Wake early, eat, train, endure, rest, repeat. Within that cycle, a kind of identity formed, not based on past or future, but on the now, the next block, the next breath, the next match. For some, that focus became clarity. For others, it became numbness, but either way, it kept them moving, kept them surviving. As you settle deeper into your own stillness, let the sounds of that world soften in your mind. The scrape of sandals on packed earth, the low murmur of evening voices, the clink of metal as armor is hung for the night. Somewhere a man is lying on his side, eyes open, listening to the quiet. He does not speak. He does not dream. He simply waits, not in fear, not in hope, but in patience, and in that patience, there is peace. As the days unfolded in the confines of the ludus, the daily life of a gladiator became something deeper than training, deeper than endurance. It became a practice in existing inside a carefully managed world, where every movement was watched, every word carried weight, and every moment was part of a larger, invisible system. Yet within that controlled space, a life, quiet, repetitive, but undeniably human, was still being lived. The passing of time inside the ludus was not measured by clocks or calendars, but by the subtle shifts of routine. The sound of the first footfall on the packed training yard in the morning, the smell of grain boiling in large pots near the kitchen, the creak of wooden practice swords pulled from racks, their handles worn smooth by use. These were the signs of a day beginning. No horns, no announcements, just rhythm. Within the walls, the men moved with purpose, even the new ones, those who had just arrived, still adjusting to the hunger, the soreness, the strange quiet between commands, learned quickly. There was no choice. Time here did not allow space for hesitation. The drills were designed not only to strengthen the body, but to erase wasted movement, a poorly timed breath, a step taken too wide, a hesitation before a swing. These could cost you not just points in training, but your life when the arena came. And so they learned, slowly, silently, one repetition at a time. The instructors, many of them former gladiators themselves, moved through the yard with watchful eyes. They rarely shouted, a nod here, a correction there. Their authority came not from words, but from presence. They had survived what these men were still preparing for. Their scars carried more weight than any title. Some days, the heat was sharp and dry. The sand burned beneath their feet, the sun hanging high above the walls. Other days, the sky was gray, heavy with clouds, the air thick with the smell of dust and sweat. Training never stopped for weather. Pain did not excuse absence. If a man could move, he trained. If he could not move, he observed. No one was ever truly still. The food served was always the same, plain, filling, without variety. Barley mash, lentils, occasionally dried figs. A slice of cheese when the stores allowed. Meat was rare and reserved for those about to fight. Water came from deep wells or clay cisterns. It was cool in the mornings, warmer by midday. The men drank in silence, not out of discipline, but out of habit. Talking took energy, and every ounce of energy was needed. Evenings in the ludus were quieter. The training grounds slowly emptied. The corridors grew dim. Inside their cells, some men slept early. Others sat against the wall, legs stretched out, heads resting back, eyes half closed. A few sharpened blades, their movement slow and steady, the rasp of metal on stone echoing faintly in the hall. Those with knowledge of herbs sometimes rubbed ointments into their joints, mixtures of olive oil, crushed leaves, ash. The scent was earthy, familiar, strangely calming. Sometimes one man would hum, a low, tuneless sound that filled the space without demanding attention. Others listened without speaking. It was not music, but memory. As night deepened, guards walked the perimeter of the compound, their sandals soft against the stones. Their torches glowed orange, flickering against the dark. The ludus was not silent, but the sounds it made were gentle, like breathing. A soft cough from a cell, the rustle of straw, the groan of wood settling into place. Sleep came slowly for some, quickly for others. It came not as rest, but as release. From thought, from tension, from the constant posture of readiness that shaped every waking hour. In dreams, they sometimes returned to places they no longer remembered well. Villages, rivers, voices. In dreams, there were no swords, no sand, just fields, open and empty, and a sense of moving without being watched. Occasionally, an older gladiator would rise in the night, not from pain, but from habit. He would pace quietly in the corridor, his bare feet soundless on the floor. He would stretch his arms, rotate his shoulders, breathe deeply, then return to his cell and lie back down, as if nothing had happened. This was not strange. It was part of the rhythm. Not everyone slept at the same time. Not everyone rested in the same way. Outside the ludus, the city continued. Rome pulsed with its usual life. Vendors cried out in markets. Senators debated in marble halls. Children ran through alleys chasing shadows. But within the walls, time moved differently, slowly, measured not by change, but by sameness. And in that sameness, something subtle grew, a form of peace. Not comfort, not joy, but peace. The kind that comes from knowing what each hour will hold, from waking each day into the familiar, from enduring not because of hope, but because that is what one does. And so the gladiators lived. Not just trained, not just fought, but lived. Day after day, year after year, some survived. Some did not, but each one, for a time, existed within this strange structured world, where meaning was found in movement, and rest was found only in stillness. As you breathe now slow and even, let yourself step into that quiet. Imagine the feel of cool stone beneath your palms, the sound of sand shifting as you walk, the scent of oil, steel, and dust. And in that imagined silence, let your body settle. Let your thoughts dim. For tonight, there are no crowds, no matches, no orders, only the rhythm, and the rhythm is enough. As we return once more to the stone corridors and sandy courtyards of the gladiators' world, we find that even after months or years within the walls of the ludus, there remained a strange blend of predictability and quiet uncertainty. For though the daily schedule rarely changed, and the food, the drills, the voices were always familiar, there was always the shadow of the unknown, a match that could come without warning, a name that might be called without explanation, a day that would not end the way it began. And so, the men within the ludus learned not just how to survive, but how to live in the space between order and unpredictability. Each morning, before the sun fully lit the yard, the men would begin again, not out of motivation or hope, but because that was what the day required. They rose, folded their blankets, stretched sore limbs, and stood in quiet lines as the guards passed by with their lists. Then, to the yard, where sand had already been raked, wooden dummies reset, and practice swords lined along the edge of the wall, waiting. The training began with footwork, lines drawn in the sand, simple drills, forward, back, turn, step, again and again. The body moved even when the mind wandered. Precision was everything, not only to fight well, but to fight efficiently. A step too wide meant exposure, a lunge too slow meant defeat. There was no wasted motion in the life of a seasoned gladiator. Around the edge of the yard, instructors observed. Some spoke in low tones, offering corrections. Others simply watched, their eyes sharp. The men trained in pairs, or alone. The thud of practice blades on shields, the rhythm of breathing, the occasional grunt. But no shouting, no laughter. This was not sport. It was survival, practiced in silence. Once a week, sometimes more, a physician walked the perimeter of the yard. He was not a healer in the modern sense, but someone who had seen enough wounds to know what to do. He examined bruises, adjusted bindings, rubbed oils into stiff joints. He rarely spoke. The men barely looked at him. Pain was not discussed. It was simply managed. In the small moments between drills, there were habits. One man might adjust the leather grip on his sword again and again. Another touched the same scar on his forearm before each match. These were not for show. They were for grounding. In a world where few choices remained, these small acts belonged only to them. By midday, the men rested in the shaded parts of the courtyard. Some lay flat on the ground, arms folded behind heads, eyes closed but not sleeping. Others leaned against the walls, slowly eating from small bowls, boiled grains, crushed beans, maybe a piece of dried fruit if supplies allowed. The food was always warm, always plain, always enough. Conversations were quiet, mostly about technique, memories of earlier matches, or the unpredictability of certain opponents. Occasionally, someone would speak of the world beyond the ludus, a brother in the army, a mother they hadn't seen in years, the smell of the sea from their childhood village. These memories, when spoken aloud, sat heavy in the air. They reminded everyone of what had been left behind, and what might never return. Afternoons were for strength, lifting weighted bags, dragging sleds through sand, holding stances until muscles burned. It was not punishment, it was preparation. To hold a shield for minutes on end without shaking, to lift a sword again and again when lungs cried for rest. The arena rewarded endurance more than aggression, and so they trained not to strike quickly, but to survive slowly. Evenings in the ludus passed like echoes. After dinner, another serving of barley, perhaps lentils with oil or a bit of goat's milk. The men retired to their cells. Torches burned low in brackets along the walls. The heat of the day faded, replaced by a deep, quiet chill. The cells were narrow, the beds low, but for many, this space became strangely comforting. It was one of the few things that remained theirs. The same stone, the same blanket, the same place to rest the head, to listen to the night, to let the body sink into stillness. Sleep, when it came, was not peaceful, but it was deep, pulled down by exhaustion more than calm. Dreams were often wordless, a movement repeated, a voice without face, the clatter of armor, a name being called. Waking came early, often before the torchlight faded, and the rhythm began again. One man once whispered, "There is no yesterday here, only before training and after." And he was right. Time was marked not by days, but by matches, by wounds, by names added to the wall. And so the gladiators lived, not in moments, but in patterns. And in those patterns some found meaning, others simply endured. As you listen now, let that pattern fill your mind. The steps on sand, the scrape of metal, the hush of breath held before a strike, and then the stillness after. Not silence, just stillness. In that stillness, there is weight. Not heavy, just present. It holds you, carries you, softens everything. You are not in the arena. You are in the quiet before it. The calm that lingers when the day ends and the torches flicker and the shadows settle low against the ground. Let that calm remain. As the world outside the ludus moved with politics, trade, festivals, and the daily noise of Roman life, the inner world of the gladiator remained quiet and contained. It was a space of repetition and routine, of muscle memory and discipline, where even time seemed to slow. Days passed not in celebration or change, but in small habits, in patterns so constant they began to disappear into the background. It was within this constancy that gladiators learned to build something resembling peace, not joy, not comfort, but an acceptance of the rhythm they could not escape. Each morning began with the same pale light creeping over the tiled roofs, the same scratch of sandals on stone as the men lined up for head count. The guards knew their names, knew their faces, and yet said little. Orders were given with brief gestures. Practice swords were handed out like tools. Drills were called not with fanfare, but with soft commands that echoed off the walls. To the outside world, the gladiator was a symbol of chaos, of blood and violence, but within the ludus, everything was structured, slow, exact. In the training yard, there were days reserved for technical refinement. Footwork without weapons. Movement without targets. Just posture, balance, and breath. The men would move together, like dancers, following invisible lines in the sand. Left step, half turn, guard raised, weight centered, again, and again. To watch them was to see discipline made physical, each man a mirror of the others, not for performance, but for control. The arena demanded more than strength. It demanded awareness, not of emotion, but of space, of angles, of timing. And these things were built not in moments of passion, but in long, slow hours of quiet practice. Some days were spent indoors, especially when the heat outside was unbearable, or when rain turned the training yard to mud. Inside the hall, the sound was softer, wood tapping against straw targets, the soft slap of sandals, the murmurs of instructors walking between pairs of fighters, adjusting stances, correcting hand positions. Candles burned in high sconces, filling the room with a flickering gold light that made the air feel warmer than it was. The stillness inside became part of the lesson. No crowd, no noise, just focus, just breath. Meals remained simple. Midday meals were eaten sitting on the ground or on low stools, bowls balanced on knees. The food, always barley, legumes, sometimes boiled roots, was eaten slowly, not because it was precious, but because chewing gave the men something quiet to do. Between bites, they rested their elbows on thighs, stared into space, thought of nothing in particular. Occasionally, someone would hum, just a sound, not a song. It faded before it formed. Conversations, if they happened at all, were spoken without urgency. One man would ask another about the weight of his training shield. Another might mention the way his foot had slipped the day before. These were not deep exchanges, but they were moments of connection. In a place where nothing was private, these small conversations carried meaning. They reminded each other that they were still men, not only tools. Injuries, when they occurred, were treated with quiet efficiency. Bandages were changed. Swelling checked. A mixture of crushed herbs and olive oil was rubbed into aching joints. There were no long explanations, no complaints. The body was seen as something to be managed, like armor or weaponry. If it was broken, it had to be fixed. If it couldn't be fixed, it had to be endured. The mental space of the gladiator was rarely discussed, yet each man found his way to manage it. Some meditated without knowing the word for it, sitting still in the corner of the yard, eyes closed, following the pattern of his breath. Others channeled nervous energy into cleaning gear, polishing metal until it reflected the flicker of torchlight. A few would whisper to themselves before sleep, repeating the same phrase each night like a charm or a prayer. These were acts of preservation, quiet, unnoticed, but essential. Once a month, sometimes less, there would be a break in routine, a day with no training. The lanista would give a nod to the guards. The yard would remain empty, the swords would stay on their racks, and the men would be left to themselves. These days were not celebrations, they were pauses. A chance to stretch without urgency, to sleep in, to eat a little slower, to sit in silence and not think about movement. No one spoke much on these days, and yet these were the days most remembered, not because of what happened, but because of what didn't. They became markers in memory, landmarks in a sea of repetition. On one such day, a younger gladiator once traced a line in the dust with his finger, a spiral slowly widening. He said nothing. The others watched, then returned to their own silence. But the spiral remained for hours until the wind swept it away, a reminder that even within the structure of the ludus, the human need to create, to mark time, to leave a trace, still lived. As night returns once more and your breath begins to deepen, imagine that spiral drawn in the sand. No meaning, no purpose, just presence. A slow curve made by a tired hand. And as it fades into stillness, so too can your thoughts. Let them spiral outward. Let them settle. Let them go. As we approach the quieter corners of the gladiator's daily existence, we find ourselves no longer focused on spectacle, not on combat or conquest, but on the still, often overlooked spaces where nothing happened, yet everything endured. These were the moments between training and sleep, between breath and movement, where the routine itself became a form of meditation. Life inside the ludus was built on repetition, but within that repetition, the men learned how to carve out something personal. In a world where almost nothing was their own, where clothing, food, time, and even fate belonged to someone else, these small inner spaces were sacred. A few minutes sitting beneath a shaded arch, the coolness of a wet cloth placed on a bruised shoulder, the sound of someone breathing slowly in the next cell. These were not dramatic moments, but they were real, and they mattered. The older gladiators, the ones who had survived more than a few matches, often moved with a different energy. Not slower, not weaker, but more economical. Every motion they made was measured, every step taken with care. They had learned that survival came not from aggression, but from discipline, from knowing exactly when to move and when not to. These men rarely spoke unless spoken to, but when they did, their words were listened to, not because of authority, but because of experience. They knew the cost of each mistake, and they carried that knowledge in the way they held their practice swords, in the way they sat at meals, in the way they returned to their cells without complaint. Among the younger fighters, there was still more movement, more talking, more attempts at proving something to themselves, to others. But even they, over time, began to adopt the same stillness. The ludus did not teach silence, but it created it, not by force, but by rhythm. As the weeks passed, even the loudest men became quieter. The patterns of daily life began to sink beneath the skin. Wake, train, eat, rest, repair, watch, endure, repeat. Even the rituals of preparation became slow and familiar. Before a mock match, each man would check his equipment, the fit of the straps on his armor, the grip of his weapon, the bend of his knees in the ready position. It was always the same, and yet it was done with full attention, not because they feared failure, but because in this small act of readiness, they reclaimed something for themselves. There was dignity in being prepared, even if the fight was only practice, even if no one was watching. Some men kept small keepsakes, hidden beneath the straw of their sleeping mats, or tucked inside the folds of their garments. A smooth stone from a river back home, a piece of worn cloth once belonging to a loved one, a fragment of carved wood. They did not talk about these things, but they touched them often, not for luck, but for remembering. In a life so fully controlled, memory was the only freedom they could not be denied. The guards rarely interfered unless rules were broken. They walked the halls at night, their sandals whispering over stone, torches in hand, checking locks, glancing into cells. But they too became part of the rhythm, figures known, expected, ignored. Sometimes one would pause, exchange a word or two with a fighter he had seen for years. Not friendly, not cruel, just part of the same world. Two pieces of the same quiet machine. Outside the walls, the city of Rome pulsed on. Games were scheduled, posters were painted, names were written and read on public boards, famous fighters, favorites of the crowd. But inside the ludus, none of that noise reached. The fighters knew when they were chosen, of course. A name would be called, a nod given, a list handed down. But until that moment came, they lived only in the space between, the courtyard, the cells, the baths, the narrow hallways that twisted through the compound like the lines of a maze. Sometimes during rest hours, the men would gather near the outer wall where a patch of sky was always visible. It was not much, just a square of open air beyond the roof, but it was enough. They would stand or sit leaning back, eyes half closed, watching clouds drift. No one spoke, but everyone saw. That patch of sky became a reminder that somewhere, beyond the rules and routines, there was still something wide and open and quiet. The dreams they carried, if they carried them at all, were rarely about freedom. More often they dreamed of simplicity, of water, of warmth, of sleep without soreness, of hearing their own names spoken in kindness, not shouted as commands. And so each night they settled into those small cells with worn walls and uneven floors. They lay back on straw mats, pulled thin blankets over tired limbs, and stared into the darkness until it blurred. Not thinking, not planning, just drifting into that space where the noise of the day no longer followed, where the sound of steel faded, where even memory softened. And now, as you breathe quietly in your own space, feel that same stillness settle into you, the slow breath, the absence of rush, the weight of a day that does not demand anything more from you. There is no crowd here, no match, no command, only the breath, and the breath is enough. And now, as we reach the quiet end of this journey through the slow and steady rhythm of a Roman gladiator's life, we find ourselves far from the roar of the arena, far from the clashing of blades or the blinding brightness of public attention. We are instead in a place of quiet, of breath, of repetition, and of stillness, a place where time did not rush forward but moved slowly like sand falling in an hourglass, grain by grain, moment by moment. A life lived not in spectacle, but in structure. As we look back over the days we have followed, what stands out is not the drama, but the discipline. The way a man rises before sunrise, not because he must, but because his body no longer remembers any other rhythm. The way his hand wraps leather straps around his arm without needing to look. The way he eats the same barley stew, drinks the same cup of water, stands on the same stone floor, without complaint, without question. Because this is what the day brings. And this is what the day will bring again. In this final part, we reflect not on the fights that made the gladiators famous, but on the moments that made them human. The quiet minutes before sleep, the steady breath before a match, the way they sat with their backs against the wall after a long day, not speaking, just existing. Not every man in the ludus dreamed of freedom. Some did, some didn't. For many, the idea of a life outside the walls had become vague, like a memory from childhood. They knew only the present, only the next task. And yet within this narrow space, they carved something that resembled peace. A peace born not from luxury, but from understanding. Understanding that life, when stripped of choice, can still hold meaning. That endurance, in itself, is a kind of power. There were days when a name would be called. A man would gather his gear, check the ties of his sandals, and walk without hesitation toward the gate. Behind him, the others would continue their drills, not looking, not pausing, only carrying on. Because that was the rhythm. And within that rhythm, there was respect. There were matches that ended with cheers, and others that ended with silence. Some men returned, others did not. Their names were scratched into the wall, or spoken once and then left behind. But their stories, quiet, uncelebrated, unremarkable, continued in the daily habits of those who remained. In the way a cup was lifted, in the way a shield was held, in the way someone paused before stepping into the light. Every detail was shaped by those who had come before, and by those who would come after. Even the structure itself, the walls, the doors, the layout of the training yard, held memory. They had seen thousands of feet move across them, heard the breath of countless men training, eating, sleeping, preparing. These spaces remembered, even when no one else did. Outside, the Roman Empire changed. Emperors rose and fell, cities expanded, roads stretched farther, but inside the ludus, time remained unchanged. It was always morning or dusk, always training or resting, always waiting or returning. And in that unchanging rhythm, the men learned to soften their thoughts, to breathe into stillness, to become something more than what the world believed them to be. They became not heroes, not killers, but men who knew how to stand still, how to move with care, how to live inside silence. And now, as your eyes grow heavier and your breath becomes deeper, you are invited into that same silence. You do not need to remember the names. You do not need to carry the weight of the battles. You need only to feel the calm of the repetition, the softness of routine, the gentle closing of one day and the beginning of another. There is no more training tonight, no more matches, no more orders, just the cool touch of stone, the flicker of torchlight, the slow, steady pulse of rest. Let it hold you, let it guide you into sleep. And when you wake, may the quiet strength of these forgotten lives remain with you, not as history, not as legend, but as a reminder that there is dignity in stillness, courage in repetition, and peace in the quiet moments no one ever sees. That was the end of our story. Before we begin the next one, if you found comfort in this quiet journey through the past, please consider giving the video a like and subscribing to the channel so you never miss a gentle night of sleep again. Now let us continue as we drift onward through our series Boring History for Sleep and step into a quieter, simpler time, the history of monastic brewing traditions. Before the loud taverns, the clinking glasses, the bustling breweries, and copper kettles of modern beer culture, there was something simpler, something quieter. In the cool, stone-walled silence of European monasteries, in corners of the world often forgotten by the wider march of history, a slow and steady tradition began to take shape, not born out of profit, not fueled by commerce, but shaped instead by devotion, by patience, and by necessity. It began in the Middle Ages, when monasteries served as centers not just of faith, but of learning, of agriculture, and of preservation. The men who lived within these walls, monks of various orders, took vows of silence, of labor, and of obedience. Their days followed strict rhythms, rising before dawn, prayers at designated hours, meals taken in silence, work completed without hurry. And within this rhythm, they discovered a craft that would endure across centuries. Brewing, beer, or ale as it was often called in those early days, was more than a drink. In many parts of Europe, it was safer than water. Rivers and wells were frequently contaminated, and the boiling process used in brewing killed harmful bacteria long before anyone understood why. For monks, it became both a necessity and a discipline, something they could offer the poor, share with pilgrims, and use to sustain their own communities. The earliest monastic breweries were simple spaces, often no more than a corner of the kitchen or a small shed near the garden. But over time, the process became more refined. Each stage, from malting the barley to fermenting the wort, was approached with care, with intention. The monks saw brewing not as indulgence, but as an extension of their faith. As they tended to the sick, copied manuscripts, and grew vegetables, they also brewed, quietly, repeatedly, mindfully. Different orders developed their own variations. The Benedictines, known for their structured and laborious routines, kept meticulous records. Their brewing logs became documents of consistency and refinement. They adjusted water sources, grain mixtures, and brewing times, observing how even the smallest changes produced subtle shifts in taste, strength, and clarity. The Cistercians, with their emphasis on simplicity, preferred beers that were nourishing, thick, unfiltered, and rich in nutrients. These became known as liquid bread, suitable for days of fasting when solid food was not permitted. For them, the beer was not pleasure, it was sustenance. And then came the Trappists, a Cistercian offshoot, whose brewing legacy remains among the most respected in the world. These monks, often living in isolation, took vows of silence and humility, yet their beers would eventually travel far beyond their monastery walls, praised not for flamboyance, but for balance, for depth, for purity. In those early centuries, ingredients were not bought in bulk or shipped from distant lands. Everything used in brewing came from the surrounding land. Barley was grown in monastery fields. Water came from the well. Hops, when they began to be used, were gathered from nearby hillsides. The process was slow, there were no shortcuts, and the monks, bound by habit and guided by tradition, never hurried. Brewing days began early. First came the heating of water, large cauldrons set over wood fires, tended carefully so the temperature remained steady. Then the grain was cracked and steeped, releasing sugars that would later ferment. The air smelled warm and sweet. It filled the stone rooms with a soft aroma that mixed with the scent of bread baking and incense burning. After hours of boiling and straining, the liquid was cooled in wide, shallow basins, often placed beneath open windows to catch the breeze. Later, it would be poured into wooden barrels to ferment. No timers were used, no machines, just observation, just patience. In some monasteries, specific monks were appointed as master brewers, not because of talent, but because of trust. They had proven themselves steady, attentive, consistent. They recorded notes by candlelight, comparing one batch to the next. They tasted, not with indulgence, but with care, with respect. When the beer was ready, it was consumed communally, not in celebration, but in routine. A cup at mealtimes, a ration during work, a portion offered to travelers, to the poor, to the sick. The monastery did not profit, but it did sustain, and it did preserve. Over generations, the simple act, brewing, became woven into the fabric of monastic life. And even as the outside world changed, kingdoms fell, borders shifted, wars came and went, the monks brewed, always with the same rhythm, always with the same calm, always with the same silence. So now, as you listen in the quiet of your own space, imagine those early mornings in a stone monastery, the flicker of torchlight, the hum of distant chanting, the soft crackle of fire beneath a brewing pot. A figure in a simple robe stirs the wort with a wooden paddle, watching steam rise in the cold air. He is not thinking of history. He is not seeking legacy. He is only focused on this moment, on the balance of heat, on the scent in the air, on the patience required. And in that quiet moment, the history of brewing is not something grand. It is something gentle, something lasting, something born in silence. As the tradition of monastic brewing deepened over the centuries, it began to take on a character uniquely its own. While the outside world moved through ages of expansion, trade, and conflict, the monasteries remained calm enclaves of continuity. Inside these thick stone walls, protected by routine and cloaked in silence, brewing was not only an act of sustenance, but an embodiment of discipline and devotion. It was not about creativity for its own sake, nor innovation driven by profit. It was about refinement, subtlety, and balance. Every barrel produced was the result of accumulated patience, not ambition. Many monasteries were located in remote regions where the land was both a challenge and a blessing. Cold winters, damp springs, short growing seasons, these conditions required careful adaptation. The monks learned when to plant, when to harvest, and when to brew to avoid spoilage. They read the soil with practiced eyes, noting how changes in rain, sun, and wind would affect the yield. The barley they grew was not uniform. It varied with the seasons. Some years it was sweeter, other years more coarse, and the brew responded accordingly. This lack of exactness was never seen as a flaw, but as part of the process. It made each batch distinct, a quiet echo of the year that produced it. As knowledge spread slowly across Europe, so too did the techniques of brewing. Some monasteries began sharing written instructions, not as mass communication, but as gifts to other orders. These handwritten texts described ratios, temperatures, ideal fermenting conditions. They contained sketches of brewing tools, notes on yeast behavior, and warnings against common mistakes. These documents were not published or distributed widely. They were passed hand to hand, protected like scripture, guarded by those who understood that brewing was not simply chemistry, it was stewardship. With time, monks began experimenting gently. They added herbs and flowers, not for flavor alone, but for their calming or cleansing properties. Juniper, coriander, yarrow, and wild rosemary. Each plant was chosen with intention, based on its local availability and the temperament of the season. Hops would eventually become the dominant preservative, but before that, the monks relied on a broader palette of botanical knowledge. These ingredients were not seen as enhancements, but as harmonious companions to the grain. As barrels were filled and stored in underground cellars, cool and dark, the monks would return to their daily prayers. Brewing did not interrupt their spiritual rhythm. It was integrated into it. The preparation of yeast, the mixing of grain, the cleaning of barrels, all of it was done between the psalms. between the ringing of bells, between the long silences that shaped monastic life. The brewing room was not a place of noise. There was no shouting, no rushing, no clamor, only the sound of bubbling liquid, the creak of wood, the shifting of sand in hourglasses. This quiet process instilled something deeper than routine. It created presence. Each task required attention. There were no machines to take over the burden, no shortcuts to lean on. The monk who stirred the kettle had to be present. The one who lifted the sacks of grain had to do so with care. The one who tested the brew had to trust his senses, his sight, his smell, the texture between his fingers. These small acts, repeated day after day, season after season, became a kind of living meditation. Outside the monastery, local villagers knew where to turn when they needed a drink that would not sicken them. Many brought their own vessels, filled by monks in silence, offered without judgment. Some gave coins, others brought eggs, cheese, or grain in trade. The exchange was simple. The beer, though unfiltered and unrefined by modern standards, was nourishing and dependable. It became a bond between the monastery and the community, a quiet thread of trust. For travelers, the monastery was a refuge. Roads were long and often dangerous, but a stop at a monastery meant food, warmth, and a mug of beer, not as a luxury, but as a comfort, something predictable in a world that was anything but. Monks did not advertise. They did not hang signs or boast of quality, but their consistency spoke louder than words. A monastery known for good beer became a quiet destination. A name passed from traveler to traveler, a whisper along the road, and so the brewing continued. Through changing popes, shifting borders, invasions, and famines, the monks brewed. Even when kingdoms collapsed, even when languages evolved and towns disappeared, the recipe, the way of moving through the process, remained. And in this way, the monastic tradition preserved not only technique, but a kind of memory, a memory of simplicity, a memory of patience, a memory of how to make something that lasts. As you lie still now, in the hush of your own space, imagine the underground cellars of a distant monastery. Rows of wooden barrels resting in cool darkness, drops of condensation gathering on stone walls, a candle flickering gently as a figure in a robe moves quietly among them. No rush, no fear, just care, just presence, just the slow rhythm of breath, echoed in the slow fermentation of time itself. This is how it was, and in some places, it still is. In the quiet routine of monastic life, the brewing process became not only a daily task, but a reflection of time itself. The monks, who rarely spoke and lived by strict schedules marked by bells and prayer, approached the craft of brewing with the same sense of sacred order. Each season brought its own rhythm, its own demands, its own subtle changes. In winter, the brewing rooms were cold, the fires burned longer, and fermentation moved slowly. In spring, the scent of fresh grain mingled with the bloom of wild herbs. In summer, barrels expanded gently in the warmth, and in autumn, with harvest complete, the cellars were restocked, and preparation for the cold months ahead began. This seasonal cycle shaped the beer, and in turn, the beer shaped the days. Monks did not brew merely to create a beverage. They brewed to sustain, to serve, and to remain connected to the land. In an age when few people understood microbes or chemistry, monks learned through observation. They knew which yeast strains produced a clearer drink, even if they did not know the word yeast. They recognized that wooden barrels stored in deeper cellars offered more stable fermentation. They learned how long to wait, and when waiting too long ruined a batch. These lessons were passed down quietly, not in lectures, but in shadowed rooms where an older monk stood behind a younger one, offering a nod, a glance, a gesture of approval. The tools were simple: wooden paddles, clay pots, hand-carved funnels, and heavy barrels sealed with wax and linen. Water was drawn from nearby springs or carefully maintained wells. Grain was ground by hand or stone mill, fire was tended constantly, and the steam that rose from boiling vats filled the rooms with a damp, warm presence that clung to robes and skin. The air smelled of earth and smoke and sweetness. It was not an unpleasant scent. It was grounding. In monasteries that thrived, brewing evolved into something more than just routine. It became craft. Not flashy, not extravagant, but deeply skilled. Monks developed a sensitivity to temperature, to timing, to the changing behavior of the liquid, as it moved from stage to stage. A certain hum in the air, a certain thickness to the steam, a certain sound as the brew was stirred. All of these became cues, signposts, points of understanding known only to those who listened closely. There were no written recipes on the wall, no digital timers, just experience, ritual, and attention. Some monasteries began to specialize. Located near trade routes or in fertile valleys, they were able to expand production modestly. Still, their purpose remained the same. They sold beer not to grow wealthy, but to support the monastery's mission, to feed the poor, maintain the grounds, and ensure the sustainability of their order. The money was used to buy parchment for copying manuscripts, candles for the chapel, salt for preserving food. The monks lived modestly, even when their beer gained quiet fame. Travelers who tasted it remarked on its smoothness, its richness, its balance. But for the monks, praise was not the point. The act of brewing, repeated carefully, patiently, season after season, was reward enough. The beer they made was not designed to excite or surprise. It was designed to comfort, to nourish, to fit within the silent structure of a life dedicated to rhythm and devotion. The qualities that defined it, clarity, consistency, gentleness, were the same qualities they sought in themselves. And so the beer became not just a product of the monastery, but a mirror of it. In the evening hours, after prayers, and before rest, monks would sometimes gather for a final cup, not in celebration, not in discussion, simply in stillness. A wooden cup held between two hands. A breath, a moment, the warm taste of something simple, something made with care. The day had ended. The brewing would resume tomorrow, but for now, there was only this moment. And in that moment, everything was enough. As the centuries passed, as Europe changed, as empires rose and fell, the monastic brewing tradition endured. It survived plagues, wars, reformations, and revolutions. Even when monasteries were dissolved or abandoned, the memory of their beer lingered. In some regions, locals preserved the recipes. In others, the buildings themselves were restored centuries later, their brewing traditions revived by new generations of monks. Today, some of these monastic breweries remain in operation. They still follow ancient methods. They still brew in silence. They still give most of their earnings to charity. Their bottles bear Latin phrases. Their labels are simple. Their legacy, however, is vast. They remind us that in a world obsessed with speed and innovation, there is still value in slowness, in attention, in doing one thing well over and over again. So now, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath becomes steady, picture that small brewing room in a monastery long ago, the stone floor cool beneath sandaled feet, the scent of barley and smoke in the air, the gentle clink of wood against metal. A monk moves quietly, carefully, tending to a pot that will not boil faster, no matter how fast he works. He knows this, and so he works slowly, with peace, with patience, with care. The kind of care that turns simple grain into something lasting. And in that quiet space, we too can rest. We too can let go. As the centuries progressed, monastic brewing did not remain frozen in time, but adapted slowly and deliberately to changes in both environment and understanding. The outside world introduced new materials and methods, but within the monastery walls, changes were considered only if they aligned with values of simplicity, humility, and purpose. One of the most notable shifts occurred with the gradual introduction and standardization of hops. Prior to their widespread use, beers were often seasoned with a mixture called grüt, a blend of herbs and roots that varied regionally and from monastery to monastery. Grüt could include ingredients such as mugwort, horehound, yarrow, or juniper, each lending subtle flavors and medicinal qualities. However, these ingredients were not always stable or easy to preserve, and the growing popularity of hops presented an alternative. Hops not only added a gentle bitterness to balance the sweetness of malted grain, but also acted as a natural preservative, allowing beer to last longer without spoiling. Monks, ever observant, began to test hops cautiously. They noted the way hop flowers altered the aroma and mouthfeel of their brew. They watched as barrels kept longer, traveled farther. Some resisted the change for years, clinging to the herbal traditions handed down through generations. Others, especially in Germanic regions, adopted hops more readily, The result was not a single standard brew, but a mosaic of variations, all shaped by the quiet dialogue between tradition and adaptation. In parallel, monastic breweries began to formalize roles within the community. The title of cellarer, a monk responsible for managing provisions, often encompassed brewing responsibilities. He was the one who monitored stock levels, ordered supplies, maintained barrels, and ensured that nothing was wasted. He worked closely with the brew monk, a position of trust given to someone with both practical skill and deep patience. These monks were not chosen because of ambition or creativity, but for their steadiness, their attention to detail, and their respect for the slow process of fermentation. The brew monk might spend decades perfecting the same recipe, adjusting only when nature demanded it. As monasteries grew in number, some gained reputations not only for their religious devotion, but for their beer. Yet they resisted the temptation to scale up for profit. They viewed success not as an opportunity for expansion, but as a responsibility to maintain quality, to continue giving, and to protect the sanctity of their work. The idea of brewing as an act of charity became deeply embedded. Proceeds supported alms, funded care for the sick, and maintained cloisters. In some regions, beer was brewed at two levels: a stronger version for guests and special occasions, and a lighter version called small beer for daily monk consumption. The small beer contained less alcohol, but was rich in nutrients, making it ideal for times of fasting or labor. These distinctions were never advertised, only known within the community. Brewing remained a private act, never boasting, never selling more than necessary. The monasteries that maintained this balance continued for centuries without fanfare. Their names rarely appeared in history books, yet their work quietly influenced generations of brewers beyond monastery walls. In cities and towns nearby, apprentices learned from former monks or those who had studied monastic techniques. Recipes once whispered over steaming vats were copied and adapted. Breweries outside religious life began to emulate the methods: slow fermentation, careful ingredient sourcing, aging in cellars. And even though the secular world embraced new tools, metal tanks, thermometers, and eventually refrigeration, the heart of the process remained deeply monastic. A quiet conversation between time, patience, and care. Monastic brewing, while evolving, never lost its spiritual dimension. Each part of the process, from preparing the grain to cleaning the barrels, was performed with presence. Even when the work was hard, even when the weather made tasks uncomfortable, the monks persisted without complaint. Their reward was not fame, not even the taste of the beer itself, but the knowledge that they had done something well, with intention, in service of others. To this day, Trappist monasteries across Europe continue the tradition. In Belgium, the Netherlands, and beyond, a small number of certified Trappist breweries operate under strict conditions. The beer must be brewed within the monastery, by or under the supervision of monks, and profits must support the monastic community or go to charity. The labels are simple, the bottles are unassuming, but the legacy they carry is immense. Each sip connects the drinker not just to a flavor, but to a history of silence, of effort, of enduring commitment. And so the cycle continues. As the world grows louder, faster, more distracted, there remains in quiet corners the slow sound of beer being made by hand. Wooden paddles stirring grain, water boiling over stone fires, barrels stacked with care in cool, dark cellars. A monk in his robe moves steadily through the space, his steps echoing softly against old stone. He does not speak. He does not rush. He simply tends to the brew, as those before him did, as those after him may still. And somewhere, perhaps many miles away, someone lifts a cup, unaware of the care woven into every drop. But the care is there nonetheless, always. In the peaceful solitude of the monastery, time felt different. Days unfolded not by the ticking of clocks, but by the slow tolling of bells, by the shifting light through stained glass windows, by the soft footsteps on worn stone corridors. Brewing, within this gentle rhythm, became more than a task. It became a steady presence that filled the in-between moments of monastic life. While one bell might call the monks to prayer, another marked the beginning of the mash, the stirring of grain and hot water that would eventually become something far more lasting than either ingredient alone. The brewing vessels themselves told a quiet story. In older monasteries, large copper kettles were often blackened by years of use. their edges polished by careful hands. Wooden barrels lined cellars like sentinels, each sealed with wax or pitch, each resting beneath arched stone ceilings where the temperature held steady year-round. There was no rush. Fermentation by its nature could not be hurried, and so the monks waited. They watched for bubbles, for subtle shifts in scent, for the settling of sediment that told them the brew was changing. They kept logs, written by hand in thick, bound ledgers, marking the day the batch began, the weather, the water used, the results. These records, some still preserved today, offer not only insight into brewing techniques, but glimpses into a life lived in harmony with slowness. The beer made within these sacred walls was rarely consumed in excess. It was meant to nourish, not intoxicate. It was served with meals, offered to guests, and used to break the long silences of fasting with warmth and comfort. In some monasteries, the monks themselves drank only the lighter, more diluted versions, known as table beers or small beers, which were lower in alcohol but rich in nutrients. For them, the value of beer lay not in pleasure, but in usefulness. The brewing process itself, however, offered subtle joys. The aroma of boiling grain filling the cloister, the soft clinking of ladles and buckets, the way sunlight fell through a small window, landing just right on a freshly filled cask. These were not grand events, but they were noticed, appreciated, cherished. For the monk who stirred the pot each day, this repetition was not a chore, but a form of devotion. Outside the monastery, news of the beer's quality often traveled farther than the monks themselves. Pilgrims who stopped for rest spoke of the drinks they were offered. Traders who passed by took bottles home. Nobles and clergy, impressed by the purity and consistency, made arrangements to purchase small quantities for their own tables. But the monks never pursued fame. If anything, they met outside praise with humility and caution, wary of letting vanity disturb the balance of their quiet lives. And so, even as their beer gained quiet recognition, the pace of life within the monastery remained unchanged. Fields were still tilled by hand. Grain was harvested in silence. The brewing vessels were cleaned with patience, not chemicals. New apprentices were trained slowly, their hands guided by those who had spent decades perfecting the craft. Brewing became a rite of passage for some, a lifelong calling for others. And throughout it all, the beer remained the same, clear, nourishing, and consistent. As monastic brewing became more refined, the monks paid closer attention to every step. The type of wood used for barrels, the location of the cellar, the timing of the fermentation, each detail was considered, tested, and noted. Some monks even experimented with the local flora, introducing subtle notes of honey, chamomile, or lavender into the brew, not to change it, but to enhance its harmony with the season. Yet, for all their careful work, the monks never claimed to be masters. They believed the process belonged to nature as much as to them. Their role was to assist, to guide, and to remain respectful of the mysterious transformations taking place inside each barrel. They did not force outcomes, they waited for them. And that waiting became, in its own way, a spiritual exercise. In modern times, when speed is often equated with efficiency, it can be difficult to grasp the patience required by these monastic brewers. But their beer, unchanged in spirit for generations, still carries the memory of their discipline. When you hold a glass of Trappist ale today, brewed by monks in the same quiet manner, you hold more than just a beverage. You hold the result of centuries of attention, repetition, and care. It is a drink born not from profit but from purpose. It is beer, yes, but it is also a story, told slowly and with reverence. So as you lie back now and let your body settle into the stillness of night, imagine the monastery once more, the cool air of the cellar, the warmth of a kettle, the hush of the brewing room. A candle flickers, a monk moves without sound, and somewhere deep within a wooden barrel, time is at work, transforming water and grain into something more. And you, like the monks before, need only wait. Let sleep come slowly, like fermentation. Let it rise and fall with quiet breath. There is nothing to do, nothing to fix, only this moment and the gentle work of time. As centuries turned and the world outside the monastery walls changed in both subtle and dramatic ways, the monks remained rooted in their ancient rhythms. Kingdoms fell, empires rose, technologies advanced, and revolutions swept across nations. Yet within the cloisters, the art of monastic brewing continued undisturbed. The monks were not ignorant of these shifts. Travelers brought stories, and some monasteries kept modest libraries where maps and letters whispered of a world in motion. But they did not allow outside noise to alter their purpose. Brewing remained a sacred craft, one shaped by time, patience, and the deliberate refusal to rush. While cities introduced new machines and faster processes, monasteries upheld their tradition. They still malted their own barley, dried it over wood fires, and crushed it by hand or stone. Their wells were maintained with care, protected from contamination by both structure and prayer. Yeast, though unseen, was recognized through its effects: the froth on the surface, the warmth in the barrel, the smell of bread and sweetness rising together. Each batch of beer bore the subtle fingerprint of its time and place. The weather, the grain, even the mood of the season could influence the final product. Some years yielded stronger flavors, others a softer, more delicate profile. But no matter the variation, the quality was steady. This steadiness became a kind of signature, a quiet assurance that even in an uncertain world, some things remained true. Monks passed down not just recipes, but habits. Clean the barrels twice. Taste from the wooden spoon before each boil. Never brew on a day when tempers have flared. These rules were not written for the world to see, but lived within the quiet hallways and cool cellars. There were superstitions too, not born of fear, but of reverence. A batch brewed during a funeral fast might be set aside for special use. One made during Easter week might be shared with neighboring abbeys. These gestures wove the beer into the larger fabric of faith and observance, making it more than drink, making it memory. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, industrialization reached even the far corners of rural Europe. Many monasteries were closed or repurposed during political upheavals. Wars damaged centuries-old buildings. Some orders were scattered, their monks forced into hiding or exile. Brewing equipment was lost, recipes destroyed, cellars left to crumble. And yet the tradition never vanished. It survived in fragments, scraps of parchment tucked into hymnals, whispered memories passed to younger monks, barrels buried and forgotten, then rediscovered. After the turmoil, when peace returned, some monastic communities began the patient work of rebuilding. Stone by stone, kettle by kettle, they restored not only their abbeys, but their way of life. The act of brewing once again became part of their rhythm. Some of these revived monasteries were welcomed back by local communities who remembered the old beers. Others quietly resumed production, sharing only with nearby villages. The monks did not return to brewing out of nostalgia or novelty. They returned because the work itself was grounding. It gave structure to the day, purpose to the hands, and peace to the mind. And once again, the beer flowed, slowly, quietly, with no advertisements, no grand reopening ceremonies, just the same careful devotion. In Belgium, the Netherlands, Austria, and beyond, certain Trappist monasteries emerged as keepers of this legacy. A formal certification was introduced to distinguish authentic Trappist beers from commercial imitators. The criteria were strict. The beer must be brewed within the walls of a Trappist monastery, under the control of the monastic community, and profits must support the monastery or its charitable work. This certification was not about prestige. It was about clarity, a way for the world to recognize that these beers were different, not only in taste, but in origin, in purpose, and in spirit. Today, these Trappist beers are respected worldwide. Their bottles, often brown and unadorned, carry simple labels and Latin mottos. Inside, the beer offers a rich, complex experience, notes of fruit, spice, earth, and time. But beyond the flavor lies something deeper. Each bottle represents hours of quiet labor, a lineage of care, and a philosophy that values depth over speed. In modern breweries, stainless steel gleams and machines hum. In the monasteries, the floors are still stone, the tools still worn with use. A monk may stand for hours beside a vat, not because he must, but because he chooses to remain present. There are no shortcuts, no optimizations, only the work itself, repeated with mindfulness. The world may call it inefficient, but the monks would call it complete. And so the tradition continues, not frozen in time, but flowing steadily, like the beer itself. Monasteries teach us that simplicity can be profound, that quiet can be powerful, and that even the smallest daily act, done with care, can become sacred. So tonight, as you drift further into rest, let your thoughts settle on a place where our candles flicker and steam rises softly from an old copper pot. A place where time moves slowly, where hands move with intention, and where the simple brewing of beer becomes a lifelong meditation. Let the stillness of that world surround you now. Let it soften the edges of your thoughts. And as the monks sleep behind thick stone walls, their cellars full and their fires low, you too may find peace in the silence they have honored for centuries. As the sun rose each day over the abbey's weathered rooftops, light filtering through vines and narrow windows, the monks began their routine. The same rhythm followed for centuries, unbroken by noise, untouched by haste. Brewing was only one part of their day, but it was the part that anchored the others. It connected their spiritual life with the physical, binding intention to repetition and silence to skill. Monks were not brewers in the commercial sense. They were caretakers of a process that unfolded slowly, guided by trust in time and nature. They believed the best work was not loud, but lasting. The abbey brewery often shared its space with other humble tasks. Stacked firewood, drying herbs, stored grain. Nothing was wasted. Spent grains were fed to animals or composted in the garden. Ash from the fire was used for cleaning. The brewing water, drawn from wells or springs, was tested not with machines but with memory. Its softness on the tongue, its clarity in the sunlight, its flow after rain. Brewing days were marked not with loud alarms, but with bells, the same bells that called for prayer. Morning began with preparation. Barley was soaked and checked, equipment cleaned by hand. No job was beneath any monk. Everyone, from the abbot to the youngest novice, might take a turn carrying buckets, scrubbing barrels, or stirring mash. The work was physical, yes, but never rushed. Each step was completed as it had always been, with care. Brewing was scheduled around the liturgy of the hours, ensuring that no earthly task overtook the spiritual rhythm of the day. Matins at dawn, lauds with the light, terse by mid-morning. Between prayers, the brewing continued. The monks worked in silence unless necessity required speech. Their communication came in glances, small gestures, and the quiet passing of tools. In this stillness, the work became something more than routine. It became devotion. When fermentation began, the room was left in peace. The air was kept still, the light dim. The monks checked on the barrels as one might check on a sleeping child, gently, without disturbance. They recorded details in ledgers with careful handwriting, the temperature, the clarity, the smell. No batch was ever exactly the same, yet all were familiar. And always the monks gave thanks, not for success, but for the ability to work with humility. In colder months, the brewery's stone walls trapped the chill. The monks wore heavy robes, their breath visible in the morning air. Fires were lit early to warm the water, and snow might be swept from the stone steps before the first task began. In spring, the fields surrounding the abbey came alive. Wildflowers bloomed along the path from the granary. Bees hummed near open windows, and the scent of fresh malt mingled with wet earth. Each season added a layer to the brewing process, not only in ingredients, but in mood, in silence, in light. Guests who visited the abbey were sometimes offered beer. They sat in the refectory or the guest house, welcomed not with conversation, but with peace. A glass was poured. It held more than just liquid. It held warmth, care, and centuries of discipline. Visitors might sip quietly, feeling the weight of the silence, sensing that they were part of something older than themselves. Some monasteries kept their recipes secret, written only in guarded ledgers. Others passed them down through oral tradition, teaching each new brew monk by showing, not telling. The art of brewing was not meant to be memorized. It was meant to be understood. When a new monk began his training, he might spend months simply watching, cleaning, or preparing grain before ever touching the brew itself. This was not punishment. It was preparation. Brewing was a lesson in patience before it was a product. In time, the monks knew the sounds of a good brew, the slow bubble of yeast at work, the soft hiss of a cooling vat, the creak of barrels settling into place. They trusted their senses, the taste on the tongue, the texture of foam, the way a wooden paddle resisted as the mash thickened. No timer, no gauge, no digital scale, just presence. In an age where speed is celebrated and complexity rewarded, the monks offered a gentle contradiction. They brewed the same way because it still worked, because meaning was found not in novelty but in depth. And even now, in scattered monasteries across the world, this tradition holds. In Belgium, in the hills of Austria, in quiet corners of the Netherlands, monks still rise early, still carry grain, still light fires in stone rooms. They still stir, still wait, still give thanks. The beer they produce is shared not for acclaim, but for connection, for the simple joy of giving something honest. So as your thoughts grow softer and your breath slows into night, picture this quiet world continuing somewhere even now. Picture the rows of barrels in cool cellars, the flicker of candlelight on copper pots, the hush of steam rising. A monk moves through it all, slow and sure. He is not watching the clock. He is watching the moment. And as sleep draws near, let that moment be yours too, still, simple, and full of care. Among the many quiet blessings of monastic brewing was the way it fostered community, not through grand gestures or loud celebration, but through steady, daily acts of service. Brewing was not about personal pride. It was never the work of one man, but always of many hands moving in coordination, many hearts aligned in silence. A novice sweeping grain from the floor was just as vital as the senior monk measuring out barley. No role was too small. In fact, the smallest roles were often considered the most sacred because they demanded the most patience. Monks believed that humility was learned not in public praise, but in private consistency. Brewing, with its slow pace and cyclical nature, was the perfect mirror for this belief. The beer itself was not intended to impress or intoxicate, but to nourish. Each batch held a story, shaped by the air that season, the hands that stirred it, the rhythm of the bells that rang while it cooled. When shared, it was not simply consumed, it was received, like a gift that asked nothing in return. And over time, that quiet giving built relationships beyond the abbey walls. In nearby villages, the monks were known not only for their prayers, but for the steady reliability of their craft. Farmers trusted them to pay fairly for grain. Travelers trusted them to offer rest. Poor families knew that if they knocked at the monastery gate, they might receive bread, a kind word, and, on rare, blessed days, a bottle of beer, carefully corked and handed over with both hands. This sharing was never advertised. The monks did not count how much they gave, nor did they seek to measure its effect. They simply brewed, and when the time came, they gave. Some monasteries developed reputations for particular styles: dark, rich ales in the north, light floral brews in the warmer valleys. Though the techniques were often similar, the outcomes reflected the land, the water, the tools, and the monks themselves. These differences were embraced, not corrected. There was no need for uniformity when each brew was made with care. Over time, word spread. Pilgrims came seeking the abbeys not just for spiritual retreat, but for the sense of timelessness that lingered in each sip of beer. Some wrote letters home about the taste. Others brought back bottles, wrapped carefully in cloth, and slowly the reputation of monastic brewing began to grow beyond the villages and valleys. Still, the monks remained unchanged. Their recipes stayed the same, their pace did not quicken. Even as more modern breweries sprang up, fueled by machines and markets, the monastic orders held to their slow rhythm. They continued to plant, to harvest, to brew, to clean. They prayed, they waited, and the beer remained what it had always been: simple, honest, and full of patience. The monastic life is one of repetition, and brewing fit perfectly within that cycle. Stirring the mash mirrored the turning of pages in prayer. Cleaning the casks echoed the cleansing of the heart through confession. Tasting a new batch became an act of mindfulness, a pause to notice the moment as it was, not as one wished it to be. Even failure, when a brew soured or a barrel leaked, was met not with frustration, but with acceptance. The monks believed that all things, good and bad, came through divine providence. A spoiled batch was not a disaster, it was a lesson. Perhaps the temperature had shifted. Perhaps the tools had been too worn. Or perhaps it was simply a reminder to stay humble, to never assume mastery over a process so deeply tied to time, to weather, to nature itself. In this way, brewing taught the monks about themselves, about letting go, about showing up each day, doing the work, and releasing the results. It was not just about producing something. It was about being present, fully and quietly, in the act of creation. And in that presence, peace was found. In today's world, Many seek peace in silence, in slowing down, in reconnecting with something older than screens and schedules. Monastic brewing offers a gentle symbol of that search. It reminds us that care cannot be rushed, that meaning is often built one quiet moment at a time, and that what we create becomes a reflection of how we live. The beer itself remains unchanged in many ways, still brewed behind stone walls, still crafted by hands that know prayer and labor in equal measure, still shared, not shouted about, still offered, not sold for profit. Each bottle is a chapter in a story that began long before us and will likely continue long after. So tonight, as you rest and listen, imagine a single flame flickering in a small stone room. A monk lifts the lid of a kettle. Steam rises, carrying the scent of grain and heat and care. There are no loud machines, no rush, only the breath of the moment, warm and slow. And in that breath, may you find rest. As the centuries progressed and monastic brewing traditions quietly endured, a subtle evolution began to take place within the walls of the abbeys. While the foundation of the craft remained deeply rooted in repetition and reverence, small innovations, gentle, almost imperceptible, began to shape the process. These changes were not the result of ambition, nor were they inspired by competition. Rather, they emerged as a natural consequence of deep familiarity. When one performs the same task for years, one notices a shift in the flavor when water sits too long, a hint of bitterness when the mash is stirred just a moment too soon. These observations, passed quietly from monk to monk, allowed the process to adapt without abandoning its essence. Tools were repaired, not replaced. Wooden barrels were gradually lined with wax to better preserve the beer. Some abbeys began using slightly finer mesh for straining, allowing for a clearer finish. Yeast, though still not fully understood in scientific terms, was treated with increasing care, harvested from the best batches, stored in cool cellars, and handled like a fragile heirloom. This attention to detail was not about efficiency. It was about honoring the materials, the time, and the silence that gave the beer its character. As literacy spread in the world beyond the monastery and more monks learned to read and write, detailed brewing logs became more common. Some abbeys kept large, leather-bound volumes, cataloging the results of each brew, the weather that week, the color of the foam, the weight of the grain, and the mood in the refectory. These entries were not scientific records. They were observations, glimpses into the lives of those who brewed with care. Some entries ended with prayers, others with reflections. A few with gentle notes to future monks, stir a little longer next time, or watch for the first sign of sourness. These books became sacred texts in their own quiet way, not filled with dogma, but with presence. Visitors who came to the abbeys during this time often left with a profound sense of stillness. To them, the beer was almost secondary. It was the atmosphere, the slow movements, the worn tools, the soft footsteps echoing in cool stone halls that lingered in memory. Some visitors wrote poems, others painted. A few returned again and again, seeking not just a drink, but a reminder that another pace of life was possible. Meanwhile, the outside world continued to race forward. Cities expanded, roads lengthened, wars came and went, nations rose and fell, but the monastery walls, while never untouched, held firm. Even when abbeys were damaged or suppressed, even when monks were scattered or sent away, the brewing traditions remained alive in fragments, carried in memory, scribbled in hidden ledgers, whispered in exile. When peace returned, these fragments were brought home like seeds. Some were planted in the ruins of old abbeys, others were carried to new foundations, and slowly, brewing resumed. Not always perfectly. Sometimes the tools were lost, sometimes the ingredients had changed, but the spirit endured. Brewing was not restarted to restore reputation. It was resumed to restore rhythm. In the late 20th century, as interest in traditional and craft brewing began to rise around the world, monastic beers found a quiet spotlight, not because they were trendy, but because they offered something missing: depth. People tasting Trappist ales for the first time often remarked on their complexity, their warmth, their balance. But more than that, they felt the presence of time. These beers did not rush to impress. They unfolded slowly, like the stories behind them. In response, some monasteries made careful decisions about scaling production. They agreed to share more widely, not for profit, but to sustain their communities and the charitable works they supported. Even as demand increased, they refused to compromise. Automation remained limited. Human hands continued to stir, to watch, to wait. Labels remained simple, marketing minimal. The beer still spoke for itself. It carried with it a kind of gravity, a quiet assertion that slowness was not a weakness, but a strength. That repetition, when done with care, becomes wisdom. That the act of brewing could be a form of devotion, no less holy than prayer. In the stillness of their breweries, monks continued to move without hurry. They tasted, they adjusted, they cleaned, they gave thanks. They brewed not for praise, but for purpose. And in doing so, they offered the world a different kind of story, one not of conquest or innovation, but of patience. Tonight, as you drift closer to rest, let that story surround you. Let your mind wander through an old abbey garden, where vines climb sun-warmed walls and bees hum lazily near the herbs. Picture the long corridor that leads to the brewery, cool and quiet. A single monk walks it slowly, carrying a wooden ladle. He is not thinking about tomorrow. He is here, now, fully. May you too find peace in this moment. In the stillness between thoughts. In the quiet craft of those who chose a slower path. As our quiet journey through the history of monastic brewing traditions draws to a close, we return once more to the essence of what made this story endure. Not the beer itself, nor the fame that some monasteries eventually earned, but the way in which every drop of their work was shaped by intention, patience, and quiet devotion. In a world that constantly asks for more speed, more output, more excitement, the monastic path offers a soft but steady alternative, one where less is more, where repetition is not a rut, but a rhythm, and where the care poured into every simple act becomes, over time, a legacy. Even today, in monasteries spread across Europe and beyond, the ancient rituals continue. Though some have modernized modestly, introducing electric pumps or refrigerated storage, many still choose the long way. Grains are milled by hand or with creaking stone wheels. Brewing kettles are cleaned with cloth and brush, not chemicals. Water is blessed before use, and silence is kept during the most important stages, honoring the spirit that has guided this work for generations. Young monks learning the craft do not begin with lectures or manuals. They begin by observing, by sweeping, by listening. They spend hours in stillness, absorbing not just the methods, but the mood, the quiet gravity of the space, the respect for the process, the invisible link between labor and liturgy. They are reminded that brewing, like prayer, requires presence, that it is not about perfection, but about showing up again and again, with humility and care. Outside the abbey walls, visitors who taste these beers are often moved in ways they cannot quite explain. Perhaps it is the depth of flavor, perhaps it is the story whispered in every sip, or perhaps it is something subtler, a sense that this drink was made not by machines or marketing teams, but by hands that still believe in stillness, in simplicity, in the sacredness of craft. Over the years, monastic beer has become a quiet ambassador for a way of life that most people will never fully live, but many find themselves longing for. A life with fewer distractions, more meaning, fewer shortcuts, more time. For some, a visit to a monastic brewery becomes more than a tasting experience. It becomes a moment of reconnection, a pause in a busy life, a chance to witness what happens when people choose to work slowly, with care, for something beyond themselves. For others, simply knowing that such places still exist brings comfort. A reminder that not everything has been rushed or diluted, that somewhere in the hills, in stone buildings shaded by old trees, a monk is stirring mash in a copper pot, moving without haste, without noise, with a quiet kind of grace. Perhaps the most beautiful part of the story is that it never asked to be told. The monks never brewed to be remembered. They brewed because it was needed, because it sustained their bodies, their guests, and their way of life. And in doing so, they created something that outlived them, something that now lives on in every bottle shared in stillness, every glass raised not in celebration, but in reflection, every quiet moment when someone tastes not just the beer, but the time, the care, and the silence that went into it. And so, as we come to the final moments of this story, let us take one last look at that quiet world. Picture a small chapel bell ringing softly in the distance. Picture a long wooden table, sunlight falling across its surface. On it sits a single bottle, unlabeled, plain, dark brown. A monk pours it gently into a glass, watching the foam rise and settle. He takes no credit. He speaks no words. He simply nods and waits. There is no hurry here, no loud finale, just a breath, just peace. As you rest tonight, let this image remain with you. A world where care matters more than acclaim, where silence speaks louder than sound, and where something as simple as a glass of beer can become a vessel for centuries of quiet wisdom. May your sleep be deep. May your thoughts be light. And may you always find stillness when you need it most. That brings us to the end of our last story. If you've made it this far, thank you for drifting with me through quiet halls and ancient traditions. Before we begin the next journey, I'd be truly grateful if you could leave a like and consider subscribing. It helps more sleepy souls find their way here. And now let's continue with the next story in our slow and gentle history series, as we journey into the ancient trade routes of West Africa. Long before modern highways and busy airports, long before maps were drawn with precision or borders enforced with fences, the lands of West Africa pulsed with the quiet rhythm of trade. Across deserts and forests, along rivers and through savannas, countless feet pressed into the earth, leaving behind no monuments, no flags, only well-worn trails and stories whispered on the wind. These ancient trade routes were not carved in stone. They flowed like water, adapting to weather, seasons, and human needs. They were not straight lines on a map, but living paths that grew and shifted with time. In the soft morning light, traders would rise before the sun, loading their goods onto the backs of camels, donkeys, or their own shoulders. The goods varied: slabs of salt, bundles of cloth, dried fish, gold dust kept in pouches tied with leather, glass beads glowing softly in woven baskets, cola nuts wrapped in leaves, and sometimes even books, bound in leather and filled with knowledge copied by hand. These goods did not travel for profit alone. They traveled as offerings, as bridges between distant people, and the men and women who carried them knew they were part of something larger than themselves. The land itself shaped the routes. In the north, the Great Sahara spread wide and silent, but even this vast desert was crossed, slowly, by caravans that knew its moods. They moved in long lines, the camels swaying gently, the traders wrapped in robes to shield themselves from the heat and the blowing sand. At night, they rested beneath stars so clear and numerous that the sky seemed to breathe. Their fires were small, their voices low. In the forests farther south, trade moved differently. Here, the paths wound between trees, the air thick and humid, the soil dark and fertile. Traders moved in smaller groups, careful of wildlife, rivers, and the quiet spirits believed to inhabit the groves. They sang softly as they walked, their songs passed down across generations. In between lay the savannah, open land, wide sky, grass whispering in the wind. Villages and market towns dotted the region, each with its own rhythm, its own ways of welcoming travelers. These places became resting points, places to trade, to gather news, to share food and water. Markets in these towns would swell with color and sound. Women in patterned fabrics laid out their goods in neat rows. Children wove between stalls. Drums echoed faintly in the distance. And beneath it all, the slow, steady rhythm of trade continued. One of the most famous of these ancient routes connected the gold-rich forests of what is now southern Mali and Ghana to the salt mines of the Sahara. Salt, essential for preserving food and balancing the body in heat, was cut from the desert in great slabs and carried south. Gold, gathered in dust and nuggets from riverbeds, moved north. The meeting of salt and gold was not merely an exchange. It was a ceremony, a balancing of elements. In places like Timbuktu, trade brought more than goods. It brought ideas. Travelers carried stories, languages, customs, and beliefs. They brought news of distant lands and questions about the stars. They brought paper, ink, and the quiet discipline of scholars. In time, libraries grew in the desert, filled with books that bore witness to the richness of the world. And still, the trade routes pulsed. They crossed the Niger River and curled around Lake Chad. They linked the coastal peoples to the desert dwellers, the forest to the dunes. No walls were needed to protect them. Respect and reputation did that work. A trader known for honesty could travel farther, stay longer, and return with trust intact. These routes were not perfect. There were dangers, bandits, storms, illness, thirst. But for those who traveled them, the journey was more than a risk. It was a calling, a way of life passed from parent to child, friend to friend, a pattern of movement that echoed the heartbeat of a land both vast and intimate. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine a trail stretching over gentle hills, the sky above deepening to indigo. Imagine the quiet jingle of a camel's harness, the creak of woven baskets, the soft shuffle of footsteps in dust. There is no rush here, only the long road, the steady pace, and the timeless trade that carried not just goods, but memory. As trade routes slowly carved their presence into the heart of West Africa, the centers that rose along them became more than mere resting points. These were places of convergence, where geography met community and where cultures unfolded not with force, but through quiet, repeated interaction. Among the most significant of these centers was the city of Djenné. Built on an island in the Niger River's inland delta, Djenné flourished as early as the 9th century. Traders would arrive with boats carved from single tree trunks, gliding silently across water shaded by reeds and palms. Goods would be offloaded into the arms of waiting porters, their feet familiar with the dusty streets that led to market squares framed by mud brick buildings. And there, at the center of town, stood the great mosque, its spires rising gently, shaped not for grandeur, but for harmony with the land around it. Djenné was not just a waypoint, it was a memory made permanent. Like Timbuktu to the north, Djenné thrived on more than goods. It was a place where people paused, where conversations lingered, where knowledge was passed not in shouts, but in calm tones over shared meals. Students and teachers sat cross-legged in shaded courtyards, reciting texts that had made their way down through centuries of careful copying. These cities thrived because of their openness. The traders who came did not simply leave with their wares. They left with impressions of how rice was cooked, how greetings were spoken, how songs were sung by lantern light when the market had long closed. These impressions traveled farther than any spice or cloth ever could. The Sahara Desert, which to the unfamiliar might seem a barrier, was to many traders a well-mapped landscape with invisible pathways traced through generations. Towns like Oualata and Chingedi emerged as key Saharan outposts. Though surrounded by sand, they were anchored by wells, libraries, and prayer. Chingeti in particular became known not only as a trade post, but also a sacred space. Pilgrims on their way to Mecca passed through it. So did scholars, scribes, and quiet thinkers who carried verses of poetry beside their ledgers. Books on law, astronomy, medicine, and ethics were copied by hand in rooms with earthen walls, the script flowing slowly from practiced hands. A single book might take months to finish, and yet the work was never rushed. Each page was a gift to the future. Farther south, where the forest thickened, the rhythms of trade adapted again. Here, the influence of the great empires, Ghana, Mali, and later Songhai, could be felt. These empires did not build walls around trade. Instead, they protected it through systems of tribute, guardianship, and reputation. The king of Mali, known as the Mansa, would appoint trusted officials to oversee trade routes and ensure safety. These officials, often chosen from respected families, would not lead with fear, but with presence. Their role was not to control, but to watch, to listen, to report, to maintain balance. Under their quiet stewardship, trust blossomed. Traders from as far as North Africa, the Middle East, and even Europe ventured southward, knowing that the journey, though long, was possible. Gold, still abundant in the lands near the Niger, was carefully weighed using scales carved from wood, with stones that had been passed down like heirlooms. No one spoke loudly in these markets. Transactions were made slowly, with hands and eyes, with gestures and nods. Silence was not awkward, it was respectful. Along the coast, the trade routes began to touch salt air. Canoes carved from ancient trees carried goods along the rivers toward the ocean. Here, ivory joined the exchange. And though later centuries would bring more troubling forms of commerce, in these early days, the focus remained on the tangible needs of communities. Fish salted for travel, fabric dyed with deep, earthy tones, ceramics cooled in shaded kilns. Every item had a purpose. Nothing moved without meaning. And still, throughout all this, the roads themselves, unmarked, unnamed, remained constant. A trader might follow a route traced by his grandfather and his grandfather before him. He might rest beneath the same tree, drink from the same stream, offer thanks to the same spirit said to live in the rocks. These roads were not just paths for feet. They were threads that stitched together language, belief, and belonging. At night, as caravans paused, fires would flicker softly in the dark. Some traders prayed. Others hummed lullabies. A few sharpened tools, mended sandals, or simply looked at the stars. Always the same sky, always shifting. And as the night deepened, silence would settle like a blanket. In that silence lived the heartbeat of the land, steady, patient, enduring. Tonight, as you rest, imagine walking one of these routes. The ground is firm beneath you, the wind is warm, and somewhere ahead, just beyond the next rise, a small market waits. Its voices are quiet, its lights are soft, and its stories are still unfolding, one gentle step at a time. As trade routes continued to weave across the West African landscape, the goods being exchanged reflected not only material needs, but also deep-rooted cultural expressions. Each item carried with it a quiet history, a story told without words. A single bead, for example, might have traveled hundreds of miles, passed from one market to another, traded for salt in the desert, and later exchanged for fabric in the forest. The colors of the beads often held meaning: red for vitality, blue for protection, white for peace. Beads were used not only for adornment, but also for communication. Strung in specific patterns, they conveyed status, messages, and memories. Traders who carried these small treasures understood their value was not in weight, but in connection. Gold remained one of the most significant commodities along these routes. It was often gathered in dust form, collected from riverbeds using woven baskets that trapped tiny flecks of metal. Gold dust was carefully stored in hollowed-out gourds or small leather pouches. Each transaction involving gold was carried out with ritual precision. Scales were balanced on carved wooden stands, and stones of known weight, sometimes passed down through generations, served as counterweights. No transaction was rushed. Every movement was deliberate. Salt, by contrast, was heavy and essential. Cut from mines in large slabs, particularly in places like Tagaza in the Sahara, salt was stacked high on the backs of camels and covered with cloth to protect it from moisture. Though less glamorous than gold, salt was often more valuable in practice. In the heat of the Sahel and the savannah, preserving food was vital. Salt did that work. It also restored minerals lost through sweat and was sometimes offered as tribute to local leaders. The movement of these goods depended on rhythm. Caravans followed the seasons. In the dry months, rivers shrank and forest paths became passable. In the rainy season, traders waited, tending to repairs and planning for the next journey. Patience was a necessity. The pace of trade was set not by clocks, but by sun, wind, and rain. Language, too, traveled along these routes. Traders from different regions often spoke different dialects, yet over time, they developed shared ways of understanding. Gestures were universal, numbers were shown on fingers. The tone of a voice or the tilt of a head could say more than sentences. Over generations, entire trade languages emerged, lingua francas that blended words from many tongues. These languages were not written down. They lived in speech, passed on through repetition, like a familiar song. Along the coast, trade began to expand in complexity. Fishing communities that once bartered only among nearby villages found themselves part of larger networks. Dried fish, smoked carefully to preserve its flavor, was bundled in leaves and carried inland. In return, inland traders brought palm oil, nuts, woven cloth, and pottery. The canoes that traveled these waterways were often carved from a single massive tree. Shaped by hand, they bore the marks of their makers, tiny grooves, decorative etchings, signs that they belonged to someone who knew the river's secrets. Piloting these canoes required skill. The rivers were not always calm. Sandbars shifted, currents changed. But the boatmen knew the signs: the tilt of the reeds, the sound of birds, the ripple of water against stone. In some regions, women played central roles in trade. They controlled local markets, managed storage, and negotiated exchanges with travelers. Known for their sharp memory and strong sense of fairness, these women were respected figures in the trading world. A seasoned market woman could recall the price of cloth in 3 regions and predict the coming harvest based on the shape of the clouds. Her knowledge was not taught in schools, but passed on through work, observation, and countless quiet transactions. Religious beliefs also shaped the way trade was practiced. In many communities, it was customary to begin trade with a prayer or a small offering. perhaps a few drops of water poured on the ground, or a whispered word to a river spirit. These acts were not superstition. They were expressions of respect, reminders that the land itself played a role in every journey. And so the roots grew, not in width, but in depth. Each trip added a layer of trust, of memory, of shared experience. A young trader might begin his first journey at the edge of a village, his pack light, his eyes wide. Years later, he would walk the same path with calm steps, greeted by name and markets hundreds of miles away. Not because he was famous, but because he had become part of the route, known, remembered, welcomed. As you settle deeper into rest tonight, imagine these traders moving quietly beneath the stars. No fanfare, no urgency, just the rhythm of footsteps, the creak of leather straps, and the steady unfolding of a journey that connected people not with roads, but with trust. A journey where time moved slowly and every step mattered. As the trade routes of West Africa continued to thrive, they began to shape not only the exchange of goods, but also the structure and governance of the societies they touched. The great empires that rose during this era did not impose themselves upon trade, but rather grew in harmony with it, drawing strength from the flows of commerce that passed through their territories. The Empire of Ghana, one of the earliest to rise in this region, was situated ideally between the gold-producing areas to the south and the salt-rich zones to the north. Though little remains today of its physical structures, the memory of Ghana's influence still lingers. The rulers of Ghana did not directly control the mining or the transportation of gold, but they taxed it as it passed through their lands, a quiet and effective method of building wealth. Traders who entered Ghanaian territory were provided with protection, fair treatment, and a reliable system of weights and measures. Justice was handled with care, often administered by appointed officials who listened more than they spoke. These courts were held under trees, shaded from the heat, and decisions were reached through consensus. Disputes were settled not for punishment, but for restoration. Gold in Ghana was not allowed to circulate freely. The royal family reserved the largest gold nuggets for themselves, allowing only gold dust to be used in everyday trade. This quiet strategy helped to preserve both the economic stability of the realm and the mystique of royal authority. Over time, the Empire of Mali would rise in Ghana's place, even greater in scale and complexity. Mali's most famous ruler, Mansa Musa, became known far beyond the African continent. In the early 14th century, he undertook a pilgrimage to Mecca, bringing with him an entourage so vast that it altered economies and cities along the way. But within Mali itself, the infrastructure that supported trade was rooted in patient governance. Roads were maintained by local communities. Way stations were established where travelers could rest, pray, and receive water. The Niger River, flowing like a great artery through the land, was both a lifeline and a guide. Boats moved along its currents, while paths followed its bends, ensuring that no town was ever too far from water or trade. In cities like Gao and Timbuktu, the convergence of trade and scholarship was especially visible. Timbuktu, once a small seasonal settlement, blossomed into a beacon of learning and quiet prosperity. Its markets buzzed gently with the voices of traders, while nearby, scholars sat in libraries built of earth and timber, copying manuscripts by hand. These texts covered law, astronomy, medicine, poetry, and philosophy. They were not hurriedly written. Each word was shaped with care. Pages were smoothed with stones. Ink was mixed from local dyes and minerals. The air inside these rooms was cool, the silence broken only by the scratch of pen on parchment. Books, though heavy and fragile, became part of the trade itself. A single volume might take weeks to produce and months to transport, yet its worth was understood by all. In some cases, books were more valuable than gold, their knowledge prized by rulers and thinkers alike. And so a gentle equilibrium emerged. Goods flowed along the routes, but ideas remained, sinking roots into the soil. The city of Kano, located farther east, also became a significant trade hub during this time. Known for its leatherwork, dyed fabrics, and elaborate embroidery, Kano's craftsmen produced goods that traveled far beyond their origin. Tanners worked in open courtyards, soaking hides in vats made from clay. Weavers sat at looms under shade canopies, moving with slow precision. Markets in Kano were carefully arranged, with specific areas designated for specific goods. Spice traders laid out their wares in symmetrical rows, the air thick with the scent of cloves and dried ginger. Potters displayed their work near the edges. their wares cooled by breeze and shaded by awnings of woven reed. Trade here was not a chaotic rush, but a quiet unfolding of routine. Buyers and sellers spoke softly, often with familiarity, and bargains were made with nods and respectful pauses. Trust was the unspoken currency, and reputation traveled faster than caravans. Throughout the region, certain routes became more than paths. They became lifelines. The route from Walata to Timbuktu, for instance, known as a key corridor through the desert, was navigated by seasoned guides who knew the placement of each well, each shadowing tree, each place where sandstorms were more likely to form. These guides, often from nomadic communities like the Tuareg, served not only as navigators, but as guardians. They carried oral maps in their minds, paths memorized through generations, landmarks known not by written record, but by story. The Tuareg themselves were known for their deep indigo robes, their veils that covered the mouth but left the eyes clear. Their camels were adorned with bells that jingled softly in rhythm with the march. Their knowledge of the desert was unmatched, and their presence along trade routes was a sign of safety, of orientation, of belonging. And so the routes endured, not marked by stone or law, but by movement, memory, and the shared understanding that peace and patience were as valuable as any treasure. As you drift further into sleep, imagine these slow-moving caravans, their figures silhouetted against the glow of dusk. There is no hurry, no danger, only the steady rhythm of trade, the hush of ancient cities, and the soft breath of a land shaped not by conquest, but by connection. As the ancient trade routes of West Africa continued to evolve, the social fabric of the region began to reflect the enduring influence of this constant exchange. These routes were not just lines drawn across a map. They were living, breathing corridors where identities were formed, traditions were shared, and lives were quietly interwoven. In towns that rested at the edges of desert and forest, life unfolded with a gentle rhythm. Early mornings often began with the distant sound of animal bells as camel caravans arrived under the pale pink light of dawn. Traders stretched their legs after nights sleeping under stars, their faces weathered by wind and time. Local townspeople rose at the same hour, sweeping courtyards, lighting fires, preparing breakfast from millet and maize, their hands moving with practiced ease. Children would carry water from wells, balanced in clay jars on their heads, and elders would sit under shade trees, sharing stories from decades of travel. In the background, trade began quietly. The market did not open with fanfare, but with motion. Stall-keepers arranged goods beneath awnings of woven matting, folding blankets, displaying beads in shallow bowls, and setting iron tools or carved figures neatly on mats. Each item had a story, though not always told aloud. A strip of indigo cloth dyed by hand in a nearby village, a bar of salt carried from a desert mine, a gourd filled with shea butter or honey, a basket of kola nuts offered with a nod. Even before currency became widespread, trade in these regions thrived through barter and mutual understanding. Traders valued trust more than coins. A good reputation meant being welcomed in the next village, being offered a place to rest, and knowing your goods would be safe. In many places, especially smaller settlements, transactions were carried out in silence, observed by witnesses who ensured fairness. Weights were double-checked, goods examined with care, but never with suspicion. It was a culture of respect, where one's word, once given, held power. The people who lived along these routes developed unique ways of blending their cultural traditions. Music, in particular, flowed across borders, carried by traveling griots, oral historians, poets, and musicians who served as the keepers of collective memory. A griot might arrive with a caravan and be invited to sit by the fire that night, his kora resting gently across his lap. The strings would sing as stories of ancestors, of old kings and great journeys were shared. In these performances, history was not recited. It was lived again, with each note and phrase. The griot was not simply an entertainer, but a respected guide between past and present. In this way, knowledge moved with the caravans, not just through scholars or books, but in voices, in rhythm, in songs carried gently from town to town. These traveling musicians ensured that stories were not forgotten and that values were remembered even when borders shifted or rulers changed. Architecture along the trade routes also began to reflect these exchanges. In cities such as Timbuktu, Djenné, and Kano, buildings rose from the earth using the materials of the land: mud, straw, wood, and stone, but their design spoke of influence from far beyond. Arched doorways hinted at Mediterranean ideas, while the use of geometric patterns reflected both Islamic and indigenous aesthetics. The buildings were not built to tower, but to breathe. Thick walls kept interiors cool. Roofs were flat, allowing families to sleep outside during hot nights. Mosques were often the center of town, not just places of worship, but gathering spaces for community decisions, quiet reading, and shaded rest. The Grand Mosque of Jinneh, with its rounded spires and wooden support beams, stood as a testament not to empire, but to community. A structure rebuilt year after year through collective effort, reminding all who lived there that greatness was not carved in marble, but shaped by many hands over time. Even food was shaped by trade. Spices from distant lands, cinnamon, cloves, black pepper, began to flavor traditional dishes. Rice varieties once unknown were introduced along the river valleys, cultivated patiently in wet fields that mirrored the sky. Dried fish from the coast appeared inland, preserved in salt and wrapped in leaves. Palm oil, thick and golden, became a staple in stews. As meals changed, so did customs around them. Hospitality was a deeply held value along these trade routes. A traveler, even unknown, could knock at a door and be offered water, food, and a place to rest. Stories were exchanged over bowls of porridge or trays of roasted groundnuts. Children would listen quietly, learning the art of asking and answering with humility. These meals were not rushed. They were pauses in the rhythm of trade, moments of stillness that reminded all who traveled that beyond commerce, there was kinship. And so the routes endured, not merely as economic veins, but as lifelines of shared humanity. The people of West Africa did not build walls around themselves. Instead, they opened paths, welcoming the stranger, the scholar, the merchant, the musician. They watched the stars, followed the rivers, listened to the wind, and walked forward with patience. As you breathe deeper tonight, picture a quiet village at dusk. Lanterns glow faintly. A traveler arrives, not with noise, but with calm steps. He is greeted with a smile. The market is closing, but the warmth remains. Somewhere nearby, a griot tunes his instrument, preparing to share a song not yet sung, and the story continues, slowly, softly, into the night. As night blanketed the ancient landscapes of West Africa, the trade routes that stretched across forests, savannas, and deserts did not fall entirely silent. In many towns and villages, small fires flickered near the entrances of homes. The hush of the evening was broken only by the low murmur of voices, the soft clatter of bowls being washed, and the faint rustle of fabric as market stalls were folded in. In the heart of these settlements, elders sat beneath the shade of baobab trees, their silhouettes still visible in the dying light, recounting tales to young listeners about distant markets, long journeys, and the unspoken rules of the road. The trade routes had become more than paths of commerce. They had matured into corridors of memory. Among the many items that moved quietly along these routes, iron was especially valued. Not as shiny as gold, nor as essential as salt, iron carried a weight of purpose. Blacksmiths, working with tools inherited through generations, forged tools, weapons, and ornaments that would serve countless functions. In some villages, blacksmiths held spiritual status. They were seen as intermediaries between earth and fire, shaping raw elements into objects of use and beauty. Their workshops, often modest in appearance, pulsed with the rhythm of hammer and anvil, sparks dancing like fireflies against dark walls. The iron they created was not mass-produced but carefully formed, each blade sharpened with intention, each tool balanced by feel. As these tools moved from village to village, they changed lives silently. A better hoe meant a more productive harvest. A stronger knife could last a generation. And so the value of trade was not always immediate or flashy. Sometimes it was found in the quiet efficiency of work made easier, of time saved, of effort preserved. In return, agricultural products flowed back toward the artisans. Millet, sorghum, yams, and rice were gathered and processed, then exchanged for crafted goods. Grains were stored in rounded granaries built of mud and straw, their tops sealed with clay. These granaries stood like gentle sentinels at the edge of many towns, preserving the labor of planting and harvest. In some places, these structures were decorated with painted patterns, symbols representing family lineages or blessings for abundance. Farming communities played a crucial role in this system, not only as producers, but as connectors. They bridged the gap between distant cities and the travelers who passed through. They offered food, shelter, and news. In turn, they received not only tools and cloth, but ideas, new farming techniques, different recipes, even subtle shifts in ritual or belief. In this way, the trade routes became carriers of innovation, even if the changes arrived slowly and softly. Along the coasts, fishing villages contributed another rhythm to the trade. Using nets knotted by hand, boats carved from single trees, and baskets woven from palm fronds, fishers provided dried and smoked catches that could travel far inland. The drying process was deliberate, carried out on racks that lined the beaches. Fish were seasoned with salt, sometimes flavored with local herbs, and left to dry under careful watch. These coastal hubs were not large, but they were vital. They connected the ocean to the savanna, the tides to the caravans. Inland, traders often arrived at river ports where barges awaited. These vessels were wide and flat-bottomed, able to glide through shallow waters with surprising grace. Steered with long poles, they carried bulk goods: clay pots stacked with honey, baskets of kola nuts, bundles of dyed fabric wrapped tightly in leather. The rivers themselves were central to the story of trade. They curved through the land like veins, offering not just transport but meaning. Along their banks, people farmed, built homes, raised families, and celebrated festivals. Water was life, and the river was both pathway and provider. Each bend, each island, each current had a name, a history, a set of stories that explained the spirit of the place. The boats that traveled these waters were more than functional. Many were adorned with painted designs, with proverbs or blessings written along the sides. The boatmen who guided them were respected figures, known for their endurance and memory. They knew where the currents pulled strongest, where sandbanks formed after storms, and where crocodiles might rest unseen beneath the surface. Their work was quiet, but crucial. Trade also brought with it systems of measurement. Though not standardized in the modern sense, units of weight and volume were recognized within each region. A calabash of grain, a strip of cloth, a handful of gold dust, all had expected equivalents. Disputes were rare but not absent. When they arose, community elders stepped in, drawing on years of observation and fairness. Markets were governed not by written law, but by tradition. Dishonesty was discouraged not by force, but by exclusion. A trader who cheated risked more than profit. They risked being forgotten, being denied welcome. Trust was everything. It was built not in grand gestures, but in small, consistent acts. Arriving on time, honoring agreements, treating people with respect. And so, the great routes wound on, across sand, through grasslands, along rivers. They endured not because of conquest, but because of cooperation, because people chose to walk them, again and again, across generations. Tonight, as your breath softens and your mind grows quiet, picture those rivers beneath the moonlight. Picture the glint of a boat's prow, the gentle creak of oars, the hush of wind over water. Imagine traders sleeping near their goods, wrapped in cloth, dreaming not of riches, but of safe arrival, of morning markets, of distant voices waiting to greet them. As the ancient trade routes continued to stretch across the varied landscapes of West Africa, they began to take on another role, one not solely grounded in the movement of goods, but in the quiet integration of cultures and belief systems. With each passing year, the rhythms of trade brought not only tools, salt, and gold, but also stories, symbols, customs, and languages that settled gently into the soil of each region they touched. One of the most enduring cultural legacies shaped by these roots was the gradual introduction and expansion of Islam into the heart of West Africa. Unlike conquest or sudden imposition, this religious shift arrived with grace and patience, carried by traders and scholars who lived the faith as part of their everyday practice. In towns like Gao and Timbuktu, mosques were built not with grandeur but with familiarity. Constructed from local mud brick, supported by wooden beams that extended outward for structural integrity, these mosques blended into the environment as if they had always been part of the land. Within their cool, shaded interiors, travelers paused to pray beside local villagers. There were no loud sermons or dramatic conversions. Faith moved quietly as water seeps into earth. The spread of Islam was often led by peaceful merchant communities and respected clerics who taught, through example rather than decree. They offered literacy in Arabic, recorded laws and contracts, and read aloud from holy texts to those who gathered in the evenings, often after the markets closed. For many communities, adopting the religion was not a rejection of old beliefs but a layering, a way to add structure, literacy, and broader identity to their existing worldview. With this religious current came an intellectual one. Timbuktu, in particular, blossomed as a center of knowledge. Its three great mosques, Sankore, Jingureber, and Sidi Yahya, became hubs of learning, their courtyards filled with students copying texts by oil lamp, their teachers guiding discussions that drifted from jurisprudence to astronomy, from logic to poetry. Manuscripts were treasured, not hoarded. They were kept in leather satchels, wrapped in cloth, and passed down through families. In this way, knowledge became another form of trade, less visible, but equally precious. Many families who could not travel sent their sons to study, hoping they would return not with gold, but with wisdom. And these students, walking for days across hot plains and dusty roads, carried not only books but questions about the stars, about right and wrong, about the purpose of life. Outside the cities, the trade routes also fostered interethnic cooperation. The Fulani, Soninke, Tuareg, Mandinka, Hausa, and dozens of other groups shared space, sometimes for hours, sometimes for generations. Their languages mingled in markets, their foods blended in shared pots, their music echoed with overlapping rhythms. While conflicts occurred, as in all human history, the unspoken logic of trade encouraged harmony. Cooperation was profitable. Peace allowed return. Trust was renewable. Festivals emerged at key points along the routes. These events were not just economic gatherings, but moments of celebration and cultural exchange. Drums would echo across open fields. Dancers would leap into air thick with dust. Cloths dyed in brilliant hues of blue, red, and orange fluttered from stalls. Spices mingled in the air, and children, freed from daily chores, chased one another between vendors, wide-eyed at the sights and sounds. Storytellers would find a shaded corner and begin their craft, using voice and gesture to share tales of legendary traders, lost cities, or spirits that guarded the crossroads. These stories did not compete with books. They completed them. They offered moral guidance, warnings, and wonder in ways that lived within the listener long after the story ended. Meanwhile, governance along the trade routes evolved in subtle but meaningful ways. Rulers who once relied only on military strength began to understand the power of stability and infrastructure. Roads were maintained, bridges constructed, disputes mediated. In some regions, tax was collected not at borders, but through agreed-upon systems of tribute, where merchants paid a share in exchange for protection and access. These arrangements were enforced more by reputation than by sword. A ruler who failed to honor his word could find his city avoided. In this way, the economy became a teacher of diplomacy. Even justice transformed. In certain towns, market disputes were resolved by merchant councils, groups of respected traders chosen not for wealth, but for fairness. Their decisions were binding, not because they were backed by force, but because they were trusted. A community's memory of who cheated, who lied, who kept their promises, became more influential than any edict. And so, trade shaped not only wealth, but morality. The caravans themselves became small societies in motion. A group of 20 or 30 travelers might spend weeks together, walking alongside camels, sleeping beneath the same stars, sharing food and stories. In time, hierarchies formed, leaders chosen for their calm judgment, elders respected for their knowledge of the path. Disputes were rare because they threatened the collective. Everyone knew that reaching the next town depended on cohesion. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine one of these caravans moving across a moonlit plain. The air is cool, the sky vast and quiet. A boy walks beside a camel, his fingers brushing the worn leather of a saddle. An old man hums a song barely audible above the wind. Someone in the group begins to tell a tale, not loudly, but with the kind of voice meant for evenings. The group listens, not to pass time, but to stay connected, to each other, to the road, and to something older than both. The story will end before dawn, but the memory of it will remain, just like the trade routes themselves. The enduring legacy of the ancient trade routes in West Africa was not defined solely by the movement of commodities or the exchange of currencies. Rather, it was expressed through the gentle weaving of lives, customs, and knowledge into the soft fabric of daily life. Over centuries, entire communities were shaped not only by the goods they traded, but by the relationships they cultivated along the way. Families grew used to the presence of travelers, merchants from faraway deserts, artisans from nearby forests, scholars with scrolls tied at their waists, and drummers who spoke in rhythm instead of words. Markets were no longer events, but part of the heartbeat of a place. Each arrival of a caravan brought a quiet excitement, not loud or chaotic, but settled into the town like a familiar wind returning. Children watched from doorways as camels were unloaded, their wide eyes scanning for something new, perhaps a carved toy, a colored bead, or a sweet fruit from a distant coast. The traders themselves had become bridges. They spoke multiple languages, knew countless customs, and could shift from one cultural setting to another without pause. A trader might begin the day discussing gold weights in a Soninke dialect and finish the evening offering prayers in Arabic beneath a Tuareg sky. These people were not just carriers of goods, they were carriers of understanding. As communities adapted to the flow of people, they also began to reflect on identity. Villages known for particular crafts developed reputations along the trade networks. Some became celebrated for pottery, their red clay jars recognized instantly in towns 100 miles away. Others were renowned for leatherwork, the scent of cured hides lingering in market air, their saddles and sandals prized for durability. Weavers developed techniques that created distinct patterns, passed down through grandmothers, and woven into clothing that told stories even without words. Dyes from indigo plants soaked into fabric under starlight. Embroidery followed lines imagined by memory, and in each stitch, a connection to the past was preserved. Art was not made for galleries, it was made for life, for wearing, for gifting, for remembering. Meanwhile, the importance of water became increasingly evident. Wells were deepened and protected, springs were marked with stones. Riverbanks became sites of gathering, not only for fetching water, but for news, courtship, and ceremony. In the Sahel and Savannah zones, communities built sophisticated water storage systems, sometimes digging large circular basins to collect seasonal rain. During dry periods, these became lifelines, not only for people, but for animals. Travelers planned their routes by these water points, which were often named, blessed, and passed down in oral maps memorized by generations of guides. Navigation was not a matter of compasses and charts. It was a skill of the body, feeling the wind, watching the stars, reading the shadows of hills, listening to bird calls. Experienced guides knew that a particular tree leaned slightly east, or that a distant ridge marked the halfway point to the next oasis. These were not tricks, they were knowledge, earned over time, impossible to teach quickly. In this way, the landscape itself became a text, and those who read it were its quiet scholars. Along these routes, health was another concern, gently woven into the rhythm of movement. Herbalists and healers carried dried plants and roots in leather pouches. They recognized fevers by smell, wounds by color, and pain by silence. A sick trader might be treated under a neem tree, with poultices applied and incantations whispered softly. Healing was not rushed. It involved waiting, resting, listening. Recipes for medicine traveled slowly but firmly, shared in the quiet of nighttime fires, remembered by those who listened well. These treatments were often based on generations of observation, and though modern science may not always understand them, their effects were trusted by those who lived by them. Trust, in fact, was perhaps the greatest currency along these ancient routes. More than gold or salt, it determined success or failure. Traders who honored agreements, who kept their word, who helped others in moments of hardship, were remembered fondly and welcomed widely. One act of kindness, a shared water gourd, a lone donkey, a warning about a dangerous road, could echo across years. And so reputations were built slowly, like the worn paths themselves. Some routes gained spiritual significance. It was said that certain paths were blessed, protected by ancestral spirits. Travelers would leave offerings, a few grains, a strip of cloth, a whispered prayer before embarking. Others believed that particular trees housed wise spirits and never cut their branches. Superstition and faith mingled, not in conflict, but in coexistence. These beliefs did not hinder trade. They shaped it, giving meaning to movement, reminding those who walked that they were not the first and would not be the last. As we near the close of this part, picture a twilight scene. A caravan has stopped for the night beside a grove of trees. The camels rest, their legs tucked beneath them. Small fires crackle, a pot simmers. Voices rise and fall in gentle conversation. Someone tells a story, not to impress, but to remember. The stars above are clear, the wind carries the scent of dust and wood smoke. In this moment, everything is still. The road will continue tomorrow. But tonight, there is only peace. As the trade routes of ancient West Africa continued to knit together distant regions, another dimension of their significance began to emerge. One less visible to the casual observer, but deeply embedded in the psychological and emotional lives of those who walked them. These routes did not simply connect places. They connected experiences, offering travelers not just commerce, but continuity. In an age before maps, borders, and written laws became the norm, the routes themselves offered a sense of orientation, not only geographically, but spiritually. Traders, pilgrims, messengers, and wanderers alike came to see the roads as extensions of their own journey through life. Walking them became a form of meditation, a rhythm of motion that mirrored the rhythm of thought. Step after step, under sun and starlight, one could reflect, remember, and release. Along certain stretches of the routes, shrines were built, simple constructions of stone, wood, or clay, often maintained by a single guardian or an extended family. These shrines were not always tied to a specific religion. Some honored ancestors, others commemorated legendary travelers, while some simply marked a spot where someone once received help or healing. These were sacred pauses in an otherwise demanding journey. Travelers would stop, kneel, place a small token, or whisper a few words. There was no ceremony, only sincerity. And then they would walk on, lighter than before. Hospitality along the trade routes became more than custom. It became a quiet ethic, an unspoken social contract. In countless villages, it was understood that any traveler who arrived before sunset would be offered shelter, a bowl of food, and water. No money changed hands. The only expectation was gratitude and the understanding that one day, the favor would be returned. These acts of kindness sustained the routes as surely as the goods that passed through them. In return, travelers brought stories of distant floods, of eclipses, of strange animals, and peculiar customs. Some stories were true, others embroidered over time, but all were welcomed. They offered a glimpse of elsewhere, a gentle disruption of the ordinary. For many who never left their villages, the world came to them through the mouths of travelers. A woman might hear of a desert where the sand sings. A boy might imagine a city where people sleep during the day and trade by moonlight. These stories sparked imagination, and imagination kept the routes alive in the hearts of those who stayed behind. Over time, the trade routes began to influence even how people marked time. The arrival of certain caravans signaled seasons more reliably than calendars. In some areas, specific markets aligned with moon cycles. Villages prepared months in advance, not just for trade, but for the return of familiar faces. A trader who had once arrived with dyed cloth might return with books. A camel once carrying salt might now carry spices. Each return was a small homecoming, each departure a reminder of impermanence. As agricultural practices improved, surpluses became more common, allowing for larger volumes of trade. Some families specialized in particular crops, perfecting techniques for drying, storing, and transporting goods. Farmers who once sold small baskets of grain began to organize cooperatives, working together to ensure fair prices and mutual support. The trade routes supported this growth by offering reliable distribution, turning local abundance into regional stability. In larger towns, storehouses were constructed, long, low buildings with thick walls and thatched roofs. Inside, grains were kept in clay jars, fabrics stacked in bundles, and tools hung carefully along the walls. These spaces were not only used for storage, but also as meeting places where traders discussed routes, exchanged news, and formed silent agreements. The atmosphere was calm, purposeful. There was little shouting or bargaining. Most deals had already been made, based on trust and previous interactions. Even the animals that supported trade were treated with quiet respect. Donkeys, camels, and oxen were fed first upon arrival, watered before any other task was done. Their harnesses were repaired with care, their burdens adjusted for comfort. It was understood that without them, there would be no trade. Songs were sung to soothe them. Children learned how to brush their coats, how to speak to them in tones that calmed instead of commanded. This tenderness extended to the natural world as a whole. Forests were not only places of danger or resource. They were known as homes to spirits. Certain trees could not be cut. Certain springs could not be sullied. Travelers were warned, not by fear, but by tradition. Walk gently, elders would say, because you are not the only one who walks here. And so these trade routes became threads in a much larger fabric. Not just economic or social, but spiritual. They reminded those who used them that movement could be meaningful, that strangers could become kin, and that the land was both guide and guardian. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine walking such a path. The ground is firm beneath your feet, worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. The sun is low, the wind warm. Ahead, a village awaits, its fires just beginning to flicker. Behind you, the day stretches long and full, and within you, a quiet knowing grows, that though the road is long, you are never truly alone. As the centuries passed, and the great empires of West Africa rose and fell, the ancient trade routes remained. They shifted with time, widened in some places, faded in others, but they never truly disappeared. They left traces, not just in worn footpaths or crumbling caravanserais, but in language, cuisine, architecture, and belief. Even today, in towns and villages far from modern highways, echoes of those routes can still be felt. You might hear it in a greeting that blends Arabic and native tongue, or taste it in a dish seasoned with spices that once arrived on camelback. You might see it in the curve of a wooden bowl, shaped the same way for generations, or in the posture of an old man sitting at the edge of a courtyard, telling stories to the young in the same rhythm that once echoed through marketplaces under distant skies. The fall of great trading cities like Timbuktu, Gao, and Janneh was not a sudden event, but a slow erosion shaped by shifting political powers, the redirection of global trade routes by sea, and the wear of time. As ships began to cross oceans, bypassing deserts and savannas, the value of overland trade diminished. But even as wealth declined and scholarly centers grew quieter, the memory of what once had been remained in the people's bones. Some stories were passed through families in quiet whispers, tales of ancestors who once led caravans, who memorized the stars, who walked from sunrise to sunset carrying nothing but salt and prayer. Others were written down in fading ink on brittle manuscripts, preserved in hidden trunks and libraries that leaned with age. In some cases, these documents were forgotten, then rediscovered, reminding the world of a time when learning and trade walked hand in hand. What's remarkable is that the spirit of these trade routes lived on in how communities understood movement. Travel was not just a physical act. It was a form of trust, of opening oneself to the unknown. It meant stepping into uncertainty with faith, offering help to strangers, and relying on the kindness of distant cousins met under unfamiliar trees. Even today, many of the roads that now carry buses and trucks in West Africa follow the same general paths laid down by feet and hooves hundreds of years ago. Cities that grew from trade hubs still carry the same pulse. They may hum with electricity now instead of the beat of drums, but the rhythm remains. It's in the way markets come alive in the early hours, how goods are displayed with a quiet pride, how prices are discussed not in haste but in dialogue. It's in the shared bowl, the nod of recognition between buyer and seller, the exchange that is never just economic but deeply human. The legacy of the ancient trade routes also lives in how people remember time, not by dates or rulers, but by movement. An elder might recall a year not by its number, but by who visited, by what goods passed through, by the festival that was delayed because the rains came late. History, in this way, is not a line, but a cycle, tied to the road, the journey, the return. And perhaps this is the lesson these ancient routes leave behind, that progress is not always a matter of speed or straight lines. Sometimes it is slow, circular, gentle. Sometimes it takes the form of a shared meal under a baobab tree, a whispered prayer before crossing a dry plain, a small act of trust between strangers. These moments, though quiet, build civilizations. They endure. As you rest now, let your mind wander gently across those old roads. Picture a desert horizon stretching endlessly before you, golden and soft. A line of travelers walks slowly, their robes catching the wind, their shadows long. A child clutches her father's hand, asking if the next village is near. He smiles but says nothing. She listens instead to the bells on the camels, the hush of sand beneath leather soles. In the distance, there is a shimmer of light, perhaps heat, perhaps memory. You do not need to know the destination. The journey is enough. And so the ancient trade routes of West Africa continue, not in the dust or stone, but in the stories, the customs, the quiet dignity of those who once walked them, and in the hearts of those who remember, even now, in dreams. That brings us to the end of this story. Before we begin the next one, if you've enjoyed drifting through time with me, I'd be so grateful if you could leave a like and consider subscribing. It truly helps keep this quiet corner of the internet alive. And now, let's continue with the next tale in our Sleepy History series, as we turn to the forgotten rituals of the Zoroastrians. Long before the rise of vast empires, or the echo of cathedral bells across Europe, there existed in the ancient lands of Persia a belief system rooted not in conquest, but in cosmic balance. Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest known monotheistic religions, emerged quietly amidst the windswept plateaus and sun-drenched mountains of what is now Iran. It did not begin with grand temples or royal proclamations, but with a man said to have walked beside rivers, contemplating light and truth. His name was Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, and his teachings would shape entire civilizations, though few now remember the intimate rituals that once guided his followers in their daily lives. The world, to Zoroastrians, was a battlefield not of armies, but of principles. At every moment, one chose between Asha, truth, order, and light, and Druj, falsehood, chaos, and darkness. But these ideas were not abstract. They were lived, breathed, and enacted through ritual. Before the first grain was ground or the first lamp lit, there were prayers, ancient hymns recited not in haste, but with precision and reverence. These weren't simply words, but vibrations meant to harmonize the soul with the universe. The rituals of the Zoroastrians began with fire, but not in the sense of destruction. Fire, to them, was purity. A living symbol of Ahura Mazda, the supreme god of wisdom, fire was never extinguished in sacred spaces. Instead, it was fed regularly, tended like a living being. In every temple, an eternal flame burned, and behind it sat a priest known as an Athravan. His role was not one of power, but of quiet vigilance. He whispered the yasna, chants and invocations passed down for generations, while adding dry wood to the flame, never letting it falter. The tending of fire was done with a metal tong and a bundle of sticks called the barsam. These sticks were gathered under strict conditions, tied in specific numbers, and held during ceremonies like extensions of the priest's intention. They were not mere props, but tools to focus the mind. Every movement of the ritual, every glance, every silence, had meaning. In Zoroastrian households, even outside the temples, fire was central. Each morning, before the household stirred, someone would tend to the hearth. A quiet offering, perhaps a pinch of sandalwood, perhaps a whispered prayer, was made to the small flame. Meals were cooked not just for nourishment, but in the awareness that fire made them possible. Smoke rising from the pot was not just steam, but a messenger, carrying intention to the divine. Another forgotten ritual involved water. Just as fire was sacred, so too was water, seen as a source of life and a mirror of purity. Special ceremonies, known as abzor, were conducted to purify water sources. Priests would collect fresh water before dawn, chanting invocations as they walked, careful not to let a single drop be spilled or contaminated. The water would then be mixed with milk or pomegranate juice and offered to the earth, returning to the cycle with gratitude. Bathing itself was once a sacred act. Before major rituals, a priest would undergo the padyabkusti, a cleansing of both body and soul. He would wash thoroughly, not out of hygiene alone, but to enter a state of ritual purity. Clothing was then donned carefully, the sudra, a simple white tunic symbolizing righteousness, and the kusti, a woven cord tied around the waist with sacred knots. The tying of the kusti was accompanied by prayer and repeated several times a day. Each knot, each pull of the thread, was a reminder of one's duty to choose truth over deceit, to live in harmony rather than discord. Even the disposal of waste was governed by ritual. Earth, water, and fire were not to be polluted. Thus, Zoroastrians developed intricate methods to dispose of the dead, most famously through the use of dakmas, or towers of silence. But lesser known were the daily precautions taken to prevent impurity. Nails and hair were cut at specific times. Broken pottery was not casually discarded, but respectfully buried. Everything had its place. Everything had its time. One of the most subtle but powerful rituals was the act of truth-telling. It was believed that a lie, even a small one, disrupted the cosmic balance. Children were taught from a young age to speak with honesty, not out of fear, but out of duty to Asha. Silence was preferable to dishonesty. In marketplaces, a seller would place his goods on a clean cloth, speak his price once, and wait. No bargaining, no exaggeration. To sell in deceit was to sell one's soul. Zoroastrian festivals, though fewer than in some religions, were steeped in these quiet rituals. The New Year, Nowruz, was not celebrated with explosions or spectacle, but with the setting of the half-seen table. Each item placed had symbolic weight: garlic for health, apples for beauty, sprouts for rebirth. Families would gather in silence as the sun rose, sharing sweets not for indulgence, but to remind themselves that life, though difficult, offered moments of joy. In the next part, we will follow how these rituals evolved, how they were preserved in secret during times of persecution, and how they still whisper through the lives of those who remember. But for now, let the soft glow of ancient firelight flicker gently in your mind, steady and eternal. As the centuries unfolded and empires came and went, the rituals of Zoroastrianism endured not because they were imposed by force or protected by armies, but because they were quietly woven into the lives of its followers. Unlike religions that sought to expand through conquest, Zoroastrian practice centered around the individual's responsibility to maintain balance in their own small corner of the world. The rituals may have been small and seemingly insignificant to outsiders, but to those who practiced them, they were daily affirmations of cosmic order. One such ritual that survived through time was the recitation of the 5 daily Ga prayers. These prayers, each aligned with a specific portion of the day, were meant to remind the practitioner of their place in the world. Morning brought the Hawanga, a time to welcome the light, to awaken not just the body, but the spirit. Midday was Rapithwinga, when warmth and life were honored. Afternoon, or Uzran Ga, recognized the decline of the sun, the humility of all living things. Evening brought Iwasruthram Ga, when shadows grew and reflection deepened. Finally, Ushahin Ga guided the soul through the night, encouraging rest not just of the body, but of thought. Each of these prayers had its own cadence, its own invocation, chanted in the ancient Avestan tongue. The language itself, though no longer spoken in daily life, was preserved like a fossil of sound, unchanged for thousands of years. Even if a Zoroastrian practitioner no longer understood every word, they knew the weight of them. The rhythm itself was calming, like a river that always flowed in the same direction. The priestly class, known as the Mobeds, bore a particular burden in preserving these rituals. Trained from youth, often in isolation, they were taught not only the sacred texts, but also how to perform the rites exactly as prescribed. The preparation of the Hauma, a ritual drink believed to bring enlightenment and connection to the divine, was one such rite. The process could take hours. A special plant was pounded and strained with water, prayers recited at each stage, the final liquid placed in a silver bowl and offered with solemnity. The drink was rarely consumed in large amounts. It was more symbol than substance, a link to the ancient world where every act was layered with meaning. Zoroastrian weddings also followed a ritualistic path, carefully scripted to honor the principles of truth and union. Before the ceremony, the couple would undergo spiritual cleansing. On the wedding day, the priest would tie the couple's hands together with a thread made from raw wool, symbolizing not just their union, but the strength and purity required to maintain it. A sacred fire burned nearby, and offerings of dried fruit, seeds, and ghee were made. The couple would promise not only to love one another, but to walk together in truth, to uphold Asha in their household. Every ritual was grounded in 3 core tenets: good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. These were not lofty ideals meant for the elite, but daily reminders for every Zoroastrian, young or old. Before speaking, one was to pause and consider, was it true? Was it kind? Was it necessary? Before acting, one was to ask, will this bring harmony, or will it sow chaos? Even within the quiet act of sweeping a floor or feeding a guest, one could fulfill divine duty. For centuries, these rituals were protected by geography, hidden in the highlands of Persia, preserved in desert towns and mountain villages. But with the Arab conquest of Persia in the 7th century, Zoroastrianism was no longer the dominant faith. Mosques replaced fire temples, and many rituals had to go underground. Still, in pockets of resistance, the faith endured. Families passed down the kusti cord like an heirloom. Old women whispered prayers while kneading dough. A small fire lit at dawn might be mistaken for cooking, but to the faithful, it was worship. Eventually, some Zoroastrians fled, seeking refuge in India. There, they became known as the Parsis. In their new home, they preserved the old rituals, adapting them to a new landscape while holding tightly to their identity. Fire temples rose again, prayers were sung freely, and festivals like Nowruz and Khordad Sal returned to the public square. Yet even among the Parsis, changes came with time. Modernity knocked gently, then insistently. Some rituals grew shorter, some were simplified. Urban life made daily prayer difficult. Fewer children learned Avestan. But among the elderly, the flame still flickered. A grandmother might rise before sunrise, tie her kusti in silence, and whisper the Ashem Vohu beneath her breath. Not for show, not out of fear, but because it was part of her. As you begin to drift now, imagine the hum of an ancient temple. No crowds, no chanting masses, just one priest, one flame, one prayer spoken softly in the stillness. Outside, the wind moves through a grove of cypress trees. The air smells of sandalwood. A single drop of water falls into a copper bowl. It echoes gently, endlessly. And somewhere, in the dark folds of history, another soul chooses truth again. In the quiet hours before dawn, as the world still slept and only the faint rustling of leaves betrayed the presence of wind, the rituals of Zoroastrian life would begin anew. For the devoted, the early morning was a sacred window between the silence of night and the awakening of day, a time when the soul was most attuned to the presence of Ahura Mazda, the wise lord. The first act was the Padyab ritual, a simple yet profound cleansing with water. Using water drawn and stored with care, the devotee would wash the face, hands, and feet in silence, each motion symbolic of casting away darkness, both physical and spiritual. Then came the tying of the kusti, the sacred thread girdle worn around the waist. It wasn't merely a garment, it was a declaration of intent. The cord, made from 72 fine woolen threads representing the 72 chapters of the yasna, was tied with 3 sacred knots, each one binding the individual to good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. The accompanying prayers, murmured softly in Avestan, served not only as a spiritual shield, but also as a reaffirmation of one's moral compass. Once the kusti was tied, the day truly began. For Zoroastrians, each action taken thereafter was meant to honor Asha, truth and order, and avoid druj, falsehood and chaos. Whether tending to animals, preparing food, or writing a letter, it was all to be done with mindfulness. Work was not separated from worship. In fact, labor itself, when done ethically and with care, was seen as an offering to the divine. Even farming, the most humble of tasks, was imbued with sacred purpose. Tilling the soil, planting seeds, and harvesting grain were all seen as participating in the maintenance of cosmic order. To nourish others was to stand on the side of light. Zoroastrian farmers would often say a prayer before plucking a fruit or cutting a stalk of wheat, thanking the earth for its gift and promising to use it wisely. Animals, too, were treated with deep respect. Dogs, in particular, held a special place in Zoroastrian cosmology. They were considered protectors of the home and guardians of the dead. A dog's presence at funerary rituals was believed to guide the soul safely to the afterlife and ward off evil spirits. In many traditional homes, feeding a dog was considered a virtuous act, akin to lighting a flame or speaking a prayer. Death, however, posed the most delicate challenge for followers of this ancient faith. Because the body was seen as potentially polluting after death, the elements, fire, earth, and water, had to be protected from contamination. Thus, Zoroastrians devised a unique and solemn ritual known as the Tower of Silence. In these circular stone structures, built atop hills or open spaces, the dead were laid to rest, not buried, not burned, but exposed to the sun and birds of prey. This wasn't an act of neglect or cruelty, but one of reverence. The body, no longer housing the soul, was returned to nature without defiling the sacred elements. This process, known as Dokmenashini, reflected a deep ecological awareness far ahead of its time. Surrounding these towers were quiet gardens and reflection spaces where family members could pray, often sitting in silence, contemplating the passage of life and the eternal struggle between light and shadow. No weeping, no wailing, just stillness and remembrance. Fire temples remained the spiritual heart of Zoroastrian communities. Within them, the eternal flame continued to burn, tended by priests in white robes, their movements slow and measured, their voices low and rhythmic. The flame was never left unattended. It was a living presence, symbolic of divine light and wisdom, and its protection was a sacred duty. Offerings of incense, ghee, and fragrant wood were made throughout the day, each accompanied by precise prayers and gestures, passed down for generations without change. During communal festivals, the rituals took on a slightly more celebratory tone, though never loud or exuberant. On Gahambars, 6 seasonal festivals believed to correspond with the creation of the universe, communities gathered to share meals, recite scripture, and perform acts of charity. These gatherings emphasized harmony, equality, and generosity. Everyone brought food, everyone shared. There were no priests seated above others, no hierarchies at the table. Each dish was blessed, each word chosen with care. The simplicity of these gatherings belied their spiritual depth. For children growing up within the faith, these rituals formed the rhythm of life. From a young age, they would watch their elders tie the kusti, listen to the soft syllables of prayers floating through morning air, and slowly learn the meaning behind each symbol, each act. The sudra, a white cotton shirt worn beneath clothing, became a second skin, not for show, but for spiritual grounding. It reminded them daily to align their behavior with the teachings of Zarathustra. Zoroastrian education wasn't formal or loud. It happened through example. A father carefully reciting prayers while grinding herbs. A mother whispering invocations while sweeping the courtyard. A grandparent placing food outside the door at dusk. Not for animals, but as a symbolic offering to wandering souls. Every gesture carried a lesson. Every repetition created memory. In the next part, we will explore how Zoroastrian rituals shaped architecture, how their fire temples were designed not only for worship, but also as instruments of harmony, and how spatial awareness became a form of sacred geometry. But for now, let your thoughts rest gently like falling ash, settling into a still and ancient rhythm. Architecture in the Zoroastrian tradition was never just about shelter or aesthetics. It was a silent extension of their cosmology, a way to reflect harmony in physical space, to align the built world with the divine principles of order and truth. Temples, homes, and even public courtyards were designed with careful attention to symmetry, balance, and the flow of light. Perhaps the most sacred of structures was the Shbehram, the highest grade of fire temple, where only the purest fire was enshrined. This fire wasn't lit with a single flame, but carefully assembled through an elaborate and deeply symbolic process. 16 different types of fire were collected, taken from sources like lightning strikes, hearths, forges, and even cremation grounds. Each type of fire underwent ritual purification, a process that could take months. Once combined, the fire was considered spiritually awakened and worthy of worship. The temple itself was typically unadorned on the outside. Zoroastrians did not believe in grand facades or elaborate idols. Instead, the sacred was concealed, protected behind walls and silence. The inner sanctum, where the fire burned, was accessible only to priests, and even they entered after strict purification. Water basins lined the outer chambers. Every movement was intentional. Even the position of the fire, centrally placed and elevated, was meant to remind visitors of its role as the heart of creation, neither to be approached casually nor ignored. Homes, too, followed a quiet symbolism. Most traditional houses were built to face the rising sun, so that morning light would enter the main room at dawn. This wasn't just for warmth, it was a greeting to the new day, a moment to welcome Ahura Mazda's radiance. Many households had a small protected hearth where a family flame could be kept burning, not for cooking, but for prayer. This flame, though modest, was treated with reverence. It represented the inner fire of the soul, a daily companion to remind one of the path of light. In some older communities, especially in remote regions of Iran or India, the layout of villages also reflected Zoroastrian ideals. Streets were organized in simple grids, open to wind and sun, with shared wells at the center. Cleanliness, both physical and spiritual, was essential. Waste was carefully managed. Water channels were kept clear. Even the placement of livestock had meaning. Animals were kept slightly downhill from homes so as not to pollute the living space. This level of mindfulness extended to the public gathering spaces. Open-air pavilions with circular layouts were used for community prayers, storytelling, and seasonal festivals. The circle held symbolic weight. It represented wholeness, continuity, the eternal cycle of creation and destruction. No one stood at the center. No one towered above. All were equal beneath the sky. Zoroastrian rituals often acknowledged the four sacred elements: fire, water, earth, and air, not only as natural phenomena, but as spiritual presences. In architectural design, these elements were not just included but honored. Courtyards allowed air to circulate freely. Roofs were sometimes left partially open to allow smoke from prayer fires to rise unimpeded to the heavens. Floors were swept daily, with special care to avoid any waste contaminating the earth. Even the act of opening a door was done gently, without slamming, lest it disturb the balance of space. Among the most enduring features of Zoroastrian architecture was the ritual garden. These gardens were not ornamental. They were spaces of meditation, cultivated in a way that reflected the ideal of harmony. Fruit trees were planted alongside fragrant herbs. Small water channels, qanats, ran through the soil, bringing coolness and life. Paths were lined with smooth stones or crushed chalk. It was believed that walking in such a garden, in silence, was itself a form of prayer. The garden echoed the mythical paradisa, a walled paradise described in Zoroastrian texts, later adopted into Abrahamic traditions as the origin of the word paradise. This space wasn't just a memory of Eden, but a model for how to live: ordered, abundant, peaceful. During seasonal festivals such as Nowruz, the Persian New Year, the garden came to life. Families would gather around a small fire or water basin. A cloth would be laid out with 7 symbolic items. The haft scene, each starting with the Persian letter S. Sabze for rebirth, Samanu for strength, Seer for health, Sib for beauty, Sumak for sunrise, Sirke for patience, and Senjed for love. While Nowruz is now celebrated widely in Persian culture, its origins trace back to Zoroastrian cosmology: the rebirth of light, the balance of day and night, the triumph of spring over winter. In these sacred days, rituals extended beyond the temple and into every home. And so, even as the empires changed, Achaemenid, Parthian, Sasanian, and later Islamic dynasties, the quiet spaces of Zoroastrian life remained, like small fires kept alive beneath the ash of passing centuries. They did not seek to dominate with grand monuments or conversion campaigns. Instead, they whispered their truths in shadows and in stone, in the way a wall faced the dawn, or a child was taught to sweep the floor with care. In the next part, we'll explore how these rituals adapted across migrations, especially among the Parsis in India, and how sacred time, rather than sacred space, became the foundation of continuity. But for now, rest in the stillness of sacred design, and let the quiet wisdom of stone and flame accompany you into sleep. As history unfolded and the ancient Zoroastrian empires declined, the followers of this once widespread faith found themselves navigating new lands, new rulers, and often uncertain futures. Yet amid migration and change, the rituals of Zoroastrianism did not disappear. They simply adapted, quietly, thoughtfully, carried in the hearts and daily routines of those who remained faithful. One of the most significant migrations occurred in the 8th and 9th centuries, when a group of Zoroastrians fled Persia to escape religious persecution following the Arab conquest. They traveled eastward, eventually arriving on the western shores of India in the region of Gujarat. These refugees would come to be known as the Parsis, a name derived from Persian, and it was in India that they preserved the embers of their tradition in a new cultural setting. Unlike temples of grand scale or public monuments, the continuity of Zoroastrian practice among the Parsis relied on the constancy of sacred time. It wasn't massive buildings that kept the faith alive. It was the repetition of the Kusti prayer every day, the lighting of small fires in modest homes, and the careful observance of festivals according to the ancient Zoroastrian calendar. In this calendar, every day of the month was dedicated to a divine being, a yazata, or spiritual entity, representing an aspect of creation: water, wind, sun, truth, and so on. The name of the day would guide the prayers, meals, and even the attitude of the devotee. Time itself became the temple. In their new land, the Parsis built fire temples, agiaries, that mirrored the sacred structures of Iran, though smaller in scale. These temples were often tucked away in quiet urban neighborhoods, marked only by a simple symbol of the Faravahar, or a stone relief above the door. Inside, the fire still burned continuously, tended by priests trained in ritual purity, clothed in white robes, and moving with deliberate calm. The fire was still regarded as a living presence, fed 5 times a day, and offered sandalwood with reverence. What changed, however, was the role of the lay community. In India, without royal patronage or vast temple estates, Zoroastrians leaned on familial and communal ties. The religion became embedded in daily rhythms. Meals began with short prayers. Children were taught to recite the Asham Vohu before bed. Even when professions changed, when farmers became merchants and merchants became lawyers, the sacred thread and the white sudra remained. In the Indian context, Zoroastrian festivals took on new flavors. For example, during Pateti, the Zoroastrian New Year's Eve, families would gather in silence to reflect on the year's actions. This moment of introspection, known as the Patet, involved asking forgiveness not from a deity, but from oneself and others, for any wrongdoing. The atmosphere was quiet, not celebratory, filled with gentle remorse and hopes for moral renewal. The following day, Nowruz was welcomed with light and food. Homes were cleaned thoroughly, new clothes worn, and fire temples visited. Though similar in form to other spring festivals in the region, Zoroastrian Nowruz retained its emphasis on ethical living, an internal new year more than an external one. Another significant observance was the Gatha days, a 5-day period dedicated to the most sacred hymns of the Avesta. These were days for remembering the departed, honoring the ancestors with prayers and offerings. Families would light oil lamps in their homes, place small plates of flowers, sweets, and water as tokens of remembrance. There was no loud mourning, only presence. These rituals, gentle and consistent, allowed the Parsis to preserve a deep connection to their spiritual heritage while integrating respectfully into Indian society. Over time, they became known not only for their unique faith, but also for their contributions to commerce, education, and philanthropy. Yet even the most successful Parsi merchant in Bombay might still rise before dawn to wash, tie the kusti, and whisper ancient prayers before beginning the day. In this way, identity was not loudly declared. It was quietly lived. Among the community, elders played a vital role in transmitting rituals. A grandmother might teach her granddaughter the correct way to fold the sudra. A father might show his son how to offer sandalwood at the fire temple without speaking. These were not dramatic lessons, but slow, daily ones, often unspoken, always observed. Even language held sacred echoes. Though few Parsis in modern times spoke fluent Avestan, the prayers were memorized phonetically, repeated with care. The sound itself became a carrier of memory. A child might not know the literal meaning of a phrase, but they would feel its rhythm, sense its weight, understand its silence. In the next part, we will explore how Zoroastrian rituals face the modern world, how the challenges of urbanization, scientific skepticism, and cultural assimilation have shaped the current form of these ancient practices. But for now, let us remain with the Parsis, watching the quiet flicker of flame in a small temple corner, listening to a prayer murmured before sleep, and feeling the thread of continuity pass softly from hand to hand. As the modern world emerged with its rush of machines, lights, and noise, the quiet rituals of the Zoroastrians faced new challenges, not from persecution this time, but from forgetting. In cities filled with concrete and electricity, the old rhythm of rising with the sun and praying before the sacred fire began to slip away. Yet, even as time moved faster, some Zoroastrians held on. They adapted, not by discarding their traditions, but by translating them into new forms of devotion that could live inside apartments, office buildings, and across digital screens. In places like Mumbai, where Parsi communities had settled in bustling neighborhoods, fire temples still burned with slow, steady grace. Young professionals, dressed in modern clothes, still removed their shoes and bowed before the ancient flame. The inner sanctum remained silent, untouched by city traffic. Here, in these moments, the ritual continued. Even those who could not visit the temple every day carried small symbols with them. A kusti worn under a shirt, a soft murmur of prayer before a meal, a lit candle by the window on a holy night. These small acts, repeated over time, became their own kind of ceremony. One of the most enduring modern adaptations was the Navyat ceremony, the initiation ritual for children. While traditionally performed in a temple courtyard with extended family, many urban Parsis began holding it in rented halls, blending ancient chants with microphones and stage lighting. Still, the essence remained unchanged. The child was dressed in the sacred white sudra and kusti, recited prayers learned by heart, and stepped into spiritual responsibility. It was a moment of quiet pride for the family, a declaration that the old ways had not been forgotten. The Navjot was followed by gentle feasting, where elders told stories about how their own ceremonies had taken place decades ago in distant villages. In the diaspora, particularly in places like the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, maintaining ritual became even more complex. Without neighborhood temples or Zoroastrian calendars marked on public holidays, families had to create new ways of observing sacred time. Some organized virtual prayer groups, where members from different time zones joined via video call to recite the gathas together. Others set reminders on their phones to mark important days like Nowruz or Khordad Sal, the birthday of the prophet Zarathustra. In these settings, kitchens became temples, and living rooms became places of sacred remembrance. Lighting a candle while listening to a recorded Avestan prayer became a way of keeping the thread intact. It was not less holy because it was smaller. It was more precious for having survived. The role of women also expanded in modern practice. Traditionally, priesthood had been the domain of men, with women excluded from performing many of the public rites. But in recent decades, especially among reformist Zoroastrians, women began studying the scriptures, leading community gatherings, and even conducting prayers. Some families taught daughters and sons alike to tie the kusti and recite the 5 daily prayers. These changes were not without debate. Within the global Zoroastrian community, tensions arose between those who sought to protect the orthodoxy and those who wished to evolve with the times. Some argued for more inclusion, others feared dilution. Yet even in disagreement, the shared concern was clear, the desire to keep the flame alive. Another modern challenge came from interfaith marriage. For many generations, Zoroastrians had been discouraged, or outright forbidden, from marrying outside the faith. This was partly due to a fear of losing identity, especially within small communities already struggling to maintain numbers. But as young Zoroastrians increasingly lived and worked in multicultural cities, love often crossed traditional boundaries. Some families embraced the new unions, welcoming non-Zoroastrian spouses into rituals and ceremonies. Others remained cautious, preserving stricter lines. Yet in most cases, even where customs clashed, there was an undercurrent of quiet hope that the values of truth, good thoughts, and righteous action could transcend formal boundaries. In larger cities, community centers began to offer classes not only in prayer and history, but also in Avestan language, ethics, and interfaith dialogue. Youth camps taught children how to tie the kusti and also how to explain their identity to non-Zoroastrian friends. It was a way of keeping ritual relevant, rooted in ancient practice but alive in the present. Even funerary traditions, once dependent on geographic and cultural context, began to evolve. In places where the traditional towers of silence were no longer feasible due to urbanization or legal constraints, cremation became more common. Yet families still observed the 3-day vigil, still lit candles and recited prayers for the soul's journey, still wore white and spoke softly in remembrance. The body may have returned to the elements differently, but the soul was still honored with reverence. In the next part, we'll explore how Zoroastrian art, music, and poetry carried the spirit of ritual forward, even when words and temples began to fade. But for now, let us remain here, with the image of a small family gathered in a quiet apartment, a single candle glowing, the faint sound of ancient prayer filling the room, not loud, not elaborate, but eternal in its simplicity. As the flame of Zoroastrian practice continued its journey into the modern world, it became clear that the rituals themselves were not just confined to temples or prayers. They were also carried through the quiet persistence of art, music, and poetry, expressions of devotion that outlived even the most sacred buildings. In this way, the forgotten rituals were never truly lost. They simply shifted shape, living on in brushstrokes, melodies, and verses. Among the earliest forms of such expression were the intricate manuscript illuminations of the Avesta, the Zoroastrian sacred texts. Though not as widely illustrated as Christian or Islamic manuscripts, a few carefully adorned copies were produced in later centuries, featuring delicate floral motifs, fire symbolism, and stylized depictions of the Faravahar, the winged symbol of the soul's journey. These designs weren't just decorative, they were meditations in color. A single page, with its calligraphic grace and quiet symbolism, could serve as a form of prayer for both the scribe and the viewer. In homes where these books were kept, they were not displayed on shelves like modern literature. They were wrapped in white cloth, placed with reverence in small alcoves, and opened only on special days. Recitation of the words, sometimes without full understanding of their meaning, became a sacred act of sound. The sound itself held power, believed to purify space and mind. And so, in small gatherings or alone in one's room, the whisper of Avestian syllables became a ritual in its own right. Music, too, found its way into Zoroastrian expression. While the religion did not have a formal musical tradition like Gregorian chants or Hindu bhajans, over time, certain prayers were set to melodic patterns, especially in the diaspora, where music helped preserve memory. In Parsi homes, lullabies carried echoes of ancient teachings. A grandmother might hum a tune while stroking a child's hair, weaving gentle reminders into song. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. No fanfare, just the slow, soothing rhythm of belief. In community events, especially during seasonal festivals like Jamshidi Nowruz or the Gatha Days, choirs of children sometimes performed chanted prayers in harmony, their voices rising in quiet unity, not for an audience but as an offering. These performances were not polished like concerts. They were humble, often slightly off-key, yet deeply sincere. In their very imperfection lay their sacredness. Poetry offered another vessel. Zoroastrian poets, especially among the Parsis of India, began to write verses that blended ancient themes with modern longings. Some wrote in Gujarati, some in English, some in Persian revival forms. Their poems did not always mention fire or Ahura Mazda directly, but they captured the essence of the path. Light in darkness, truth over deceit, peace within. A single line, written by a young Parsi poet in Bombay, read, "We are not the last flame, we are the hand that shields it." These words became a quiet mantra passed among elders, quoted in community newsletters, etched on gravestones, and whispered in times of doubt. Rituals no longer belonged only to the priests. They now flowed through the pens and voices of everyday people. Weddings, too, became moments where forgotten symbols returned. Though Parsi weddings were often celebrated with joy and food, there remained quiet rituals embedded in the ceremony. The couple would face each other with a white cloth held between them, shielding their gaze. Prayers were chanted. The cloth was then lowered, allowing them to see one another for the first time as husband and wife under sacred witness. This moment was not loud or dramatic. It was still intimate, a ritual of unveiling. Candles burned, rice was gently tossed, and sandalwood smoke rose in a thin, curling thread toward the ceiling, connecting earth to spirit, past to present. Even architecture became part of the ritual memory. Fire temples, while often plain on the outside, held interior designs rich with meaning. The layout was circular or square, evoking the eternal and the ordered. Walls were bare to keep the mind undistracted, but light played gently across the whitewashed surfaces, dancing with the flame. In some diaspora communities where temples could not be built due to zoning or cost, families created prayer corners. A small shelf, a metal dish, a matchbox, a quiet space, and still the rituals continued. In moments of loss, such as the passing of a loved one, Zoroastrians would gather not to mourn loudly, but to honor in silence. They wore white, symbolizing purity, and the soul's return to its essence. Prayers were recited for 3 days, food shared with simplicity. The body might be cremated, buried, or, where still possible, placed in the Tower of Silence. But the ritual was less about the form and more about the reverence, a sense of timing, a return to stillness. In all these things, in the calligraphy of an ancient prayer, the melody of a child's voice, the flicker of a kitchen candle, the forgotten rituals were quietly remembered. They were no longer only about what was done in the grand temples of the past, but about how one lived moment to moment, mindfully, kindly, with awareness of light. In the next part, we will trace how global recognition of Zoroastrian values, like environmental stewardship, truth, and ethical living, has brought these ancient teachings into unexpected places, from academic circles to interfaith movements. But for now, let us remain here, with the quiet poetry of a small tradition that still breathes, like a flame that needs only a little wind and a little care to keep burning. As Zoroastrian rituals continued to shift and settle into modern rhythms, a quiet yet steady transformation unfolded, one that moved beyond community walls and entered the realm of global awareness. Though the number of practicing Zoroastrians had dwindled over time, the core principles of the faith, truth, ethical living, care for the environment, and the triumph of good over evil, began to resonate in academic discussions, philosophical circles, and interfaith dialogues. Scholars and spiritual seekers alike found in Zoroastrianism a foundation of simplicity and depth, one that had somehow survived the rise and fall of empires, colonialism, migration, and modernization. At universities, particularly in departments of religious studies and ancient history, interest in Zoroastrianism grew not for its exoticism, but for its influence. Professors traced the impact of Zoroastrian dualism, the cosmic struggle between good and evil, on later religious systems, from Judaism to Christianity to Islam. They pointed out parallels in angelic hierarchies, final judgment, the concept of heaven and hell, and even messianic figures. Students, often encountering these connections for the first time, marveled at how a belief system rooted in ancient Persia could have quietly shaped the moral frameworks of half the world. These classes did not always include ritual reenactments, but they often began with a soft chant or a candle lit in honor of fire as a symbol of divine presence. In this way, even academic exploration became, inadvertently, a form of ritual remembrance. In interfaith gatherings, especially in cosmopolitan cities like Toronto, London, and San Francisco, Zoroastrian representatives were invited to speak not only about their history, but also about their values. The emphasis on good thoughts, good words, and good deeds translated across cultural boundaries. Zoroastrians spoke not in the language of dogma, but of kindness, responsibility, and clarity of purpose. When asked about rituals, they described fire not as an idol, but as a focus, a reminder to keep the soul bright. When asked about purity laws, they framed them as practices of mindfulness and respect for the body, water, and soil. Environmental groups also began to take note. The ancient Zoroastrian reverence for the natural elements, earth, air, fire, and water, aligned with modern sustainability ethics. Documentaries highlighted how Zoroastrian communities once protected rivers and built their cities around clean airflow, how their burial practices once worked in harmony with scavenger birds rather than disturbing the ground. While some of these rituals had faded or adapted, the underlying principle that the earth is sacred remained relevant. A quiet partnership emerged between Zoroastrian organizations and ecological NGOs, not always publicized, but present in tree planting ceremonies, water conservation events, and educational panels. In these shared spaces, ritual no longer looked like prayer alone. It looked like service, caretaking, and gentle stewardship. Artists and writers outside the tradition also began to draw inspiration from Zoroastrian themes. In novels, characters whispered Avestan prayers before moments of clarity. In films, symbols like the Faravahar appeared as subtle references to resilience and inner strength. Even in fashion and design, ancient motifs were reimagined: sunbursts, eagle wings, fire bowls, appearing not as cultural appropriation, but as quiet homage. Exhibitions on Persian heritage included sections on Zoroastrian life, sometimes featuring recreated ritual spaces. A white-draped altar, a silent flame, a kusti belt folded beside a prayer book. Visitors walked through these exhibits not as tourists, but as seekers, drawn to something still glowing beneath layers of time. Perhaps most poignantly, digital spaces became new altars. Social media pages, YouTube channels, and blogs run by young Zoroastrians began to explain rituals in simple terms: how to tie the kusti, when to pray, the meanings of specific days. These platforms were not slick or commercialized. They were warm, personal, filled with nostalgia and care. A teenager in New York might watch a tutorial recorded by a grandmother in Pune, learning not just the movements, but the meaning. Comment sections became small sanctuaries, where strangers greeted each other with ushtate, a blessing meaning, "May happiness be unto you." In these gentle exchanges, a sense of community returned. Ritual, once confined to sacred buildings, now moved with people wherever they went. It lived in browser tabs, in voice memos, in quiet reflections during subway rides. No longer about grand processions or strict schedules, ritual became a rhythm of being, a way of walking in the world with attention, a whisper of connection between ancient memory and daily breath. In this growing recognition, Zoroastrian rituals, once thought forgotten, found new life not through replication, but through resonance. They reminded people of all faiths and backgrounds that sometimes the most enduring rituals are not the loudest or the most elaborate. They are the ones carried in silence, lit in small corners, repeated with gentle hands. They are the ones felt in the act of listening, the decision to speak with honesty, the moment one pauses before harming what is sacred. In the next part, we'll journey through stories of Zoroastrians who, despite being scattered across continents and generations, found unexpected ways to keep their flame burning. But for now, let us rest here, in the quiet awareness that what is ancient is not gone. It is simply waiting to be remembered, one soft act at a time. Across the modern world, where highways hum and screens flicker through the night, a quieter network continues to stretch invisibly from continent to continent. The living presence of Zoroastrians scattered in small communities, still preserving the quiet pulse of ancient ritual. Though the numbers are few, and many of the grand ceremonies have faded, the spirit of devotion still finds refuge in the spaces between lives, in kitchens, on balconies, and in whispered prayers shared before sleep. In cities like Mumbai, where the largest population of Parsis remains, the rhythm of life still gently echoes Zoroastrian practice. Early morning begins with the ritual washing of hands, the donning of the sudre, a simple white cotton shirt worn under clothing, and the tying of the kusti, the sacred cord. It is not dramatic. It is not loud. A teenager may do it before leaving for school, an elder before stepping onto the porch. But in that act, 3 knots tied while murmuring quiet words of intention, the ancient flows into the present, unnoticed by the outside world, yet deeply known by the one who ties the knot. In older neighborhoods, fire temples still burn with the steady flame that has been tended for generations. The sacred fire is not allowed to go out, not because of superstition, but because it represents continuity, inner clarity, and connection to divine order. Temple priests, known as mobeds, wear simple white robes and often work in silence, stoking the flame, offering sandalwood, reciting prayers in the ancient Avestan tongue. They do not perform for an audience. Their presence is humble, their duty quiet, their impact lasting. In the diaspora, places like Los Angeles, Vancouver, or Sydney, where full temples may not exist, community halls are transformed into ritual spaces during festivals. Navroz, the Persian New Year, remains a time when even the most secular Zoroastrians pause. Families gather, tables are set with symbols, sprouted grains for rebirth, a mirror for self-reflection, a candle for light, and a sacred text. Young children are told stories of Zarathustra and the wise Lord, of choosing good over evil, of how the smallest deeds ripple through the world. No single act is grand, but together they form a quiet quilt of remembrance. One woman in California, a second-generation Parsi, lights a small flame every Friday evening in her kitchen. Her grandmother did it in Karachi. Her mother did it in London. Now, in her home between the sink and the stove, the fire still glows. She does not call it ritual. She says simply, "It helps me remember who I am." Another story comes from a retired teacher in Pune, who spends his mornings copying lines from the Gathas, the hymns of Zarathustra, into a notebook by hand. His handwriting is uneven, his eyesight fading, but he says the act itself is a kind of prayer. If the words live in my hands, he says, they live on. In some families, rituals have become blended with the rhythm of other faiths, especially in intermarried households. A Catholic mother might help her son tie the kusti. A Zoroastrian father might join his children at a church service, but still recite his morning prayers under his breath. These are not contradictions. They are acts of care, acts of choosing love over fear. And in that choice lies the deepest Zoroastrian ritual of all. Community gatherings often center not on worship, but on food and conversation. At these events, elders tell stories while sipping milky tea. They speak of the old neighborhoods in Yazd, the festivals in Gujarat, the names of long-departed relatives who once stoked the temple fires. Young people listen, half distracted by their phones but still absorbing the cadence, the values, the quiet insistence that goodness matters. It is not formal transmission, but it is powerful. In recent years, efforts have grown to record these stories, to document the fading customs, to ensure that the rituals are not truly forgotten. Oral history projects have been launched, websites have archived prayers, YouTube channels feature elders reciting blessings, showing how to prepare offerings, explaining the meaning behind ancient phrases. Even video calls have become vessels of continuity, grandparents teaching grandchildren across oceans how to fold the prayer shirt or greet with ushtate. Some may worry that digital rituals lack sacredness, but in truth, they continue the most vital thread, the act of sharing. Through every screen, every retelling, every softly spoken line, the rituals breathe again. And as the world changes, as communities shift, as temples rise or fall, the essence of Zoroastrian practice, mindfulness, purity of thought, the pursuit of truth, remains embedded not in stone, but in hearts. A young man who has never seen a tower of silence may still pause before speaking harm. A woman who has never been to a fire temple may still offer her actions to the fire within. In this way, ritual becomes less about structure and more about orientation, less about what is done and more about why it is done. In the next part, we'll reflect on how these rituals, ancient and evolving, point toward a deeper message, that every moment holds the potential for holiness, and every breath can become a prayer. But for now, let us rest with this image, a family gathered around a small flame, telling stories in soft voices, as the night settles and the sacred continues, quietly, to glow. As we come to the final chapter in this quiet journey through the rituals of the Zoroastrians, we find ourselves returning not to grand ceremonies or lost temples, but to the deeper truth that runs beneath all ritual: intention. What makes a moment sacred is not its form, but its attention. And in the case of Zoroastrianism, the faith has always been one of clarity, not complexity. Its oldest scriptures do not command obedience through fear, but invite reflection through wisdom. They ask questions, they offer choices, and they point again and again toward a path where the mind, the word, and the deed align with what is right. In small homes and scattered communities, in cities far from Persia's ancient heartland, rituals still unfold, not as fixed traditions, but as living gestures. A mother gently correcting her child, reminding them to speak with kindness. That too is a ritual. An elder choosing not to lie, even when it would be easier. That is also a ritual. A young person lighting a candle before bed, not because they were told to, but because it brings them peace. That is a sacred act. Rituals do not survive because they are memorized. They survive because they are meaningful. And over time, the Zoroastrian community has learned that meaning can take many shapes. Some still gather at temples, dressed in white, hands folded in prayer. Others walk alone through parks, reciting verses under their breath. Some follow every tradition, from Navjote ceremonies to precise purity laws. Others adapt, simplify, or translate the old into the new, but all carry within them the same spark: the belief that the world is shaped by our choices, that every thought matters, that every word leaves a mark, that every action either builds or breaks the balance of the world. In recent years, as the challenges of modern life grow louder, climate crisis, social fragmentation, political unrest, some Zoroastrians have found their ancient teachings more relevant than ever. The emphasis on environmental stewardship feels prophetic. The call for truth and integrity feels necessary. and the idea that each person is a guardian of goodness, armed only with thought, speech, and action, feels powerful. In quiet corners of the world, gatherings still take place. A circle of elders may sit under a banyan tree in Gujarat. A family may share a meal by candlelight in Toronto. A solitary teenager may scroll through a digital archive, learning the names of fire angels, understanding the symbolism of the Faravahar. In each of these places, though no trumpets sound, ritual lives. The rituals may be whispered instead of chanted. Their forms may shift from generation to generation, but the essence remains. The striving toward Asha, the truth, the order, the harmony that binds all things. It is not perfection that Zoroastrianism asks of its followers. It is presence, to be awake, to be ethical, to be honest, even when no one is watching. And this, perhaps, is why the rituals have survived not just centuries, but millennia. They are not built on fear. They are not rooted in conquest. They are humble, small, portable. They live in the breath, in the silence before speaking, in the decision to take responsibility for one's impact. For those who feel disconnected from ritual, the Zoroastrian path offers comfort. You do not need robes or temples to begin. You only need to begin again, with good thoughts, good words, and good deeds. In this light, every person becomes a priest, every home becomes a sanctuary, and every day becomes a ceremony of choices. Perhaps that is the truest form of ritual, one that is not bound by time or space, but that walks with us wherever we go. That lingers in the way we listen, in the way we forgive, in the way we hold back when tempted to harm. The forgotten rituals of the Zoroastrians are not truly forgotten. They live quietly in unexpected places, in a child learning to light a diya, in an old woman reciting prayers while folding clothes, in a man who closes his eyes before speaking, asking himself, is this true? Is this kind? Is this necessary? These are not performances. These are echoes of something ancient. And though they may not be seen, they are felt. So now, as we close this gentle chapter, let us carry with us the reminder that ritual does not always demand incense and chant. Sometimes it is enough to simply choose the good again and again, to wake each day and say, today I will be a little more honest, a little more kind, a little more aligned. That is the Zoroastrian way. And in this quiet choosing, the sacred continues, not in ruins or relics, but in us. As you rest now, let this story settle softly in your mind. The fire never truly goes out. It only waits to be tended. Good night. Thank you for watching this video. I hope it brought you a moment of peace. When you wake up, may your day be filled with energy, clarity, and gentle strength. May your work go smoothly and your heart stay light. Goodbye for now, and I'll see you in the next story.